I just arrived in the outer boundary. It's fated that you met me. Duanling Tian stared at the huge demon, who pounced over, unflinchingly. In the demon's eyes, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but it was the same for him as well. Although Duanling Tian was not unrivaled among advanced supreme gods, there were only a few who could defeat him now. He was not any weaker than most of the top advanced supreme gods. He was only weaker than the strongest among the top advanced supreme gods like his eldest senior sister, Huangfu Meng Yuan, whom even prime supreme rank forces were afraid of. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duanling Tian's hand emitted an extremely fierce sword aura as the divine energy of an intermediate supreme god swept out. Although it seemed somewhat lacking compared to the divine energy of an advanced supreme god, its speed and power were not weak at all. Duanling Tian cast the law of space, causing a commotion, and the phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles appeared. Indeed, it was a phenomenon of the law that shone for 10,000 miles. On the realm battlefield, phenomena of the laws could shine for 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, and even 10 million miles. There was no phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles. Outside of the God-defying world's realm battlefield, the phenomenon of the law that could shine for 10 million miles would only shine dimly for 10,000 miles in the outer boundary. The phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles on the realm battlefield only shone for 100 miles here. The phenomenon of the law that shines for 10,000 miles? The demon paled slightly when he saw the power of Duanling Tian's law of space. Although the power of the law he comprehended could also manifest a phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles like Duanling Tian, he comprehended the law of water unlike Duanling Tian who comprehended the law of space. How could the law of water compare to the law of space, which was one of the 4 supreme laws? Fortunately, he's only an intermediate supreme god. Otherwise, I might not be able to defeat him today, the demon thought to himself, feeling lucky. Nonetheless, it remained vigilant. After all, for an intermediate supreme god to comprehend the law to this extent, it was clear that the other party was the best of the best. The demon knew that someone like Duanling Tian was no fool. As such, he could not help but wonder why Duanling Tian did not retreat but dared to approach it after witnessing its power. He also wondered if Duanling Tian chose to fight because Duanling Tian knew that it was impossible to escape. However, after a moment, the demon quickly dismissed this idea. No. His strongest law is the law of space. If he really wants to escape, he still has a slim chance even if he's in the sea. However, even if the chance is slim, why doesn't he grasp it? Isn't he going to try at all? Why did he choose to fight me when his death is guaranteed? I should be cautious. He might have other cards hidden up his sleeve. The demon continued to wonder inwardly. Could it be that he possesses the supreme divine energy? Then, a sneer appeared on its face as it continued thinking to itself. So what if he has the supreme divine energy? Does he think I don't have the supreme divine energy? There were also supreme powerhouses among members of the Sea Clan. The overlords of the sea like the demon belonged to the clan and were loyal to the supreme powerhouses in the Sea Clan. Usually, as long as one made a big contribution, one would be rewarded with some supreme divine energy. In the next moment, just as the demon predicted, Duanling Tian used the supreme divine energy. In fact, he only used it to lower the demon's guard. He knew that if he did not use the supreme divine energy, the demon would suspect him of having other cards up his sleeve. If he alarmed the demon, who knew if the demon would call for reinforcements from other demons in the sea? If more powerful demons joined the fight, he might be defeated. Before coming to the outer boundary, Duanling Tian had also heard the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan say that demons' supreme powerhouses were likely present where demons gathered. As such, he was even more cautious. When it comes closer, I'll use the supreme divine energy as well and kill him with the innate power of my clan. The demon thought to itself, devising a plan as it watched Duanling Tian flying over aggressively. Although Duanling Tian was an intermediate supreme god, the demon did not underestimate him. In the outer boundary, a moment of carelessness could result in death after all. It had lived for many years and had seen too many tragedies and deaths which were caused by carelessness. It was determined not to let such a thing happen to him. Additionally, the demon naturally knew that many humans in the outer boundary possessed bloodline powers or the ability to form doppelgangers from the laws. All of them possessed extraordinary combat power. It was not sure if the human in front of him possessed bloodline power or the ability to form doppelgangers from the laws. In any case, it had decided to attack with all its might as soon as the human approached and kill the human with just one strike. Boom! 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 The huge demon's strongest law was the law of water. The artifact in its hand thrummed, stirring up violent waves that rose to the sky. It was as though a storm had descended in the sea, and it had the power to destroy a city. Duan Tian looked insignificant in front of the huge demon. It was as though he would be completely annihilated without a trace by the surging waves. Human, since you broke into my territory, it seems like you have a death wish, the big demon said as it rushed out as well. It used the supreme divine energy before a strange energy swept out of its body. As expected. Upon seeing the demon's action, Duan Tian knew that his speculations were right. Everything was within his expectations. He was also certain that the huge demon did not comprehend any of the four daos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would have already used it at this moment. Before coming to the outer boundary, the supreme powerhouse from the Xia clan advised him not to hold back in the outer boundary when he encountered an opponent. It did not matter even if the opponent was weaker than him. Otherwise, there was a possibility that he might die. In other words, he should use the strength of the lion even if the opponent was a rabbit. Human, show me your bloodline power or your doppelganger from your law, the demon bellowed. At the same time, a terrifying wave of attack swept over. The waves surged like flood beasts, intent on devouring Duan Tian. Upon hearing the huge demon's words, Duan Tian smiled indifferently and said, "As you wish." In the next moment, the doppelganger from the law of space shot out of Duan Tian's body. Swoosh! When the doppelganger from the law of space appeared, Duan Tian finally cast his sword Dao. The doppelganger seemed to be imbued with the sword Dao, becoming one with its sword as it fought the aggressive demon. When the huge demon saw Duan Tian's doppelganger and the sword that seemed to be one charging toward it, its eyes widened and shone with fear. Weapon Dao. It's the weapon Dao. He comprehended the weapon Dao, one of the four daos of heaven and earth. No. Impossible. How could a human intermediate supreme god comprehend such a powerful weapon Dao? Apart from fear, the demon felt shocked as well. It watched as its attack was easily negated by its opponent, which was one with the sword. It was not even a match for its opponent's doppelganger. No. Impossible. The demon knew that the doppelganger was weaker than its true body. Even if the difference in strength was not much, it still meant that the true body was stronger. The doppelganger was already very strong, and the true body could only be stronger. If the doppelganger and the true body joined forces, was there any way it could survive? With this in mind, the huge demon grew extremely terrified. I must escape. Although the huge demon was violent and bloodthirsty, its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It knew that it was no match for Duan Tian. If it continued to fight, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The huge demon decisively turned around and fled. Alas, Duan Tian was faster than it. Supreme Demon, help me! The demon fled at top speed. It did not even dare to turn back. Although it was like a fish in water in the sea and it comprehended the law of water, its opponent's extremely powerful law of space and speedy sword Dao terrified him and caused his heart to palpitate. The demon knew that Duan Tian would catch up to it in about a dozen breaths at most. At that time, it would surely die. The human chasing me is an intermediate supreme god. He comprehended the law of space to the extent where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10,000 miles. His sword Dao is above the fifth stage. Even in the outer boundary, the fifth stage of the sword Dao was very high. Even among advanced supreme gods, only those who stood at the top of the pyramid could comprehend the Dao to this stage. In fact, many powerhouses who claimed to be skilled in the sword did not even comprehend the sword Dao to the fifth stage. The demon did not hold back when it spoke. As such, it alarmed the demons in the surroundings. Even the other demons, who were overlords of the sea and were not weaker than the demon Duan Tian was chasing, were slightly frightened. After all, based on the demon's description, they knew that Duan Tian was comparable to a top advanced supreme god. As soon as such a person became an advanced supreme god, he or she would be the strongest among top advanced supreme gods. Retreat. I should leave this area so I won't be dragged down by that guy. How did Wuxia provoke such a powerful human being? It did not take long before the demons, ordinary ones, and advanced supreme gods left. At the same time, they sent out voice transmissions one after another. It was impossible for the supreme demon to hear the huge demon's loud cries. The other demons could only send voice transmissions to the messengers, who were advanced supreme gods, around the supreme demon to alert them to the presence of the human prodigy in the sea. Such a monstrous prodigy. Once the supreme demon finds out about him, he'll definitely attack him. However, by the time the supreme demon finds out about him and makes a move, will he still be able to find the other guy? Humans aren't foolish. He'll definitely leave immediately after killing Wuxia. About a dozen breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. While the demons fled in all directions, Duanling Tian caught up with the huge demon and quickly killed the demon. I have to leave now. Duanling Tian collected the demon's artifact and ignored the demon's spatial ring after he killed the demon. Then he quickly fled to land. He did not dare to stay a moment longer. After arriving in the outer boundary, Duanling Tian easily killed the demon advanced supreme god he encountered. Although everything seemed calm after that, he knew it was only the calm before the storm. He could foresee that if he stayed after killing the demon, today would be his death anniversary. In the outer boundary, most demons aren't solitary creatures. They're usually in groups. The leaders of these demons are supreme powerhouses. Even if the leaders are not supreme powerhouses, they are at least top advanced supreme gods. Only a powerful demon can make these demons submit. Huge demons usually have more freedom, and if they did not live solitary lives, there'll inevitably be a more powerful demon that will avenge them if they die. Duanling Tian learned a lot of useful information from the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan before he came to the outer boundary. For this reason, when he first appeared in the sea, he did not intend to provoke any huge demons in the sea. However, he did not expect that a huge demon would find him. In the end, he had no choice but to kill the other party. Although he should keep a low profile in the outer boundary, he needed to be strong as well when the time called for it. The rule of survival in the outer boundary was the same as the one in the God-defying world. The strong were revered and kill or be killed. I have to go to land. The huge demons and supreme demons from the Sea clan generally don't leave the sea recklessly. After all, they're not united. If they leave, they risk invasions in their territories. In the outer boundary, the stronger the demon beasts were, the better their territories would be. These places were usually fertile places that would give birth to precious resources. Moreover, most of these resources were reaching maturity and could be harvested soon. If the demons left, their territory would be defenseless. It was very likely that other demons would take advantage of the situation. However, these demons would not dare to rush in recklessly as well unless they were absolutely certain that the other party had left. Otherwise, they would be dead if the other party actually did not leave. Even if they plan to chase after me, they won't chase me for long. Duanling Tian thought to himself confidently. Just when Duanling Tian arrived on land, in the sea where he had just left, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a handsome and tall young man with a bewitching appearance. He wore a dark blue robe. He looked completely human, but two huge demons, looking as strong as a bull, with fierce faces stood behind him. The handsome young man's eyes were narrowed as he looked at the figure that vanished to the shore. If Duanling Tian were still here, he would be able to sense that two huge demons with human-like figures were much stronger than the one he killed. Lord Supreme Demon, do you plan to chase after him? One of the huge demons asked respectfully. The young man shook his head. It's useless to chase after him. He's entered the territory of the Crimson Demon Ridge. If I chase after him, the Crimson Demon Ridge won't just stand aside and do nothing. It's not worth it to offend the Crimson Demon for a human. After a pause, the young man smiled and continued to say, moreover, it's still unknown if that human kid will survive after entering the Crimson Demon Ridge. Although most of the beings in the Crimson Demon Ridge are human monks, they're just puppets of the Crimson Demon. That human kid is just an intermediate supreme god, but he already possesses such strength. The Crimson Demon definitely won't let go of this chance to obtain such a powerful puppet. The smile on the young man's face gradually disappeared as he continued to say, "That's good. Once he becomes a puppet, he won't be able to become a supreme powerhouse. To us, it's a good thing that the humans have one less talented supreme powerhouse. He's just an intermediate supreme god, but he's comprehended the law of space to the extent where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10,000 miles. Not only that, but he also comprehended the sword Tao to such a high level. I can still sense the traces of his attack. What a terrifying person." After a moment, the young man turned around and left, followed by the two huge demons. Duan Tian was naturally clueless. He had no idea that he had entered the Crimson Demon Ridge. He only knew that after leaving the sea and going on land, he was relatively safe. Nonetheless, even if the land was safer than the sea where he had killed a huge demon, he still did not let his guard down. As he moved forward, he kept a close watch on his surroundings. Unfortunately, Duan Tian was unaware that he was being watched at this moment. At the same time, in a stone house behind a mountain that was not very tall, a mirror image from a formation was projected in the air. It showed Duan Tian moving forward vigilantly. A group of people dressed in black stood in front of the mirror image. Apart from the leader of the group, all of their faces were expressionless, but their eyes shone with violence. All in all, they looked unsettling and creepy. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man dressed in black armor with blood chi lingering on his body. He said, "He dares to trespass into our Crimson Demon Ridge. He's quite bold. Moreover, he's just an intermediate supreme god. Go. Catch him and send him to the Centurion." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, his black armor extended up and over his head, forming a helmet. He looked like a dark knight. Swoosh! The Black Knight took the lead and flew out before the 10 people behind him followed suit. Swoosh! 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 11 figures flew in the air like black phantoms. The Dark Knight's cultivation base was in the realm of an advanced supreme god, and the 10 people behind him were all intermediate supreme gods who had stabilized their cultivation bases. Duan Tian suddenly heard the sound of wind howling from behind him. When he came to a halt, he could hear the sound of the wind howling coming from the front, the left, and the right. It did not take long before he saw 4 groups of people coming at him from all 4 directions. It was not difficult for him to figure out that the 4 leaders of these 4 groups of people were those who were dressed in black armor. He could not see the other party's appearances since they were completely covered by the armor. He could only see 4 pairs of bloodthirsty gazes. 10 people stood behind each of the 4 leaders. These people, regardless of their gender and age, were expressionless and their gazes were hostile and intimidating. Duan Tian could tell that they were not normal. At this time, the leader of the group on Duan Tian's left said loudly with a growl, "He's mine." Then, the leader led his people and rushed toward Duan Tian. As soon as he attacked, he used all this strength as an advanced supreme god. His strength was slightly weaker compared to the demon that Duan Tian encountered earlier. If he were to fight the demon, he might not even be able to withstand 3 moves from the demon. A scoff rang in the air before another group of people charged toward Duan Tian as well before the 2 remaining groups followed suit. Duan Tian frowned slightly. These people were organized and disciplined. He wondered if he had entered another party's territory. The outer boundary was vast, and many of the areas were occupied territories. I must leave as soon as I can. The strength of these 4 groups of people was only average. Duan Tian could have killed all of them within a few breaths if he went all out. However, he did not intend to make a move against these people. If he killed them, it would bring bigger trouble. This place was different from the sea. When Duan Tian was in the sea, he could see that the land was not far away, and he knew that the land was not the territory of the demons in the sea. As such, he had no qualms about killing the demon. All he had to do was leave the sea after he killed the demon, and he would be safe from the demons once he was on land. However, now that Duan Tian was on land, the situation was different. He did not know how wide these people's territory spanned. If their territory was vast, after he killed these people, he was bound to run into a stronger opponent. For this reason, he chose to flee instead of engaging in a battle with these people. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian flew into the distance. It was not that he did not consider teleporting away, but there were many people among these four groups who also comprehended the law of space, and they had disrupted the space in the surroundings. When Duanling Tian moved, he quickly cast the law of space as well. In just a moment, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 10,000 miles appeared. Upon seeing this, two of the four leaders cried out in surprise. Is he the same person who manifested the phenomenon of the law of space that shone for 10,000 miles in the sea earlier? Seeing that Duanling Tian was an intermediate supreme god who comprehended the law of space, one of the four supreme laws, to the extent where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles, everyone naturally knew that he was a monstrous prodigy. The four leaders did not waste time and quickly sent out messages. When Duanling Tian discovered this, he had already left the range of the space that was disrupted. He quickly teleported away before casting the double teleportation profundity. I have to leave as quickly as possible, Duanling Tian thought to himself. His expression was rather grim at this moment. After the four leaders discovered they could not stop him, they clearly sent a message out immediately. He naturally knew that they were likely notifying someone more powerful about him. In just a moment, a burst of thunderous laughter rang in the air, echoing in a large area. Then a voice said, an intermediate supreme god who comprehended the law of space to the point where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10,000 miles? Interesting. If we offer such a prodigy to Lord Crimson Demon, we'll be rewarded handsomely. The voice was so loud that it could be heard in Duanling Tian's original spot and the distant place he had gone where he could no longer be seen by the four groups of people. Upon hearing the thunderous voice, the eyes of the four leaders dressed in black armor, otherwise known as Decurions, who led people to besiege and kill Duanling Tian, lit up with fanaticism. Lord Centurion. The owner of the voice was the four leaders' Centurion. He was a top advanced supreme god. Even if 10 Decurions joined forces, they still would not be able to defeat him. Under the Crimson Demon, there were only 8 Centurions in the Crimson Demon Ridge. My strongest law is also the law of space. I'll play with you. As soon as the Centurion's voice fell, Duanling Tian felt the space and surroundings was once again disrupted, preventing him from teleporting away. After discovering this, he did not linger and quickly flew away. Duanling Tian could sense that the other party was an advanced supreme god. Although the other party was possibly stronger than the demon in the sea, he was confident he could kill the party if he went all out. However, what would happen after he killed the other party? Was there a more powerful person? Was there a supreme powerhouse? Danger lurks everywhere in the outer boundary. It's best that I leave this territory as soon as possible. After confirming that this place was an occupied territory, Duanling Tian wanted nothing more than to leave this place. Unable to teleport, Duanling Tian continued to fly. As he flew, he said earnestly in a low voice, Sir, I strayed into this place unintentionally. If I offended you, I hope you'll forgive me. I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. I only want to leave your territory now. A burst of thunderous laughter rang in the air again. Everyone who comes here is a guest of ours. You should stay. The voice was getting closer and closer to Duanling Tian. At this time, Duanling Tian suddenly discovered a formation that he failed to notice before. The formation quickly blocked him and prevented him from leaving. The formation's power was like surging waves as it rolled toward him. Although its power was not strong and could not hurt him, it hindered his way forward. Duanling Tian's expression darkened immediately. He knew that the person who had spoken earlier controlled this formation. It was unlikely that the four leaders and their men whom he encountered earlier were capable of controlling the formation. Otherwise, they would have used the formation earlier to stop him from leaving. Moreover, the formation also contained spatial energy that prevented him from teleporting. If those people were capable of using the formation, they would have used the formation instead of relying on those who comprehended the law of space to disrupt the space. This person is obviously those people's superior, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Not long after Duanling Tian was forced to stop by the formation, he saw a middle-aged man in black armor whose body emitted blood chi. He had a square jaw and pair of eyebrows that made him look fierce. He stared at Duanling Tian with a teasing smile as he said, An intermediate supreme god like you is definitely the top prodigy among prodigies. Alas, in front of a powerful advanced supreme god, Your strength is not enough. Subsequently, the middle-aged man flew toward Duanling Tian and cast his strongest law, which was the law of fire. In just an instant, flames surged into the sky, making him look like an invincible fire god. The divine energy of an advanced supreme god surged just as the phenomenon of the law that shone for 10,000 miles appeared. However, in the next moment, the range of the phenomenon grew, indicating that his comprehension of the law of fire was much more profound than Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. Boom! The middle-aged man brought his weapon. It was a huge mace. It was longer than 2 meters, exceeding his height, and its width was more than 1.5 meters. The weapon did not look like it was made for an ordinary person, even if the person was 2 meters tall. The weapon looked more suited to be used by a 10-meter-tall giant. Although the mace was big, it did not seem unwieldy in the middle-aged man's hands. In fact, he wielded it nimbly. When he swung it, the flames in the sky surged again. It was as though countless flaming meteors were descending from the sky. When the middle-aged man swung the huge mace toward Duanling Tian clearly sensed that the huge mace was weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. It seemed like it did not absorb as many fragments of prime divine artifacts as the 7 orifices exquisite sword did. In fact, it was even weaker than the weapon of the demon he encountered earlier. He's stronger than the huge demon, but his weapon is inferior to that of the huge demon, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He was slightly puzzled. Generally, those who were more powerful would have better weapons. Duanling Tian was unaware that humans and demons were different. For demons, they could kill wantonly as long as they left their group, allowing them to obtain better weapons. Conversely, humans were more orderly. Although there were also humans who killed wantonly, not many people dared to do so. After all, they would become the public enemy. It would not be so bad if they were really powerful. Otherwise, they would be hunted down and killed in the end. Seeing the mace and its artifact soul falling down from the sky, Duanling Tian quickly summoned the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul. Huang. The power from Duanling Tian's law of space surged and he quickly used the sword Dao. Before using the sword Dao, there was quite a gap between his and his opponent's strength. However, with the sword Dao, not only did he close the gap, but he even surpassed the other party. Sword Dao. When the middle-aged man saw his attack being blocked and continuously pushed back by a sword that suddenly rose into the sky, his expression changed drastically. Following that, the blood chi lingering on his body surged as he used his bloodline power. Humans in the outer boundary either possessed bloodline powers or the ability to form doppelgangers. The middle-aged man clearly belonged to the former group. After using his bloodline power, the middle-aged man's attack grew a little stronger. However, he was still in a disadvantageous position and was completely suppressed by Duanling Tian. The middle-aged man thought that the purple-clad young man in front of him would take advantage of the situation to attack or even kill him. But he soon discovered that the other party had suddenly retreated. At the critical moment, when the 7-colored sword ray annihilated the middle-aged man's attack, the sword spun and sent him flying instead of cleaving him into 2. As he flew back, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes that shone with fear. In the next moment, Duanling Tian heard the middle-aged man say, "Thank you for showing mercy. If you want to leave this place, please go right. After crossing 13 hills, you'll no longer be in the Crimson Demon Ridge's territory. However, during the journey, you'll encounter a centurion. If you leave in the other directions, you'll encounter more than 2 centurions. If you follow my direction, the centurion you encounter will definitely make a move. However, if you don't kill him, he likely won't notify Lord Crimson Demon's personal demon guard immediately." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued to say, "If the personal demon guard makes a move, he can activate all the formations in the Crimson Demon Ridge. Even if your strength is on par with his, you still won't be able to leave. Leave as far as you can. If you stay here, the life of a monstrous prodigy like you will be ruined." Since Duanling Tian spared the middle-aged man's life at the critical moment, the middle-aged man decided to remind Duanling Tian through voice transmission. After a few breaths, "I must contact Lord Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Otherwise, I'll be punished for being irresponsible. If the Crimson Demon holds me accountable, even if he doesn't kill me, he'll skin me alive." Swoosh! The middle-aged man had not even finished speaking before Duan Tian flew to the right, following the middle-aged man's direction. After flying for a while, he teleported away. Lord Crimson Demon? Based on his words, it seems like the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard is stronger than him. If that's the case, I'm afraid the personal demon guard isn't any weaker than the top advanced supreme gods in all of the god-defying world's realms of God's prime supreme rank forces. Then, the Crimson Demon must be a supreme powerhouse. Duan Tian was frightened when he thought about this. Then, when he recalled his time in the sea, he concluded that the Crimson Demon was much likely stronger than the most powerful demons in the sea, since the Crimson Demon dared to occupy the territory so close to the sea. After Duan Tian left, the four groups of people, who surrounded Duan Tian earlier, followed the middle-aged man's voice and finally arrived. When they arrived, they saw that the middle-aged man was injured and coughing up blood. The middle-aged man was clearly struggling to stay conscious. Lord Centurion? The four leaders' expressions changed immediately. They quickly took off the helmets on their heads, revealing the shocked expressions on their faces. It seemed like the purple-clad young man was stronger than their centurion. They could not help but wonder if he was truly just an intermediate supreme god. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, they heard the sounds of fighting in the right direction. Following that, they heard a stern voice say, "Centurions, I'm no match for this invader. Come and assist me quickly." The centurion Duan Tian encountered reacted differently from the middle-aged centurion from earlier. This centurion was unwilling to let him go and was adamant on opposing him despite being no match for him. "Scram!" Duan Tian cried out. His expression darkened when he sensed a few powerful auras surging in the distance, including the aura of the middle-aged man whom he defeated earlier. At the same time, a seven-colored sword ray shot out. Duan Tian did not kill the centurion, but he dealt a heavy blow on the centurion, seriously injuring the centurion and knocking the centurion unconscious. "I have to leave Crimson Demon Ridge quickly." After finding out that the Crimson Demon Ridge was the territory of a supreme powerhouse, Duan Tian wanted to leave even more. He fled into the distance, crossing hills after hills. According to the middle-aged man, he would leave the Crimson Demon Ridge after crossing 13 hills. Once he was out of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he would no longer have to worry about being restricted by the formations. However, just as the 13th hill appeared in Duan Tian's sight, he suddenly sensed something and quickly moved back. Swoosh! Following that, a saber ray shot out from the front with overwhelming power. It seemed capable of splitting the sky and cleaving the earth. When the saber ray appeared, a phenomenon of the law that shone further than 10,000 miles appeared. Apart from that, Duan Tian could also sense a trace of the saber Dao from the attack. He quickly extended his divine consciousness. After a moment, his expression changed drastically into one of fear. The phenomenon shines for 100,000 miles? In the outer boundary, when someone's law could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, it meant that he or she had comprehended the law to the perfect form. If an advanced supreme god did not comprehend any of the four Daos of heaven and earth or any special and powerful techniques, he or she would still be considered a top advanced supreme god if he or she comprehended a law to the perfect form. Mastered Song. In the next moment, following the respect cries that rang in the air, a lightning bolt flashed and struck the ground not far from Duan Tian. Subsequently, a tall and strong topless man who was 3 meters tall appeared. He stared at Duan Tian with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. Is he the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard whom the middle-aged man mentioned earlier? Duan Tian was horrified as he guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Boom! A terrifying and thunderous saber ray struck down. With just a strike, it directly split the mountain below in half and formed a seemingly bottomless ravine. The phenomenon that shines for 100,000 miles. Duan Tian exclaimed in shock. In the outer boundary, the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles indicated that one's law had reached the perfect form. This was the lifelong pursuit of many supreme gods. There were many advanced supreme gods who had yet to comprehend their respective laws to the perfect form even after they became supreme powerhouses. One could not rely on the law to become a supreme powerhouse, after all. Even if one comprehended the law to the highest level, which was the paramount stage, it was still impossible for one to become a supreme powerhouse through that alone. However, advanced supreme gods who had comprehended their respective laws to the paramount stage were undoubtedly the strongest and invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. However, advanced supreme gods who comprehended the laws to the paramount stage were rare even in the myriad worlds. As for the god-defying world, as far as Duanling Tian knew, there had only been one advanced supreme god who comprehended a law to the paramount stage in the past, and there was no one like that currently. Put aside the paramount stage, even advanced supreme gods who comprehended their respective laws to the perfect form were undoubtedly top advanced supreme gods. In the god-defying world, there were not many advanced supreme gods who had comprehended the law to the perfect form, and those who did were like overlords of an area. Duanling Tian stared at the 3-meter-tall man with lightning flashing around his body as he thought to himself, in the outer boundary, such a powerful advanced supreme god is just a personal demon guard. However, it's not surprising since the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge is a supreme powerhouse. Only a supreme powerhouse would have such a powerful subordinate. Duanling Tian's expression was solemn as he stared at the person in front of him. The other party was definitely a formidable opponent and was not much weaker than him. Moreover, who knew if the other party had any hidden means? There were countless powerhouses in the outer boundary such as the advanced supreme god in front of Duanling Tian. Apart from the law he comprehended, who would dare to say he did not have other hidden means? He's the personal demon guard of a supreme powerhouse. He might have a prime divine artifact. Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he thought about this. He was horrified by this realization. A prime divine artifact was undoubtedly much more powerful than the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in Duanling Tian's possession. Although he had enough fragments of prime divine artifacts to transform the 7 Orifices exquisite sword into a prime divine artifact, it would take time for the 7 Orifices exquisite sword to complete the transformation. As of now, his 7 Orifices exquisite sword was still in the process of transforming into a prime divine artifact. If he really possesses a prime divine artifact, even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat him. Duanling Tian was still confident that he was on par with his opponent, but he was not sure he could defeat his opponent. After all, if the opponent possessed other astonishing means, the opponent would have been strong enough to break through into the realm of a supreme powerhouse. Timing was important when breaking through to the realm of supreme powerhouses. It did not necessarily mean that one could break through after comprehending the law to a certain level or accumulating one's divine energy to a certain level. Needless to say, after the breakthrough, one's strength would skyrocket. If a weaker advanced supreme god became a supreme powerhouse first before a powerful advanced supreme god, the powerful advanced supreme god would be easily crushed by the weaker advanced supreme god, who had become a supreme powerhouse with just a finger. One's strength would rise multiple levels after becoming a supreme powerhouse. At the very least, one's strength would increase by more than 5 times. For this reason, even if the opponent was incredibly powerful, as long as the opponent was not a supreme powerhouse, Duanling Tian was confident he would be able to fight on even ground with the opponent even if the opponent possessed a prime divine artifact. However, defeating his opponent was a different matter. He naturally wished he could defeat his opponent. He wanted to leave Crimson Demon Ridge as soon as he could. Although Duanling Tian himself did not know why, he felt uneasy in Crimson Demon Ridge. Perhaps it was due to the 4 groups, 2 centurions, and the personal demon guard he encountered. All these people did not seem like ordinary humans. They bore a little resemblance to the Devil Dao cultivators he met in the god-defying world's Devata realms. All in all, they looked strange. Duanling Tian looked at the 3-meter-tall giant staring at him with battle intent as he slightly cupped his fists together and said, "Senior, I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. I'm actually preparing to leave now." Faced with Duanling Tian's earnest words, the 3-meter-tall giant grinned sinisterly and said, "So what? Since you came to our Crimson Demon Ridge, you should just stay. Our Lord will definitely be willing to accept a prodigy like you as his personal demon guard if you stay. When you break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods, you don't even need to stabilize your cultivation base, but your strength won't be any weaker than mine." When the 3-meter-tall giant spoke, A hint of shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. After all, the intermediate supreme god in front of him not only comprehended the law of space to a high level, but he also comprehended the sword Tao to a high level. He had a strong feeling that when the other party became an advanced supremer god, the other party would definitely become a supreme powerhouse after the other party cultivated enough. With this thought in mind, the giant's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. He knew that he would never become a supreme powerhouse in his life. Even if he comprehended the four Taos of heaven and earth or had the means to become a supreme powerhouse, he would always be that person's personal demon guard. It was impossible for him to become a supreme powerhouse unless that person died. His eyes flashed with a hint of despair and complexity when his thoughts drifted to that person. The personal demon guard knew that it was unlikely for that person to die. That person was not just astonishingly powerful, but that person also possessed incredible life-saving means. He had once heard from that person that two powerful supreme powerhouses, who were stronger than that person, joined forces to deal with that person, but that person managed to escape from the two supreme powerhouses. He did not know if that person was just bragging, but based on his understanding of that person was unlikely to brag to him, who was just a personal demon guard. If I managed to capture this prodigy and offer him to the Lord, he might be satisfied and be willing to grant me my freedom after a certain number of years have passed. After all, there was such a precedent in the past with his previous personal demon guards. When this thought appeared in the giant's mind, his eyes lit up immediately with hope, desire, and expectations. At this time, the giant finally noticed that the purple-clad young man in front of him was making a move to leave. He quickly returned to his senses and attacked as fast as lightning. Swoosh! A terrifying and thunderous saber ray shot out in the direction where the giant pointed his long saber, stopping Duanling Tian, who was about to bypass the giant. After Duanling Tian narrowly dodged the saber ray, his gaze landed on the long saber in the giant's hand. It's really a prime divine artifact. The long saber looked unassuming, and it did not have any soul aura. Clearly, it was a prime divine artifact without a soul. However, even without a soul, it was definitely more powerful than the Seven Orifices exquisite sword by more than one level. The long saber, including the handle, was about 5 feet long, and its entire body was dark blue. It was hard to tell what it was forged from, but it looked ordinary. However, the lightning bolts in the surroundings rushed into the seemingly ordinary and unadorned saber. It exuded an oppressive aura that was nothing like the aura of a prominent divine artifact. The aura not only made Duanling Tian feel slightly suffocated, but it also made his soul feel a sense of oppression. It was as though the aura contained some terrifying power. Prime divine artifacts are the weapons of supreme powerhouses. Even in the hands of advanced supreme gods, they're still terrifyingly powerful. Back in the god-defying world, Duanling Tian had heard about the horrifying powers of prime divine artifacts many times. He naturally knew that prime divine artifacts were peerless weapons. However, possessing a peerless weapon did not make one peerless. Nonetheless, between two people with equal strength, the person in possession of a prime divine artifact could easily crush the other person. He's the personal demon guard of the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, a powerful supreme powerhouse. He even brought out his prime divine artifact. He's clearly determined to stop me from leaving. I'm no match for a supreme powerhouse at all. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if he has a prime divine artifact, I won't let him stop me from leaving. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his gaze turned icy. Even if the other party was a top advanced supreme god, had comprehended the law to the perfect form, and possessed a prime divine artifact, Duanling Tian was determined not to let the other party stop him. Swoosh! In the next moment, Duanling Tian attacked as well. 7 colored sword rays shone brilliantly as he cast his sword Tao and his law of space without holding back. At the same time, his doppelganger from the law of space appeared as well. I just want to leave, Duanling Tian said tonelessly as he strode in the air with large steps. He waved his 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand, and the beautiful and magnificent 7 colored sword rays fell from the 9 heavens. At the same time, Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space charged toward the opponent. Come at me! The giant's eyes brightened when he saw Duanling Tian attacking. He had been waiting for this moment after he prevented Duan Tian from leaving. He wanted to see how strong the seemingly peerless prodigy among intermediate supreme gods in front of him was. When the saber rays and the sword rays collided, the giant was shocked, and he did not recover his senses for a long time. From the collision, he discovered that even if he had comprehended the law of thunder to the perfect form and possessed the prime divine artifact, he did not have the upper hand at all when faced with the intermediate supreme god in front of him. Although Duan Tian was just an intermediate supreme god, his comprehension of the law of space was close to the perfect form. Moreover, his prominent divine artifact had fused with multiple fragments of prime divine artifacts. Duan Tian was clearly inferior to the giant in every aspect such as cultivation base, comprehension of the law, and weapons. How could the giant not be shocked when he discovered that Duan Tian was able to fight on even ground with him just by relying on his law of space's doppelganger and sword Dao? For a moment he wondered if Duan Tian was truly just an intermediate supreme god. If he's an advanced supreme god or close to becoming an advanced supreme god, even if I use my bloodline power, I'm afraid I still won't be a match for him, the giant thought to himself. He felt fortunate that Duan Tian was indeed just an intermediate supreme god. Following that, just as he was about to use his bloodline power, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How's this possible?" Duan Tian, who was on par with the giant, suddenly surged with power and fought the giant off. When he retreated, the seven orifices exquisite sword in his hand seemed to change as he cast the law. A sword ray shot out into the air, causing the surroundings to freeze for a moment. In the next moment, the giant saw the purple-clad Duan Tian moving at lightning speed toward the border of Crimson Demon Ridge, clearly intending to leave. The law of time. His law of time is actually stronger than his law of space. Duan Tian had caught the giant off guard by using his law of time to restrain the giant. The giant could only watch as Duan Tian fled from Crimson Demon Ridge. It's useless. The giant knew that he would not be able to catch up to Duan Tian now. However, strangely, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. In the next moment, just as Duan Tian was about to leave Crimson Demon Ridge, a solid crystal barrier rose up, blocking his way. At this moment, the giant also regained his mobility, finally getting rid of the restriction from the law of time. Then he quickly caught up to Duan Tian, who was trying to break the barrier but was unable to do so in a short time. Duan Tian's expression was extremely dark at this moment. The formation that the giant activated in Crimson Demon Ridge was extremely powerful. Clearly, the two centurions he encountered before were unable to activate this formation. Otherwise, the duo would have activated it long ago to stop him. What a monstrous prodigy! The giant thought to himself as he stared at Duan Tian's back in shock and disbelief. Duan Tian was just an intermediate supreme god, but his law of space was close to the perfect form. Most shockingly, his law of time was even closer to the perfect form. It seemed like it was on the verge of achieving the perfect form. Once again, the giant wondered if Duan Tian was just an intermediate supreme god. Meanwhile, the centurions of Crimson Demon Ridge who had arrived a while ago and witnessed Duan Tian fighting on even ground with the giant wore horrified expressions on their faces when they saw Duan Tian changing his law to restrain the giant. This intermediate supreme god is too strong, right? If he had attacked with all his might earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to last one breath. He's too strong. His vital energy is incredibly strong as well. It seems like he's not very old. Where did such a prodigy come from? Why did he come to our Crimson Demon Ridge? It won't be easy for such a prodigy to leave after coming here. At the very least, Lord Wuxia won't just watch him leave. That's only natural. Didn't you see Lord Wuxia using the highest authority he was granted to activate the formation barrier? The barrier is strong enough to stop everyone under the realm of supreme powerhouses. As long as he's not a supreme powerhouse, the formation will be able to keep him here until Lord Crimson Demon arrives. Lord Crimson Demon should have sensed the attacks on the barrier by now. I think he should arrive soon, right? Once Lord Crimson Demon arrives, he'll be at the end of his rope. A hint of pity could be seen on the centurions' faces when they looked at Duan Tian. It was a pity that such a monstrous prodigy would become the puppet of the Crimson Demon in Crimson Demon Ridge just like them. Once he became a puppet, his soul would be bound. In order to break the binding, he had to be a supreme powerhouse. Alas, the binding restricted one from becoming a supreme powerhouse. At this moment, the expression of Duan Lingtian, who was still attacking the barrier, changed when he overheard the Centurion's conversation. Attacking the barrier will alert the supreme powerhouse of the Crimson Demon Ridge? Suddenly, Wuxia, the gigantic personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge's supreme powerhouse who had been chasing Duan Lingtian, suddenly bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Lord Crimson Demon." In the next moment, blood-red light flashed before a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. The figure belonged to a burly young man who was about 1.80 meters dressed in blood-red armor. He had an extraordinarily handsome face and looked somewhat harmless if not for the sinister smile on his face. Following Wuxia, the Centurions of Crimson Demon Ridge present on the scene quickly bowed and greeted the young man dressed in blood-red armor. However, unlike Wuxia who looked at the young man, all of them lowered their heads, unable to meet the young man's gaze. "An intermediate supreme god?" The young man dressed in blood-red armor murmured to himself, ignoring the others who greeted him respectfully. He stared at Duan Lingtian with narrowed eyes as though he was sensing something. After a few breaths passed, a surprised expression and a smile appeared on his face. A hint of excitement could also be seen in the depths of his eyes. This intermediate supreme god actually comprehended the law of time and the law of space to such an extent. The young man thought to himself as his eyes flashed, inwardly surprised. Wuxia even had to use the formation I created to stop him from leaving. It's really hard to believe that he's just an intermediate supreme god. At this time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at the young man who commanded such respect from Wuxia before he cupped his fists together slightly and said, "Senior Crimson Demon, I have no intention of trespassing into Crimson Demon Ridge. I came here by accident, and I was planning to leave immediately. Senior Crimson Demon, I hope you'll allow me to leave." Based on the words of the Centurions, Duan Lingtian could tell the supreme powerhouse in front of him was not a kind person. But he still hoped to reason with the other party. After all, faced with a supreme powerhouse, even if he went all out, he was no different from an insignificant ant. Under such circumstances, he could use other means to leave. Duan Lingtian knew that if he became the puppet of the Crimson Demon, his path to becoming a supreme powerhouse would come to an end. To him, that was not different from dying. The Crimson Demon ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, he glanced at Wuxia and said indifferently, "Useless trash. You can't even stop an intermediate supreme god," and had to activate the formation using the highest authority I granted you before being able to stop him from leaving. "My lord, please calm down." After hearing the young man's words, the expression of Wuxia, who was domineering previously, changed drastically. He hastily kneeled in the air and kowtowed. His entire body trembled as he said, "It's my incompetence that gave him a chance to escape. Please forgive me, my lord." Wuxia felt extremely regretful at this moment. He should have used his bloodline power immediately to overwhelm his opponent earlier. At that time, the opponent would not have a chance to change his law and catch him off guard. No one knew the Crimson Demon as well as his personal demon guard, Wuxia. In the past, Wuxia had witnessed the supreme powerhouse kill another personal demon guard because the personal demon guard failed to carry out the supreme powerhouse's order. One had to know that the personal demon guard had been following the supreme powerhouse for tens of thousands of years and was the supreme powerhouse's right-hand man. As such, it was only natural that he began to panic when he heard the supreme powerhouse's icy words. He might be a top advanced supreme god, far stronger than most advanced supreme gods, but he was no different from an ant in front of a supreme powerhouse. He shuddered when he recalled how that now-dead personal demon guard was killed with just a strike despite defending with all his might. This is the might of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian watched in a trance as Wuxia, a top advanced supreme god, kneeled and pleaded for his life. He could not help but feel sorry for Wuxia. Wuxia was rather powerful, and if Wuxia had used his bloodline power or doppelgangers earlier, he might not have been able to escape Wuxia without using the divine tree of life or the 5 divine elements in his little world, even if his sword Dao was at a high level. Duan Ling Tian had calculated everything earlier. If he had used his law of time and both his doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space, he would only be on par with Wuxia at best. Perhaps he might have a chance of gaining the upper hand if he used the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. When he was still in the God-defying world, the 5 divine elements managed to recover slightly after absorbing the vital energy and liquid of the divine fountain. Although they had yet to fully recover, it would not be a problem for him to borrow their powers. Seeing that such a powerful advanced supreme god was reduced to such a humble state in front of the supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel slightly helpless. He prayed inwardly that the supreme powerhouse would be willing to let him go. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape today. After listening to Wu Tsang's words, the supreme powerhouse known as the Crimson Devil scoffed coldly. The few centurions present on the scene held their breaths as they shifted their eyes from Wu Tsang to Duan Ling Tian. Upon sensing the Crimson Demon's gaze on him, Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together again and said, "Senior Crimson Demon, it's my fault for accidentally trespassing into your territory. Please forgive me." Duan Ling Tian knew he had to put aside his pride and lower himself in order to preserve his life. The supreme powerhouse was too strong. He was not alone, he had his family waiting for him and Kua was still waiting for him to rescue her. He had come to the outer boundary to become stronger. His ultimate goal was to become a supreme powerhouse, so he could force the supreme powerhouse who merged with Yun Qingyan to release Kuer's soul. Even if he could not find Yun Qingyan, as long as he became a supreme powerhouse, he was confident he would be able to find another way to save Kuer. Although the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world were unable to help Kuer, perhaps, he could find one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds to help her. He naturally knew there was a chance that they might refuse him, but he still had to try. Based on what he learned in the God-defying world, he knew that his cultivation speed was unprecedented in the God-defying world. As such, there was a possibility that he would become one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the future. The Xia clan's supreme powerhouse said that the few strongest supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds might be able to rescue Kuer. However, even if the strongest supreme powerhouse in our God-defying world asks for help, it's unlikely for them to help me. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with determination. He had to leave Crimson Demon Ridge no matter what. "It's fine if you want to leave," the Crimson Demon said with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. On the other hand, Wu Tsang, who was still kneeling with his head lowered, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was impossible for the Crimson Demon to let such a monstrous prodigy go. After all, such a prodigy would become the Crimson Demon's strongest subordinate. Similarly, the centurions looked at each other with expressions of disbelief on their faces as well. Since when did Lord Crimson Demon become so kind? Is the Lord letting him go due to his monstrous talent? Are you joking? You think the Lord is going to let him go due to his talent? The centurions also had a high status in Crimson Demon Ridge. As such, they were familiar with the Crimson Demon as well. They knew he was powerful and overbearing. Those who trespassed into the Crimson Demon Ridge were either killed or forced to become his puppets. It was only natural that they did not believe it when it seemed like he was willing to let Duan Ling Tian, an immensely talented intermediate supreme god, leave Crimson Demon Ridge. "Thank you, Senior," Duan Ling Tian said. He did not expect the Crimson Demon to be so amenable. Nonetheless, he knew that it would not be without conditions. It did not matter to him as long as he could leave this place. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, "It's too early for you to thank me. You may leave if you're able to fulfill a condition of mine. Otherwise, you'll have to stay and become my subordinate." Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn upon hearing these words. It was just as he had expected. There was a condition. Wutsang and the centurions knew that it was impossible for the Crimson Demon to let Duan Ling Tian go. As such, the condition had to be something impossible. However, they had no idea why the Crimson Demon would give Duan Ling Tian false hope. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he asked, "Senior Crimson Devil, if I fulfill the condition, you'll let me leave Crimson Demon Ridge and I won't have to become your subordinate?" "Yes." The Crimson Demon nodded. "You won't go back on your words, will you?" Duan Ling Tian asked after mustering up his courage. His life was already on the line anyway. Moreover, he did not think his question was offensive. I naturally won't go back on my words, the Crimson Demon said nonchalantly. Then, may I know what's the condition? Duanling Tian asked after inhaling deeply. No matter what the condition was, he had no choice but to accept it. Nothing mattered as long as he could leave Crimson Demon Ridge safely. Meanwhile, Wuxia and the Centurions held their breaths as they waited for the Crimson Demon to state his condition. They were also curious about the kind of condition the mighty Supreme Powerhouse came up with for Duanling Tian, even if they knew the condition was something that was impossible for Duanling Tian to fulfill. Wuxia and the Centurions were curious as to why their lord, the Crimson Demon, was giving Duanling Tian false hope. They did not believe the ruthless Crimson Demon would be so kind. The few Centurions could not help but speculate inwardly. Perhaps he's bored. Maybe he's jealous that he wasn't as strong as the young man when he was at the young man's age. Perhaps that's why he wants to toy with the young man before making the young man his puppet. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian could not wait for the Crimson Demon to state his condition so he could fulfill it and leave Crimson Demon Ridge. I won't make you my puppet and I'll allow you to leave Crimson Demon Ridge if you're able to kill someone, the Crimson Demon said. Wuxia and the Centurions quickly guessed that the Crimson Demon must want Duanling Tian to kill an advanced supreme god comparable to Wuxia. In Wuxia's opinion, although Duanling Tian was strong, their strength was on par. It was impossible for them to kill one or the other. Who is it? Duanling Tian asked solemnly. It was against his principles to kill indiscriminately. However, this was his only way to escape from this supreme powerhouse and survive now. It would be over for him if he became the Crimson Demon's puppet. Kill him, the Crimson Demon said nonchalantly as he casually pointed to the side. Duanling Tian looked in the direction where the Crimson Demon pointed and found that the target was Wuxia. Before Wuxia regained his senses, the other Centurions finally confirmed that the Crimson Demon had no intention of letting Duanling Tian leave at all. After all, how was it possible for an intermediate supreme god to kill Wuxia, the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, who was a top advanced supreme god? When Wuxia regained his senses, he instinctively looked at the Crimson Demon with a respectful expression. The Crimson Demon looked at Wuxia and said slowly, "If you survive the battle with him, I'll forgive your mistake and let the matter go. If you die, it only proves that you're trash." Wuxia's eyes brightened upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words. He hastily said, "Thank you, my lord." Wuxia was obviously confident about his strength. He knew Duanling Tian was an intermediate supreme god and had a profound comprehension of the law of time and the law of space. Apart from that, he also knew about Duanling Tian's two doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space and Duanling Tian's high attainment in the Sword Dao. With his bloodline power and prime divine artifact, he was on par with Duanling Tian. In Wuxia's opinion, the Crimson Demon was giving him a way out. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian furrowed his brows upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words. Wuxia was rather powerful after all. It was impossible for him to kill Wuxia without borrowing the powers of the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 divine elements. Previously, he managed to gain the upper hand and escaped briefly because he managed to catch Wuxia off guard. After all, Wuxia was unaware of the extent of his strength, and most importantly, Wuxia had yet to use his bloodline power. "Bring it on, boy," Wuxia said as he rose to his feet in the air and faced Duanling Tian expressionlessly. Duanling Tian sighed as he turned to face Wuxia and said, "I had no intention to kill you, but I'm left with no other choice." Wuxia sneered. "Are you saying you're able to kill me? Do you think you're able to kill me just because you managed to gain a slight upper hand previously? What a joke. I didn't even go all out." As Wuxia spoke, his divine energy, blood qi, and law of thunder began to brew and merge, emitting a powerful aura. Lightning bolts began to flash along the edge of his long saber, which was a prime divine artifact, causing the void around it to ripple. Upon seeing this, the Centurion began to discuss it among themselves through voice transmission. "Lord Song is going all out. This is a life-or-death battle." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian shook his head slightly. He did not dare to be rash during a life-or-death battle. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly 2 doppelgangers shot out from Duanling Tian's body. One of them was surrounded by a terrifying spatial energy. As for the other one, it looked ordinary, but the divine energy around it caused its surroundings to freeze and speed up in intervals. Even the wind was not spared from its divine energy. These two doppelgangers were from Duanling Tian's Law of Space and Law of Time. The two doppelgangers held a prominent divine sword with a complete soul, a weapon that was only second to prime divine artifacts, each in their hands. There were different grades among prominent divine artifacts, depending on how many fragments of prime divine artifacts they had absorbed. As for the prominent divine artifacts in Duanling Tian's doppelganger's hands, they had not absorbed any fragments of prime divine artifacts. After all, he only had enough fragments of prime divine artifacts for his 7 orifices exquisite sword. The two souls of the doppelganger's prominent divine artifacts were naturally envious of Huang'er, but they did not dare to utter a word about it. After all, Huang'er was the first to follow Duanling Tian among them. Duanling Tian pointed the 7 orifices exquisite sword at Wucang as he looked at Wucang indifferently and asked, "Do you think I'm unaware that you didn't go all out earlier? Perhaps you should ask yourself if I went all out earlier." Wucang's expression changed slightly. After a brief moment, he said with a scoff, "Are you trying to deceive me?" In Wucang's opinion, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to have hidden his strength earlier. If Duanling Tian had more tricks up his sleeve, Duanling Tian would not have to use his Law of Time and his doppelganger from the Law of Space to hold him back and flee at the critical moment. On the contrary, the supreme powerhouse, the Crimson Demon, looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully as he thought to himself, "It seems like he still has hidden means." The Crimson Demon's eyes flashed with excitement when he thought about this. It seemed like the person he had been waiting for years had finally shown up. "Trying to deceive you?" Duanling Tian smiled faintly upon hearing Wucang's words. He fused the Law of Time with his divine energy before he sent it out. The tip of the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed as he brandished it and charged toward Wucang along with his doppelgangers from the Law of Time and the Law of Space. The 3 of them surrounded Wucang in 3 different directions. Upon seeing this, Wucang scoffed. "How unnecessary! Boy, do you think I'd need to run away from you? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like when I unleash my full power." Wucang made a move as soon as his voice fell and lightning flashed in the sky. A terrifying saber ray shot out amidst the lightning bolts toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, with the lightning flashing around him brilliantly, he looked like a thunder god who had descended from heaven. Upon seeing this, the centurions looked at Wucang in awe. So this is the extent of Lord Song's strength. This intermediate supreme god has underestimated Lord Song. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was fast approaching the domineering Wucang. He had opened his little world, informing the 5 divine elements that he planned to borrow the divine tree of life and their powers. He waved his 7 orifices exquisite sword, sending it out. He knew he would not be able to perfectly integrate the energy from the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life with his divine energy. Nonetheless, they would still be able to assist him without conflicting with divine energy. "I really have no choice." Duanling Tian was aware of the risks of exposing the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, but he truly had no choice at this moment. Fortunately, it would not be easy for another person to snatch the divine tree of life from him. Apart from that, his 5 divine elements were not in any life-threatening danger as long as his opponent did not possess any 5 divine elements at the same or a higher level than his. His life was now in the hands of the supreme powerhouse who was capable of killing him as easily as strangling a chicken. If he did not take this risk, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements would also be eventually discovered by the supreme powerhouse if the supreme powerhouse killed him. Die! Duanling Tian attacked with the powers of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. His eyes shone with killing intent as he attacked. He was forced into this life-or-death battle simply because he accidentally trespassed into Crimson Demon Ridge. He did not even provoke anyone. Although he was insignificant in front of a supreme powerhouse, he was not afraid of facing an advanced supreme god. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 doppelgangers followed suit and attacked. Although they were inferior to Duanling Tian, coupled with the powers of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, they were able to raise his strength significantly. After exchanging a few blows, Duanling Tian managed to gain the upper hand. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements? Although the Crimson Demon knew that Duanling Tian still had hidden means, he was still shocked when he saw the different external energies that surged out when Duanling Tian attacked. In the outer boundary, it was not uncommon for a person of such caliber to possess a divine tree of life, and it was also not uncommon for them to possess one divine element. However, it was unheard of for someone to possess all 5 divine elements. There were some people who possessed more than one divine element, forcing the divine elements to coexist. However, these people all came to a bad end and died prematurely. He had never heard of any supreme gods in the myriad worlds who possessed more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. Rumor had it that it had something to do with a curse from the 5 divine elements to prevent supreme powerhouses from controlling more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. How could he not be shocked now that he encountered an intermediate supreme god who easily mobilized the powers of all 5 divine elements? The 5 divine elements are all arrogant to their bones. Perhaps they might compromise and agree to coexist in the same host when they're weak, but it's inevitable that they would rebel once they became strong. After all, they can search for other powerful and even more suitable hosts in the myriad worlds. The Crimson Demon was rather knowledgeable about the 5 divine elements. He had a close friend who became a supreme powerhouse through one of the 5 divine elements. All of his 5 divine elements are at a high level, but they're willing to follow him and coexist peacefully. This means that they acknowledge him. What a monster! The Crimson Demon exclaimed inwardly. At the same time, he was also delighted. He did not expect to encounter such a monstrous prodigy. He was a true monster. I've not heard of anyone in the realm of supreme gods in the myriad worlds who possesses more than 2 divine elements in this generation. However, it's not unprecedented in the myriad worlds. Those people were acknowledged by the divine elements because the divine elements felt like there was no one stronger than their hosts. Indeed, Duanling Tian was one of a kind in the myriad worlds. He was a true monster who was acknowledged by all 5 divine elements. It's my lucky day. Perhaps he might be able to make my dream come true. The Crimson Demon's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked at Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, although the Centurions agreed that Duanling Tian was extraordinary, none of them thought Duanling Tian was a match for Wuxia. Perhaps he would be able to fight to a draw with Wuxia, but it was impossible for him to kill Wuxia. Their expressions changed like the weather as the battle progressed. Lightning bolts and sword rays clashed violently in the air. When Wuxia brandished and struck with his saber, it felt as though heaven and earth were going to split. The Centurions inhaled sharply. They knew very well they would not be able to withstand even one strike from Wuxia. But the purple-clad young man managed to block each and every strike from Wuxia with his sword at lightning speed. They began to whisper fervently among themselves. I can't believe he has 2 doppelgangers. Heavens! How did he become so strong? Did you notice yet? There are different energies lingering on his sword. They're obviously not his energies, but he's able to use them perfectly. What kind of energy is that? One of them is filled with vitality. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the vital energy from a divine tree of life. That monster has a divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life. It's said that if one possesses a complete divine tree of life, and the tree takes root in one's little world, one will definitely become a supreme powerhouse. It's not a surprise that a monster like him possesses a divine tree of life. I'm more curious about the other energy. It seemed like it belonged to a divine element, but something seems off. What do you mean? Instead of one kind of energy, it seemed more like 5 different kinds of energies from all 5 divine elements. However, how's that possible? Let alone 5. It's difficult enough for 2 divine elements to coexist peacefully in a host's body. Moreover, I don't think I've heard of any supreme god in the myriad worlds who possesses more than 2 divine elements. Meanwhile, Wuxia was shocked. He truly did not expect Duanling Tian to have more hidden means. He thought to himself in disbelief, impossible! How's he able to control the powers of all 5 divine elements? Unlike the Centurions, Wuxia knew very well that the energies belonged to the 5 divine elements. Moreover, he could also sense that the 5 divine elements were all at high levels. He knew that the 5 divine elements must have acknowledged Duanling Tian and felt that they could not find a stronger host than Duanling Tian. After living for tens of thousands of years, it was only natural that he was knowledgeable. He even possesses the divine tree of life. Initially, Wucang could still fight equally with Duanling Tian. Alas, as the battle dragged on, he greatly exhausted his strength while Duanling Tian continued to recover his energy effortlessly with the help of the divine tree of life. He knew he would not be able to keep up with Duanling Tian if the battle continued. Moreover, he was aware that Duanling Tian had yet to attack with all his might. After all, Duanling Tian's doppelgangers had yet to fully join forces with Duanling Tian. He knew without a doubt that he would die if the three of them joined forces. I can fight like this any longer. I should destroy his doppelgangers first. It'll affect him negatively, and I might even be able to kill him when he suffers the backlash from the destruction of his doppelgangers. With many years of combat experience, Wucang quickly came up with a new strategy. He did not carry out his plan immediately. Instead, he charged domineeringly toward Duanling Tian first. Swoosh! At this time, a saber ray descended from the sky and shot toward Duanling Tian. Wucang was confident he could turn the tide despite being in a disadvantageous position. He had managed to do so twice in his life when almost everyone thought he would die. Hence, he managed to keep his composure despite the unfavorable situation he was in at the moment. He'll definitely suffer the backlash if I destroy his doppelgangers. At that time, I'll be able to turn things around if I strike at the right time. I may even be able to kill him. Ha! You're still too green to be able to kill me, boy. Wucang charged at Duanling Tian domineeringly. Flames of fury danced in his eyes. He looked as though he had lost his mind in his desperate bid to win this battle. However, contrary to his appearance, he was in fact very calm. He was pretending to lose his cool to fool Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not doubt Wucang's act and thought that this was just Wucang's final struggle before dying. It seems like you have a death wish. I'm glad to grant you your wish. Duanling Tian did not know how strong the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had become. Hence, before he even mobilized their powers, he had summoned his doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space first. However, later, he discovered how strong the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had become. He found that he could fight Wucang without the help of his doppelgangers. I'll summon my doppelgangers back first. Otherwise, it'll take some time for them to recover if they're injured. At the end of his thoughts, Duanling Tian teleported and reappeared in front of one of his doppelgangers before summoning it back into his body. Then, he teleported to his second doppelganger and did the same thing. Upon seeing this, Wucang's expression changed drastically. How's this possible? Wucang shuddered inwardly as he thought to himself. Did he see through my strategy? That's impossible. His instincts are impeccable. Otherwise, why did he suddenly summon his doppelgangers back? After all, I'm attacking with all my might, but he still has the upper hand. Wucang fell into despair now that Duanling Tian foiled his plan. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was puzzled when he saw Wucang's reaction. However, after a moment, his eyes widened imperceptibly when a thought flashed in his mind. Did he plan to destroy my doppelgangers? Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. He did not expect that he would unintentionally prevent a disaster. Although he would not die from it, it was inevitable that he would suffer some injuries if Wucang carried out his plan. Meanwhile, the Crimson Demon looked at Duanling Tian in shock as he wondered inwardly. Is it sheer luck, or did he see through Wucang's plan? The Crimson Demon knew that Wucang would not lose his composure in the face of death. After all, Wucang had been his personal demon guard for many years. However, he did not realize Wucang's plan until he saw Wucang's reaction after Duanling Tian summoned his doppelgangers back. The doppelgangers are like a double-edged sword. If they're destroyed, the original body will suffer backlash to a certain degree for a short time. Although he's stronger than Wucang with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he's only a little stronger than Wucang. If Wucang manages to destroy even one of his doppelgangers, Wucang might have been able to turn things around as long as he strikes at the right time. The Crimson Demon suddenly felt reluctant to sacrifice Wucang. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and shifted his attention to Duanling Tian. Wuxia will be suspicious of me if I save him now, and he might spoil my plans in the future. Oh well, his life in exchange for a monstrous prodigy is definitely worth it. The Crimson Demon thought to himself, feeling more at ease. Meanwhile, the Centurions watched the battle in disbelief. They did not expect Wuxia, who was mighty in their eyes and almost invincible among advanced supreme gods, would be suppressed by an intermediate supreme god. A few of them could not help but speculate among themselves. Where did this monstrous intermediate supreme god come from? Is he a prodigy from one of the strongest worlds? The Centurions were not worried that Duanling Tian's formidable background would cause trouble to Crimson Demon Ridge. After all, the formation in Crimson Demon Ridge also cut off communication with the outside world. The Crimson Demon would never risk the safety of Crimson Demon Ridge. At this time, Duanling Tian looked at Wuxia and said nonchalantly, "Nice strategy. Unfortunately, you missed your chance. I'm going to fight you without my doppelgangers." Previously, Duanling Tian had used his law of space when he summoned his doppelgangers back. Now, he switched his law of space for the law of time before he attacked again. He charged toward Wuxia with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Wuxia hastily blocked Duanling Tian's attack. At this moment, after Duanling Tian foiled his plan, his fighting spirit had diminished by half. Dispirited, he could not withstand more than 10 blows from Duanling Tian and was eventually killed by Duanling Tian. Just like that, a top advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law of thunder to the perfect form perished. When Wuxia collapsed to the ground, lightning flashed in the sky above Crimson Demon Ridge and thunder resounded in the sky. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sky before crumbling as well. It was similar to the phenomenon that appeared on the God-defying world's realm battlefield when a supreme god died. In fact, the phenomenon in the God-defying world was an imitation of the phenomenon in the outer boundary, and it was more exaggerated. If a powerhouse like Wuxia died on the realm battlefield, the phenomenon would have been earth-shaking. On the contrary, in the outer boundary, only a dozen lightning bolts flashed in the sky when the huge figure appeared and collapsed. The phenomenon could only be seen from about 10 miles away. Lord Song is dead. The Centurions were in shock and disbelief as they watched the mighty Wuxia die before their eyes. At the same time, the 2 Centurions who fought Duanling Tian previously felt chills running up their spines. Fortunately, Duanling Tian had no intention of killing them earlier. Otherwise, they would definitely die. "Senior." Duanling Tian turned to look at the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, a supreme powerhouse, after killing Wuxia. Although he looked calm at the moment, in the depths of his heart, he was worried that the Crimson Demon would go back on his words. If the Crimson Demon went back on his words, everything he had done up until now would have been in vain. It had been a long time since Duanling Tian had felt so powerless. After becoming an intermediate supreme god and stabilizing his cultivation base, no matter how strong an advanced supreme god was, he was confident he would be able to escape even if he was not a match for the other party. However, today he met an existence much stronger than the most powerful advanced supreme god, a supreme powerhouse, an existence that stood at the peak of the myriad worlds. If the other party went back on his words, Duanling Tian knew there was nothing he could do and could only wait to be slaughtered. The master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse, saw through Duanling Tian's thoughts immediately. He smiled disdainfully and asked, "What? Are you afraid that I'll go back on my words?" "I don't dare," Duanling Tian said as he hurriedly shook his head. He naturally tried his best not to provoke the Crimson Demon. After all, who knew if his words could cause the Crimson Demon to go back on his words? At that time, it would be a disaster. At this time, he could only bow to the circumstances. If Duanling Tian was alone without any fetters, he would not have feared death. It was just like that during his previous life on Earth. At that time, who in heaven could make him lower his head? However, in this life, Duanling Tian had many people he cared about. He also had to survive to save his wife, Kuer. All his struggles over the past 1,000 years were to see Kuer again. Who knew that when they reunited, she would be unconscious. Moreover, if he did not save her in time, her soul would scatter. While Duanling Tian was in the Xia clan, He had also heard about Kur's struggles for the past 1,000 years from Xianxia. He had also heard many things outside the clan about the difficulties she faced. He naturally understood that all her struggles were for their future. Meanwhile, after seeing Duanling Tian lowering himself, the corners of the Crimson Demon's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. So what if he's a monstrous prodigy? In front of me, he still has to lower his head. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, "Rest assured, since I've given my word, I naturally won't go back on it. I won't keep you in Crimson Demon Ridge, nor will I turn you into one of my puppets. You can leave." As the Crimson Demon spoke, the formation which Wuxia activated previously disappeared, revealing a path. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian sighed in relief. Then, without wasting another moment, Duanling Tian cupped his fists together at the Crimson Demon and thanked the latter before he quickly cast the double teleportation profundity. He did not dare to stay for even a moment longer. Even after leaving Crimson Demon Ridge, Duanling Tian did not feel safe. He continued teleporting, not daring to stop at all. After all, if the other party changed his mind, the other party could still catch up to him. The most important thing now was for him to escape as far as possible so the other party would have difficulties catching up to him. In Crimson Demon Ridge, the Centurions exchanged a look of disbelief and confusion after they saw the Crimson Demon let Duanling Tian go. They wondered when he became so kind. "Deal with the matter here before you leave," the Crimson Demon said as he glanced at the few Centurions indifferently. Then, without saying another word, he vanished into thin air. "Yes, Lord Crimson Demon." The Centurions wore fearful expressions on their faces when they responded to the Crimson Demon. After he left, they turned to look at the battle-torn place. When their eyes landed on Wuxia's corpse, their expressions turned grim. Wuxia, the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, died just like that. Moreover, his death was orchestrated by the Crimson Demon himself. Wuxia was someone the Centurions looked up to. However, such a person in the Crimson Demon's eyes was an easily replaceable chess piece. They could only imagine what their position was like in the Crimson Demon's eyes. They were nothing more than insignificant pawns. Alas, there was nothing they could do. After all, they were the Crimson Demon's puppets. While cleaning up the wreckage, one of the Centurions asked through voice transmission, "What do you think? Is Lord Crimson Demon really so nice as to let that prodigy leave?" "I think that's highly unlikely. Lord Crimson Demon likely has a plan," another Centurion said. "Since a few years ago, Lord Crimson Demon has been looking for prodigies. He brought so many prodigies back. In the end, we didn't see them again. Who knows what happened to them?" "I'm afraid only Lord Crimson Demon has the answer to that question. It seems like Lord Crimson Demon doesn't really intend to let that prodigy go." "So you're saying that Lord Crimson Demon will go back on his word?" "I don't know for sure. After all, Lord Crimson Demon didn't go back on his words. He let that prodigy go and didn't turn him into a puppet. What the Lord does after that has nothing to do with his promise." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had escaped far away from Crimson Demon Ridge but still showed no signs of stopping, suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. His expression changed drastically. The person blocking his path was none other than the Crimson Demon, the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, a supreme powerhouse who was so powerful that he immediately put out Duanling Tian's fighting spirit. Duanling Tian did not turn around to flee. Instead, he continued to advance. He knew he had no chance of escaping faced with a supreme powerhouse like the Crimson Demon. Moreover, at this moment, he was not completely sure the Crimson Demon intended to go back on his words. After all, if the Crimson Demon intended to break his promise, the Crimson Demon could have done so back in Crimson Demon Ridge. In Duanling Tian's opinion, there was no reason for the Crimson Demon to put on a show in front of his puppets. When Duanling Tian came to a stop, he asked calmly, "Senior, what's the matter?" When the Crimson Demon saw Duanling Tian maintaining his composure, he smiled mockingly and said, "You're indeed quite courageous. Aren't you worried I came because I intend to break my promise?" Duanling Tian remained outwardly calm, but he sighed in relief inwardly. Based on the Crimson Demon's words, it seemed like the Crimson Demon was not going to break his promise. Then he replied, Senior, if you'd intended to break your promise, you would have done so back in Crimson Demon Ridge. There's no need for you to allow me to leave Crimson Demon Ridge in the first place. The Crimson Demon looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully as he said, You're right. I won't break my promise. However, you seem to have forgotten that I only promised not to turn you into a puppet and let you leave Crimson Demon Ridge. I didn't promise not to kill you. As soon as the Crimson Demon's voice fell, Duanling Tian felt a terrifying killing intent shrouding him from head to toe. It made him feel as though he was experiencing death. Upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was because he knew that the Crimson Demon would have killed him earlier if the Crimson Demon truly wanted him dead. At the same time, Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. He naturally noticed the loophole in the Crimson Demon's words earlier, but he did not dare to say anything. In the end, he inhaled deeply before he raised his head to look at the Crimson Demon and say solemnly, Senior, you could have killed me earlier as soon as I stepped foot out of Crimson Demon Ridge. May I ask what it is you need from me? I'll do my best to cooperate as long as it's within my capabilities. The Crimson Demon smiled. How courageous. You're right. I have no intention of killing you. I should say that killing you doesn't benefit me at all. I'm here for a different matter. Rest assured. I won't make you stay in Crimson Demon Ridge and turn you into my puppet. Duanling Tian continued to look at the Crimson Demon even though his heart was racing in his chest. There must be a catch, right, Senior? Duanling Tian asked. He naturally knew the Crimson Demon did not come to him just to tell him these things. That's right, the Crimson Demon said as he nodded. I want to send you to a place. If you're able to survive, you can consider it a fortuitous encounter. You can refuse me, but the consequence is death. Duanling Tian's expression changed upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words. He naturally knew the Crimson Demon must have a reason for doing this. He took a deep breath before he asked, Senior, may I know what kind of place you plan to send me to? What kind of fortuitous encounter is there? You'll find out when you're there, the Crimson Demon said unhurriedly. It's an independent realm outside of the outer boundary. Don't even think of escaping once you're there. If I catch you trying to break the spatial barrier there to escape, I won't hesitate to kill you immediately. I trust a smart person like you won't take such risks, right? Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Tell me, what's your decision? You'll have to choose between death and going to that independent realm, the Crimson Demon said. I'll go to the independent realm, Duanling Tian replied without any hesitation. The Crimson Demon smirked. Excellent choice. You're a true prodigy. As soon as his voice fell, the Crimson Demon raised his hand. Duanling Tian felt the void shaking before he was overwhelmed by an energy that stopped him from mobilizing his divine energy, making him feel helpless. The power of a supreme powerhouse far exceeded his expectations. He thought to himself, the Crimson Demon might not be an ordinary supreme powerhouse. This was Duanling Tian's final thought before he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Crimson Demon looked at the unconscious Duanling Tian, who was suspended in midair by his energy with bright eyes. He muttered to himself, I hope this boy will be able to survive my cultivation plan. He's the best candidate I found so far. Subsequently, the Crimson Demon brought Duanling Tian with him and vanished into thin air. After a while, the Crimson Demon arrived in a remote valley near the Crimson Demon Ridge. He waved his air and a spatial tear appeared in the void. Now go. Perhaps you're my last hope. The Crimson Demon murmured as he sent the unconscious Duanling Tian into the spatial tear. Although many years have passed, I refuse to just wait and die. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crimson Demon's body trembled slightly. He held his chest and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The blood was quickly dissipated by his divine energy. If Duanling Tian had witnessed this, he would have been able to tell that the supreme powerhouse was seriously injured internally. Under normal circumstances, this level of injury had to be inflicted by a supreme powerhouse more powerful than the Crimson Demon or by a few supreme powerhouses on par with the Crimson Demon. There was also a possibility that the injury was caused by another reason. Perhaps the Crimson Demon was injured in a highly dangerous place outside of the outer boundary, or perhaps the Crimson Demon was injured by the time heavenly tribulation that happened once every 10,000 years. It was similar to the heavenly tribulations that cultivators under the realm of supreme powerhouses had to go through once every 1,000 years. Even supreme powerhouses could not avoid the heavenly tribulation. Needless to say, similar to the heavenly tribulation, the time heavenly tribulation would only get increasingly strong. Although supreme powerhouses were powerful, they would eventually succumb to the heavenly tribulation with the passage of time. No one knew the origins of the heavenly tribulation. They only knew it was unavoidable. In the God-defying world, all cultivators knew that they would have to undergo the heavenly tribulation after reaching a certain level. Many cultivators tried to escape the heavenly tribulation by fleeing to the lower realms. However, they all discovered that it was futile. They could not avoid the heavenly tribulation at all. Moreover, the strength of natives of realms of gods would be suppressed in the lower realms, lowering their chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation. With this, they stopped trying to escape to the lower realms. When Duan Ling Tian regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate mountain range. It was extremely quiet, and there were no signs of life at all. Duan Ling Tian staggered slightly after rising to his feet. Where am I? The heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than the outer boundary. According to the Crimson Demon, this is an independent realm outside of the outer boundary and that there are fortuitous encounters here. There's no doubt that this place is dangerous. I have to learn more about this place before searching for fortuitous encounters. There must be a catch somewhere. It's impossible for him to have no hidden motive for sending me here. Although this place might benefit me, there's no doubt it'll benefit him as well. Is he planning to use me to obtain some treasure here? Perhaps supreme powerhouses can't enter this place. Well, as long as I'm able to preserve my life, he can have whatever he wants. I have no choice but to become his errand boy since I'm no match for him. This is how the world is. Is this karma? Back on the realm battlefield, everyone had no choice but to follow my orders since they were no match for me. Duan Ling Tian was certain that the Crimson Demon wanted something from this place. He did not care about that. What he cared about was his life. I hope the Crimson Demon will stop pestering me after he gets what he wants. I hope he'll let me go. Duan Ling Tian kept his spirits high despite feeling a little uneasy. He flew into the air and surveyed his surroundings before he wandered aimlessly, searching for signs of human activities. However, as time passed, he still did not see any signs of life after traveling for 10,000 miles. He did not even see a single plant in this desolate independent realm. Exactly what kind of place is this? Panic began to creep in after Duan Ling Tian failed to find any signs of life in this unknown independent realm after wandering for a period of time. Is this place uninhabitable? However, what's the point of him sending me here if there's nothing here? Duan Ling Tian did not think that the Crimson Demon would send him here for no reason. It was impossible for the Crimson Demon to waste his time and energy sending him here just for entertainment. I'll find the end of this independent realm. After making up his mind, Duan Ling Tian continued to move again. Unknowingly, days turned into months and months turned into years during Duan Ling Tian's journey to find the end of the independent realm. When will I reach the end of this independent realm? Why do I feel like I'm back at the same place I started? Is this independent realm a sphere like Earth? In just a blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian came to this independent realm. During this time, he still failed to sign any signs of life. Occasionally, thoughts of escaping from the independent realm would appear in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them when he recalled the Crimson Demon's warning. He did not doubt that the Crimson Demon would kill him immediately if he attempted to escape. I'll have to soldier on. 6 years were nothing, and it could not wear down Duan Ling Tian's mind and determination. After a while, Duan Ling Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks when something dawned on him. His eyes brightened as he muttered to himself, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. It's impossible for my divine energy to remain stagnant after 6 years. It's normal for ordinary intermediate supreme gods to not have any changes in their divine energy. But I'm different. I'm a little over 1,000 years old, so 6 years can be considered a long time to me. Even if I didn't cultivate, I should still make some progress in my cultivation. However, after 6 years, my cultivation base didn't move at all. This means that either this independent realm suppresses my cultivation base or the 6 years I spent here is just an illusion. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is even richer than that of the outer boundary, and I'm able to absorb it. This only means that the 6 years I spent here are just an illusion. If so, not much time must have passed in reality. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened further at the end of his thoughts. He released his divine energy as he flew into the sky. Then he brought the 7 orifices exquisite sword out and brought it down. Slash! With just a thought, countless 7-colored sword rays shot out off the tip of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and slashed at the void. In just a moment, the void cracked as the illusion broke. Following that, Duanling Tian heard the sounds of exclamations. Heavens! This kid only spent 6 years in the illusion. 6 years? Are you joking? I was lost in the illusion for at least 100 years, and that was considered a short time. Before he broke the record, the shortest time someone spent in the illusory realm was 39 years, right? 39 years? That person was the first person to be sent here, so we don't know if he's telling the truth. You're right. However, he's really quite strong. The person in second place, who spent 55 years in the illusory realm, couldn't beat him until now. Isn't it normal for him to be stronger since he's much older? After all, among all of us, he's the only one above 10,000 years of age. After shattering the illusion, Duanling Tian's vision went dark briefly. When he returned to his senses, he discovered himself hovering in midair and shrouded by a glowing spherical barrier. He saw a mountain in the near distance. There was a stone platform at the peak of the mountain, and a group of men was gathered on the stone platform. After a quick look, he discovered that the men were very young based on the myriad world standards. They're under the age of 10,000 years old. Suddenly, the spherical barrier around Duanling Tian disappeared and he began to plummet to the ground. He reacted quickly and hastily mobilized his divine energy to break the fall. At the same time, he sensed several different energies streaking toward him from the stone platform. They were the divine consciousness of a few men on the stone platform, advanced supreme gods, and a few intermediate supreme gods. Duanling Tian thought to himself after sensing the energies. He also found that the intermediate supreme gods had all stabilized their cultivation bases like him. Where am I? Duanling Tian was confused. Everything in the independent realm was out of his expectations. Is this also another illusion? Duanling Tian did not waste time. He soared high into the sky and extended his divine consciousness as he wielded the 7 orifices exquisite sword again. Swoosh! 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 Sword rays shot out in all directions as Duanling Tian tried to break what he thought was another illusion. However, this time nothing happened. At the same time, a few men laughed upon seeing this. I was just like him in the past. I thought this was an illusion as well. It's been a long time since we had a newbie in this place. I was just as foolish as him in the past. How nostalgic. His comprehension of the law of space is shockingly profound even though he's just an intermediate supreme god. It's close to the perfect form. Has anyone sensed his age? He seems to be younger than all of us. To be precise, he's not even 2,000 years old. Not even 2,000 years old? Are you sure? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was shocked and confused when he overheard the men's conversation. If he was not in another illusion, were they sent here just like him? After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian cupped his fists together at the group of men and asked, "Gentlemen, may I ask who sent you to this place?" Following that, an aloof young man dressed in black robes replied, "Who else could it be? We're being held captive by that Crimson Demon from the Crimson Demon Ridge. Brother, you were captured by the Crimson Demon as well, weren't you? This means that your innate talent is good and you're a prodigy," one of the men said to Duanling Tian with a smile. "The Crimson Demon wouldn't bother with you if you're not a prodigy. What a pity. Even prodigies won't be able to do anything here. We're all in the same boat. I was acknowledged as one of the top 3 strongest young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in my world, and I come from one of the strongest second-tier worlds. You came at a bad time. The Crimson Demon has been targeting us more and more frequently in recent times. If I'm not mistaken, his time must be almost up." Then one of the men said to another man, "Apart from the Chosen One, do you think he'll release the others?" "I don't think so." "Well, there's one way to preserve your life, and that is to become his puppet." Duan Tian was shocked when he heard the men say that they were top prodigies below the age of 10,000 and that they were all captured by the Crimson Demon. What exactly does the Crimson Demon want? Did he really send me here to find some fortuitous encounter on his behalf? Duan Tian began to question his own speculations about the Crimson Demon's motives after listening to the men trapped here. He cupped his fist slightly at the men again before he asked, "Gentlemen, do you know why the Crimson Demon sent us here?" Based on the men's conversation, it seemed like they had figured out the Crimson Demon's true motives. Alas, most of them ignored Duan Tian's question and sighed, walking away. "He's just another unlucky person. We're all unlucky to be trapped here." However, a few men stayed behind and looked at Duan Tian curiously. Most of the prodigies captured by the Crimson Demon were advanced supreme gods. The few intermediate supreme gods were on par with ordinary advanced supreme gods. The youngest among them were below the age of 5,000, so they were shocked when they discovered that Duan Tian might not even be 2,000 years old. Just like many things, cultivation was difficult in the beginning. Even if one became an intermediate supreme god or an advanced supreme god before reaching 5,000 years old, it did not mean one could enter the realm of supreme gods before the age of 2,000 years old. After a moment, an average-looking young man dressed in a green long robe stepped forward. He looked at Duan Tian, who was still hovering in the air, and said, "We're currently in the Crimson Demon's little world." He didn't reveal his plan to us, but many people speculated that he's searching for a new body. "A new body?" Duan Tian's eyes widened in shock. "You're saying he's planning to possess one of our bodies?" The young man nodded. "That's right. Even supreme powerhouses have to go through heavenly tribulations once every 10,000 years. Some of our ancestors who are supreme powerhouses know about the Crimson Demon. According to them, the Crimson Demon is just a mediocre supreme powerhouse, and he's very old now. It's possible that he was seriously injured during his last heavenly tribulation. As such, it's not surprising that he's willing to do anything to prolong his life." Duan Tian frowned slightly. "Based on my knowledge, even if he possesses a new body, his soul will still be the same. Under such circumstances, he still has to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the stronger his soul is, the more difficult it'll be for him to adapt to a new body. It'll take at least a few thousand to 10,000 years for a supreme powerhouse to adapt to a new body, right?" Duan Tian had some basic knowledge, after all. Moreover, it was not unheard of for cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses to possess another person's body. Even after possessing a body, those people were still unable to avoid the heavenly tribulation that occurred every 10,000 years. As such, it was not surprising if supreme powerhouses had the means to avoid the heavenly tribulation and live forever. It was not difficult for supreme powerhouses to possess a new body, after all. It's common knowledge that ordinary supreme powerhouses aren't capable of avoiding the heavenly tribulation. The green-clad young man shook his head and said, "However, according to some people, there are a few clans in the myriad worlds that possess bloodline powers that can transform their souls and allow them to retain their memories after possessing a new body." Duan Tian's expression changed as soon as he heard the green-clad young man's words. These clans would be invincible if all their supreme powerhouses could live forever. After all, if those supreme powerhouses could live forever, they would only grow stronger with the passage of time. The green-clad young man continued to say, "However, despite those clans' heaven-defying bloodline powers, they only have one chance. Apart from that, the process is extremely dangerous and the requirements for the new body are extremely high as well. Generally, the younger and stronger the body is, the better it'll be. For example, if a supreme powerhouse had to choose between an intermediate supreme god below the age of 2,000 years old or a rudimentary supreme god who's 1,000 years old, his success rate would be higher if he chose the latter." After a beat, the green-clad young man looked at Duan Tian and asked hesitantly, "Are you really under 2,000 years old?" The green-clad young man could sense through his divine consciousness that Duanling Tian was very young, but he could not sense Duanling Tian's exact age. When Duanling Tian nodded in response to his question, his eyes widened in shock before he said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid that you're now the Crimson Demon's target if he's really from a clan that possesses those heaven-defying bloodline powers. We're not 100% certain, but most of us believe he indeed possesses such a bloodline power. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for him to keep us here and kill some of us once in a while. It doesn't make sense for him to go through so much trouble just to capture us. After all, the Crimson Demon will be in trouble if our ancestors learn about this." Duanling Tian was greatly enlightened after listening to the green-clad young man. He agreed with the green-clad young man. It was likely that he was now targeted by the Crimson Demon and that the Crimson Demon intended to possess his body. It was likely the Crimson Demon sent him here to test his capabilities. If they're right about the Crimson Demon needing a young and strong body to fulfill the high requirements, he could have summoned me back now. Why is he still keeping me in his little world? After a moment, Duanling Tian concluded that Crimson Demon kept all the prodigies here so they could fight each other for survival. Then the last one standing would then be possessed by the Crimson Demon. I was wrong. The Crimson Demon lied about the fortuitous encounter. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh after realizing the precarious situation he was in. Even if he survived and the Crimson Demon failed to possess his body, his own soul would be inevitably injured. I didn't expect to be in such deep trouble not long after coming to the outer boundary. Why do I have to wander into the Crimson Demon Ridge after leaving the sea? Duanling Tian lamented his luck inwardly. If he had taken a different route, he would not have been targeted by the Crimson Demon. At this moment, the green-clad young man asked, "My name is Wang Yuan. How should I address you?" Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian replied without hesitation after he regained his senses. After all, the green-clad young man left a good impression on him. "Brother Duan, let me introduce you to," Wang Yuan said with a smile, as he turned back to look at the few prodigies standing who stayed back. "This is Su Su Dong. This is Na Pa. This is Kulu Air." The prodigies whom Wang Yuan introduced to Duanling Tian were all advanced supreme gods, including Wang Yuan himself. They were all relatively young and seemed familiar with Wang Yuan. They quickly got along with Duanling Tian. All of them admired Duanling Tian's ability of becoming an intermediate supreme god and stabilizing his cultivation base before reaching 2,000 years old. Although all of us here are prodigies from the myriad worlds, none of our cultivation speed is comparable to yours, Napa said. He was a wickedly handsome young man dressed in a long gray robe and he had long azure hair. His hair fluttered in the wind like tiny serpents. According to Wang Yuan, Napa was from the sun-bright world, one of the top worlds of the myriad worlds. However, the force he belonged to was a second-tier force in the sun-bright world. It was similar to a heavyweight supreme rank force in the god-defying world. However, even a second-tier force in the sun-bright world had a supreme powerhouse. A second-tier force with a supreme powerhouse? Duanling Tian was inwardly shocked upon hearing Wang Yuan's words. Then, he asked Na Pa. This means that first-tier forces in the sun-bright world have more than one supreme powerhouse, right? Na Pa smiled brightly and proudly before he said, "Of course! There are at least 3 supreme powerhouses in a first-tier force. Some of them are even among the strongest supreme powerhouses. Not only that, but some second-tier forces even have 2 supreme powerhouses. The sun-bright world was one of the strongest worlds in the myriad worlds. It was not surprising that natives of the sun-bright world felt a sense of superiority, especially when they were with natives of other worlds in the outer boundary. After all, there were very few strong worlds in the myriad worlds." At this moment, Su Su Dong, a young man dressed in a long gray robe, said teasingly to Na Pa, "So what if you come from the sun-bright world? In the end, you're still captured by the Crimson Demon, right?" Na Pa's smile vanished immediately, and he fell silent upon hearing Su Su Dong's words. The expressions on Wang Yuan and the other 3 prodigies' faces turned grim as well. Duanling Tian could naturally sense the heavy atmosphere brought about by Su Su Dong's words. Finally, Kulu Air, a bald middle-aged man who was dressed in a loose black robe, looked at Su Su Dong and said, clearly displeased, "Su Su Dong, we're all in the same boat. There's no need for such words. Aren't you also captured by the Crimson Demon? Su Sudong smiled and replied, Kulu Air. I know we're in the same boat. It's likely we'll all die here. I've come to accept my fate. However, it seems like all of you are still holding hope of surviving. Many people tried to escape from this place in the past. Have you forgotten what happened to them? The smile on his face vanished as he continued to say, when they tried to break through the spatial barrier, the Crimson Demon caught them and tortured their souls in the most brutal manner in front of all of us. All of them suffered pain beyond our imaginations and died a slow death. I still remember the images vividly as though it just happened yesterday. After Su Sudong finished speaking, a smile of despair appeared on his face. Silence descended immediately following Su Sudong's words. After a few moments, Su Sudong, Kulu Air, and Na Pa turned around and left, leaving Wang Yuan and Duan Ling Tian alone. Brother Ling Tian, Wang Yuan said with a smile, although it's unfortunate that we met in such a place, our meeting is fated. Let me show you around since you're new here. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian replied. He knew nothing about this little world compared to Wang Yuan and the others, so he was eager to learn more about this place where the Crimson Demon held the young prodigies captive. Although the chances were slim, he still wanted to look for a way to escape. He could sense Wang Yuan and the others' despair, but he had no intention of doing nothing and waiting for death. It was not in his character to give up. After leaving the stone platform, Duan Ling Tian learned from Wang Yuan that those captured by the Crimson Demon would appear in the little world on the stone platform. Whenever a newcomer appeared, the commotion would catch the attention of the other prodigies. Some of them would come to watch the show, but many of them were not interested or were in closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Yuan and asked, I heard someone said earlier that a few prodigies would die every once in a while? Wang Yuan revealed a hopeless smile on his face before he replied with a nod. That's right. To be honest, I barely survived previously. I was lucky to have survived. In any case, it's obvious that I don't meet the Crimson Demon standards. Perhaps it won't be long before I die during his next game. Game? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Wang Yuan nodded. Every once in a while, the Crimson Demon will throw us into a dangerous secret realm. We have to pass a series of challenges in the secret realm. If you die there, that's it. When I first arrived, there were 139 prodigies. Now, there are only 32 of us left, including you. After listening to Wang Yuan, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that the Crimson Demon was culling the prodigies by sending them to a secret realm in his little world to test their strength, weeding out the weaker ones. Wang Yuan sighed. Perhaps this will only come to an end when only one of us is left standing. If everyone's speculations are right, the last one standing will be possessed by the Crimson Demon. If that's the case, it doesn't matter at all if we die or survive. Although we don't show, most of us have already come to terms with the fact that we won't be able to leave this place alive. Su Sudong's words only reminded us of the sad reality of our situation. Duan Ling Tian could hear the despair in Wang Yuan's voice, and he could empathize with Wang Yuan and the others. He would have felt the same if he were in their shoes. The weakest among us are intermediate supreme gods. If ordinary people were here, they might have already committed suicide, Wang Yuan said. Brother Ling Tian, you'll have to find a cultivation ground for yourself here. I carved out a cave in one of the mountains here. Since everyone's in the same boat, no one will look for trouble with you as long as you don't provoke them. The top advanced supreme gods here, in particular, keep to themselves. They can't be bothered with anything and are only focused on breaking through to become a supreme powerhouse. Unless we're brought to a secret realm by the Crimson Demon, they rarely appear. Thanks to Wang Yuan, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the prodigies that were captured by the Crimson Demon. The oldest among them was a top advanced supremer god who was slightly over 10,000 years old. A top advanced supreme god who's slightly over 10,000 years old and close to becoming a supreme powerhouse would be a prominent figure in the god-defying world. Alas, such a person is still trapped in this little world, and he faces the threat of death every day. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, were those who tried to escape top advanced supreme gods? Wang Yuan said with a wry smile, do you think they'd be ordinary if they had the courage to try and escape from the Crimson Demon? Obviously, all of them were top advanced supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled as the reality of being trapped in a terrifying and hopeless situation hit him. Duan Ling Tian further understood the dangers he would face in this place after speaking to Wang Yuan. Even top advanced supreme gods could not escape from this place. Those top advanced supreme gods who tried to escape were all caught and tortured to death in front of everyone by the Crimson Demon. If this is the Crimson Demon's little world, he'll know about everything that happens here even if the little world isn't in his body. Unless I become a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible to escape from this place. In the end, Duan Ling Tian found a place near Wang Yuan's cultivation ground and made it his cultivation ground. As he looked at Wang Yuan's retreating back, his expression was grim. With his strength and the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he was not weaker than the average top advanced supreme gods. However, it was useless since even top advanced supreme gods could not escape from this place. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if he could truly escape from this place. In the beginning, he was rather hopeful, but at this moment he could not help but despair. After entering the cave he carved out, Duan Ling Tian threw out a formation compass to isolate the cave before he sat down cross-legged and opened his little world to speak to the world-cleansing divine water, the most knowledgeable one of the 5 divine elements. Sister Water, is there any way for me to escape? The world-cleansing divine water used to reside in the divine tree of life in his little world. She had spent a long time with the divine tree of life, and they were like inseparable partners. According to the world-cleansing divine water, when she first started living in the divine tree of life before it was obtained by a supreme powerhouse. At that time, the supreme powerhouse was yet a supreme powerhouse when he obtained the divine tree of life. He only became a supreme powerhouse later on after he obtained the divine tree of life and obtained its help. As such, the world-cleansing divine water witnessed his entire journey of becoming a supreme powerhouse. In terms of judgment and knowledge, the other 4 divine elements could not compare to the world-cleansing divine water at all. It was for this reason that the other 4 divine elements treated her like their leader even if their strength now was not inferior to hers. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, the world-cleansing divine water mulled over his words for a moment before she said, "Their speculations are likely correct. The Crimson Demon is likely from one of the clans they spoke about. He should be able to change his soul and possess a body to escape the heavenly tribulation that happens once every 10,000 years. However, the success rate is extremely low. The body he possesses has to be very strong and meet strict requirements. The requirements are different from clan to clan. There are quite a few clans in the myriad worlds capable of such a feat, and I know about them. Hence, I know the requirements for each clan are different. They depend on the clan's bloodline powers and traits." The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before she continued to say, "It's not hard to see that he imprisoned everyone here and tested their strength in a secret realm to find a new body. The last one standing will be his chosen one. However, the requirements can't be based on just innate talent alone. Otherwise, he would have directly chosen you." The world-cleansing divine water shared similar thoughts with Duan Ling Tian. If it was based on talent alone, there was no need for the Crimson Demon to imprison him here. However, since the Crimson Demon placed him here with the other prodigies, it meant that the Crimson Demon currently viewed him and the other prodigies equally, and they were all still candidates to be selected. "Sister, is there a way to escape without alerting him?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. What he wanted to do most now was to escape from this place and the Crimson Demon's control. "It'll be very difficult," the world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh. "Even if a supreme powerhouse's little world isn't in his body, he still has a close connection to it. He can easily monitor everything in his little world. The problem is there are too few people here. For example, the God-defying world, the little world of a supreme powerhouse, is filled with many people. As such, the supreme powerhouse could not keep an eye on everyone. On the contrary, with how few people here, it'll be easy for the Crimson Demon to keep an eye on everyone." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, the spark of hope that appeared in Duan Ling Tian's heart was quickly extinguished. He muttered, "Things really aren't simple. However, I said it's very difficult, not impossible," the world-cleansing divine water said, reigniting Duan Ling Tian's hope. "If this is truly the Crimson Demon's little world, there must be a divine tree of life in here. Unlike supreme powerhouses, Most people don't have a divine tree of life in their little worlds. On the contrary, all supreme powerhouses have a divine tree of life in their respective little worlds. For supreme powerhouses who didn't have a divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, once they became a supreme powerhouse, the seed of the divine tree of life will appear in their little worlds. It'll spring from the ground and grow at a rapid speed, the cleansing divine water said. Sister Water, since you mentioned the divine tree of life, could it be that you want to target his divine tree of life? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He could vaguely hear the implications behind the world-cleansing divine water's words. Yes, the world-cleansing divine water replied. We should start with targeting the divine tree of life in his little world. We can only hope his divine tree of life has yet to fully mature. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for us to target it. If it has matured, unless it's damaged, it's impossible for us to target it and leave this place. Then, as though she had just recalled something, the world-cleansing divine water sighed and said, if he's looking for a new body because he doesn't think he can survive his next heavenly tribulation, it means that he's very old and must have been a supreme powerhouse for a long time now. This means that it's impossible that his divine tree of life has yet to mature. We can only hope his divine tree of life is damaged when he underwent his previous heavenly tribulation. The more damaged his divine tree of life is, the better it'll be for you. Even then, I'm not completely confident about the success rate of this plan. Even if his divine tree of life is severely damaged, you only have, at most, a 50% success rate. Before he reacts, you have to seize the chance and leave his little world. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard these words. After a while, his eyes shone with determination, and he said through gritted teeth, a 50% chance isn't bad. It's a lot better than not having a chance at all. Sister Water, tell me what I should do next. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had lost all hope of escaping. However, the world-cleansing divine water's words undoubtedly reignited his hope. Under normal circumstances, it was an impossible task for Duan Ling Tian to escape unnoticed by the supreme powerhouse whose little world he was in unless he was a supreme powerhouse. He had not even broken into the realm of advanced supreme gods. How could he become a supreme powerhouse so quickly? He could not afford to wait until he became a supreme powerhouse before he escaped. At that time, who knew if the Crimson Demon would have already possessed him? Not only that, but what he died during one of the challenges in the secret realm used to test the strength of the prodigies the Crimson Demon captured. The challenges in the secret realms the Crimson Demon created for those of us he imprisoned are clearly more than to test just our strength, talent, and comprehension skills. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well after listening to Wang Yuan and the world-cleansing divine water. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer felt bleak like before after listening to the world-cleansing divine water. A wry smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, I didn't expect to face such a calamity so soon after coming to the outer boundary. Even with Sister Water's idea, I only have a 50% chance to survive. Forget it, I'll face it as it comes. I'll try to improve my strength as much as I can. Even if I become an advanced supreme god now, I still won't be a match for the Crimson Demon. However, it'll increase my chances of survival when the Crimson Demon throws me into a secret realm. But then again, who knows if the challenges test one's strength. In any case, being stronger will give an advantage in most situations. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate, absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain in his body to boost his cultivation. The divine fountain was far superior to any divine pills he could take. After soaking in the pool of divine fountain, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the divine pills he owned that were useful to him were no longer of use to him. His body seemed to have developed immunity against the divine pills. In the end, he could only give up on taking the divine pills. So what if I'm a skilled alchemist? Currently, even ordinary supreme-grade divine pills can't help my cultivation. Perhaps only boundary pills from the outer boundary are effective on me. The boundary pill could only be refined by alchemists who were supreme powerhouses. In fact, only highly skilled supreme alchemists could refine the boundary pill. It was a supreme-grade divine pill. The boundary pill was useful even to supreme powerhouses. As such, it was a rare treasure for supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the boundary pill when he was in the god-defying world. Unsurprisingly, the boundary pill was rare in not only the god-defying world but the myriad worlds as well. It was as rare as a phoenix feather. Unless a supreme powerhouse was involved, a bloodbath would occur whenever a boundary pill was found. In the god-defying world, there's no supreme powerhouse capable of refining the boundary pill. Apart from that, the boundary pills that appeared in the god-defying world were only common boundary pills. Even then, they were incredibly rare treasures in the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian had heard about this from a descendant of a supreme powerhouse while he was in the base camp in the chaotic region of the god-defying world's realm battlefield. According to the other party, even the supreme powerhouse from his force only managed to obtain 5 boundary pills in his entire life. 3 of the pills were obtained at a great price from supreme powerhouses from other places in the outer boundary. Perhaps the pills I refine will only be effective on me once I become a supreme powerhouse. It doesn't matter. During this time, all I need to do is devote myself to cultivating. There's no need to think about alchemy. Duan Ling Tian's heart gradually calmed down with this thought in mind, and he continued to focus on cultivating. During this time, he lost track of time and forgot about his current situation as he cultivated. With the help of the divine fountain, his cultivation continued to improve at an exaggerated speed, and he was drawing closer and closer to the realm of advanced supreme gods. Crimson Demon Ridge. On a small island suspended high up in the clouds, amidst mountains and clear rivers, stood a magnificent mansion. In the front yard of the mansion, the Crimson Demon, who was sitting silently on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes that were shining brightly. Divine fountain? Moreover, it seems like he has a huge amount of liquid from it. A hint of surprise could be seen in the Crimson Demon's eyes at this moment. Although the Crimson Demon's little world was not in his body at this moment, he was still closely connected to it. It was easy for him to monitor everything in his little world. After sending Duan Ling Tian, who was an intermediate supreme god capable of killing advanced supreme gods, into his little world, all of the Crimson Demon's attention had been on him. If it were up to the Crimson Demon, he would have directly chosen Duan Ling Tian and possessed Duan Ling Tian's body. Alas, it was not up to him to decide the body to possess. He had to follow the ancestral precepts of his clan when choosing a body to possess. This was to increase the success rate of his possession. The best candidate is someone compatible with me. The compatibility doesn't just depend on strength and talent. However, I hope he's the one. From what I can see, he still has a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain in his body. If I can possess him, the liquid from the divine fountain will naturally be mine. At that time, it'll be faster for me to re-enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. The Crimson Demon's eyes shone feverishly as he muttered to himself. Even if he's not chosen in the end, I have to find a way to obtain the liquid from the divine fountain from him. After all, it'll be extremely useful. Even the Crimson Demon, who was a supreme powerhouse, was tempted by the divine fountain. If he did not plan to possess a new body, he would not have been interested in the divine fountain. However, since he planned to possess a new body, the divine fountain would help him quickly raise his cultivation base after the possession was complete. Alas, I have to be patient. Although the Crimson Demon was a supreme powerhouse, he was still incapable of opening someone else's spatial rings, since most spatial rings would self-destruct. If he acted rashly and the spatial ring self-destructed, everything in the spatial ring would be lost in space. Finding something in space was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that his every move was being watched by the Crimson Demon. He naturally was also unaware that not only did the Crimson Demon discover the liquid from the divine fountain, but the Crimson Demon was also scheming for the liquid from the divine fountain. Duan Ling Tian was so focused on cultivating that he lost track of time completely. He did not even use his divine consciousness to monitor his surroundings. He only left a small opening in Little World so the 5 divine elements could protect him. With the help of the divine fountain, the 5 divine elements had recovered significantly. They could now protect Duan Ling Tian while they continued to recover. Although he was in a precarious situation, none of them had any complaints. After all, it was difficult for them to have a better future if they left Duan Ling Tian. If he managed to grow stronger, escape from this place, and became a supreme powerhouse in the future, their future would be very bright. If they switched to another host, not only was there no guarantee the other party might become a supreme powerhouse, but the other party might not trust them as well. Even if the other party was highly talented and could become a supreme powerhouse, there was also a chance the other party could die prematurely. In the five divine elements' eyes, Duanling Tian was extremely lucky. They had witnessed his growth, and all of them were certain he would become a supreme powerhouse. He was undoubtedly the best host they could find. Duanling Tian was also aware of the five divine elements' thoughts, so he felt rest assured and left them to guard him. Moreover, in this place, the five divine elements only needed to protect him from the other prodigies. If the Crimson Demon, who was a supreme powerhouse, attacked him, he would not be able to defend himself even if he was not cultivating, let alone five divine elements. The divine fountain is truly miraculous. My soul feels refreshed, and I seem to perceive the world in a different way now. Although it was easy for me to perceive heaven and earth spirit energy in the past, it's even easier now. Duanling Tian, who was cultivating, felt as though he was one with the heaven and earth spirit energy. He discovered that he could easily absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but the liquid from the divine fountain was also emitting an energy similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy. As that energy grew stronger, his cultivation speed increased again. While Duanling Tian was focused on cultivating, he was suddenly awakened by a voice that seemed to reverberate in his soul. Everyone, prepare yourselves. After 3 months, you'll enter a secret realm. It's the same as before. All those who refuse to enter the secret realm, I hope all of you don't make a mistake. Duanling Tian naturally recognized the voice that interrupted his cultivation. It was the voice of the Crimson Demon, the owner of the Crimson Demon Ridge who imprisoned him here. Duanling Tian's expression was solemn at this moment. His heart, which had calmed down, began to grow restless again. He was like an ant in front of the Crimson Demon, who was a supreme powerhouse. As such, how could he dare to refuse to enter the secret realm when ordered by the Crimson Demon? I don't know when I'll become a supreme powerhouse. Currently, even if I find that supreme powerhouse from a soul clan who merged with Yun Qingyan, there's nothing I can do since I'm no match for him. How can I force him to release Kuo's soul? When Duanling Tian thought about this, his eyes shone with determination. His desire to grow stronger intensified. After calming down, Duanling Tian continued to cultivate. At this time, in the Crimson Demon's little world, the other prodigies were not as calm as Duanling Tian was. A young man walked out of his cultivation ground and met up with the other prodigies. He said with a bitter and helpless smile on his face, "The Crimson Demon is going to open another secret realm again, this time among the 31 of us. I don't know how many will survive." "No, there are now 32 of us," another young man said as he shook his head. 2 years ago, a newcomer came. He's an intermediate supreme god. He was only seen when he first appeared. I haven't seen him since. He's quite patient and calm. Indeed, the other prodigies agreed with these words. He might have been calm before, but I'm not sure he'll be able to keep calm now. I know where his cultivation ground is. Let's make a bet. I bet that he'll come out soon. I won't bet with you on this. The possibility of losing is high. In the end, only one young man took the bet. The result came quickly as well. The person who initiated the bet lost. Even a few days after the Crimson Demon's announcement about the secret realm, no one saw Duanling Tian coming out of his cultivation ground. He's really calm. Although the person lost the bet, he did not have any complaints. However, he really did not expect that a newcomer who was only an intermediate supreme god was able to maintain his composure for so long. There were still many people who were still injured from their last visit to a secret realm and had yet to recover. As such, when they learned that they would have to enter another secret realm in 3 months, their hearts sank. There was no doubt that their trip to the secret realm would be even more dangerous now that they were injured. At this time, Wang Yuan, the person whom Duanling Tian was most familiar with in this place, walked out of his cultivation ground with a grim expression on his face. I didn't expect him to open a secret realm again so soon. The last time he opened a secret realm was 9 years ago. When there were no newcomers, he only opened a secret realm once every 20 years. Even when someone new came, he would only open a secret realm once every 10 years. Brother Ling Tian has only been here for a few years. but he's already going to open a secret realm. What's wrong? Is he growing impatient to find a body to possess? I thought Brother Ling Tian's arrival will delay the opening of another secret realm for another few years. Who knew it'll be the other way around? Wang Yiyuan was understandably upset. Perhaps, if Duan Ling Tian did not come, the Crimson Demon would only open a secret realm 7 years later at least. Based on past patterns, instead of once every 20 years, the Crimson Demon would open a secret realm once every 10 years. Wang Yiyuan thought he would have more time to heal his injuries before the secret realm opened again. He did not expect that it would be brought forward. I'll definitely die in the secret realm this time, Wang Yiyuan thought to himself, feeling worried. Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, while Wang Yiyuan was still depressed, a young man with a dark expression on his face flew over from the distance and asked, "How much of your injuries did you recover?" Wang Yiyuan looked at the young man and shook his head. "What about you?" Similar to Wang Yiyuan, the young man was seriously injured during the last trip in the secret realm. The young man's expression was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "I've only recovered about 60% to 70% of my injuries. If the secret realm opens as usual, I'm sure I would have healed my injuries completely at that time. I really didn't expect the Crimson Demon to open a secret realm ahead of schedule. It's all that newcomer's fault." The young man clearly resented Duan Ling Tian. Wang Yuan shook his head and said, "You can't say that. It might not have anything to do with him. Even if it really has something to do with him, it's all the Crimson Demon's decision. Moreover, we don't know for sure. Perhaps, the Crimson Demon has long planned to open the secret realm in advance." Wang Yuan's attitude was very different from that of the young man. The young man glanced at Wang Yuan and said tonelessly, "Wang Yuan, I heard people say that you're quite close to the newcomer. I didn't expect you to take his side despite only knowing him for a short time. No matter what, he annoys me. This is all his fault." In fact, it was understandable that the young man blamed Duan Ling Tian. After all, before Duan Ling Tian's arrival, the secret realm would open on schedule. After Duan Ling Tian came, the schedule was brought forward. How could there be such a coincidence? Like I said before, it might not have anything to do with him, Wang Yuan said with a helpless smile. Perhaps the Crimson Demon is impatient to find a suitable body to possess. The timing is indeed strange. In any case, before he came, the situation in the secret realms had grown increasingly brutal. More and more people died each time. You don't think that's normal, right? In the past, the number of people who died in the secret realms was roughly the same. However, the number has been increasing and more than doubled. Although Wang Yuan's words made sense, the young man clearly did not want to listen to his words. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, he frowned and left after scoffing. Wang Yuan sighed helplessly as he watched the young man leave. His eyes shone with despair as he murmured, "It seems like I won't be able to return to the clan again in this life. I really didn't expect my journey to come to an end so soon. If only I could turn back time, I wouldn't have left the clan." At this time, there were many people in the Crimson Demon's little world who were despairing like Wang Yuan. Nonetheless, they gathered themselves after a while and prepared to enter the secret realm that would open in 3 months. If it was in the outer boundary, most people would have been ecstatic when given a chance to enter a secret realm. After all, there were fortuitous encounters in secret realms. Many supreme powerhouses and cultivators who did not belong to any sects or clans often left precious treasures and legacies in secret realms, which they prepared before their deaths. These secret realms were left to fated people to discover them. In the history of the myriad worlds, there were many supreme powerhouses who rose to the top through these encounters. However, there were also malicious powerhouses who left deadly secret realms for hapless people who stumbled upon them just to mess with future generations. Most people, even the most bloodthirsty, would have the intention to harm the future generation. No matter how vicious they were, they still hoped someone would inherit their legacies. It was also a way to gain peace before their deaths. For all these reasons, most people would be delighted by the chance to enter a secret realm in the outer boundary. On the contrary, the prodigies imprisoned by the Crimson Demon despaired at the thought of entering a secret realm. After all, the secret realm opened by the Crimson Demon did not contain any treasure or fortuitous encounter and was only filled with challenges. If they could not pass the challenges, they would be severely injured, and in the worst-case scenario, they would die. There were no advantages and only disadvantages to entering the secret realm. Who would be willing to enter such a secret realm? Alas, no matter how reluctant they were, they could only obey and enter the secret realm. After all, they still had a chance of surviving if they entered the secret realm, but if they refused to enter the secret realm, they would be killed immediately. 3 months were not long to begin with, and it flew by even faster for the prodigies imprisoned in the Crimson Demon's little world. Wang Yuan, whom Duanling Tian was most familiar with in the Crimson Demon's little world, spent 3 months in torture. After all, he was certain that he would be among those who perished in the secret realm this time. Previously, 67 people entered the secret realm, but only 31 people survived. Based on the death rate, even if the number doesn't increase, at most only 15 or 16 people will survive this time. Excluding Brother Ling Tian, who only came here a few years ago, more than half of us are injured. 7 people, including myself, are seriously injured. This time, unless there's a miracle, the 7 of us will surely die. Wang Yuan did not dare to let down his guard at all during these 3 months. Although he was certain of his death, he did not stop preparing. After all, he really did not want to die. The secret realm is now open. A thunderous voice rang in the air, waking Wang Yuan up from his cultivation. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. The day was finally here. The owner of the voice was none other than the Crimson Demon, the supreme powerhouse who imprisoned him here. The Crimson Demon's voice was like a nightmare to him. If someone doesn't enter the secret realm within 100 breaths, I'll consider it as their refusal to enter the secret realm, and I'll kill them immediately. The countdown starts now. Wang Yuan, who was distracted, did not notice Duanling Tian, who had flown up into the air as well. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was also awakened by the Crimson Demon's voice, muttered inwardly, "I'm still a small distance away from breaking into the realm of advanced supreme gods." As soon as Duanling Tian flew up into the sky, he noticed Wang Yuan, the only person he was familiar with in this hell. Although he could only see Wang Yuan's back, he could palpably sense how depressed Wang Yuan was at the moment. Duanling Tian approached Wang Yuan and took the initiative to greet Wang Yuan. "Brother Yuan." However, Wang Yuan continued forward as though he did not hear Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian moved next to Wang Yuan. When he took a look, he saw Wang Yuan's pale face and lifeless eyes devoid of hope. At this time, Wang Yuan finally regained his senses and noticed Duanling Tian. He quickly forced a smile on his face and called out, "Brother Ling Tian." "You?" Duanling Tian was perplexed. Previously, Wang Yuan was pessimistic, but Wang Yuan was not in such a terrible state. He could not figure out what had happened to Wang Yuan to bring about such a change. Duanling Tian finally understood Wang Yuan's change when Wang Yuan told him about how he was certain of his death in the secret realm this time due to his injuries from before. How could Wang Yuan not be depressed since he knew he was going to die after he entered the secret realm? "Brother Ling Tian, I'm sure I'm going to die this time. Since you just arrived, you don't know how brutal the Crimson Demon's secret realms are. You'll be able to see for yourself after this. You must not be careless. I've seen many prodigies who entered the secret realm for the first time die," Wang Yuan said with a sigh with a hopeless expression on his face. "I know," Duanling Tian replied as he sighed inwardly. He did not know how to comfort Wang Yuan at all. No matter what he said, it would be difficult to put Wang Yuan at ease. Moreover, Wang Yuan was much more familiar with the situation in the secret realm compared to him. He was just a newcomer after all. After traveling with Wang Yuan for a while, Duanling Tian saw a lot of people flying over from different directions. All of them traveled in the same direction, and there was a huge vortex up ahead that resembled the maws of a giant beast. A group of people stood outside the vortex, not daring to rush in. "That's the entrance to the secret realm." Duanling Tian and Wang Yuan did not arrive too early or too late. When they arrived, about 20 people were already gathered there. Not too long after that, about a dozen other people arrived. Duanling Tian swept his eyes past everyone and saw quite a few familiar faces. They were people he had seen when he first arrived and the people whom Wang Yuan introduced him to. Although everyone was gathered in the same place, they did not greet each other. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were grim. Some of them were despairing like Wang Yuan, and their eyes, similar to those of Wang Yuan, were devoid of hope. Duanling Tian knew that these people must also be injured like Wang Yuan during their previous trip to the secret realm. Now that they were about to enter the secret realm again with injuries, their deaths were almost certain. These people were all prodigies in their own right in the myriad worlds before they were imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. Now, they're all at the mercy of the Crimson Demon. Although Duanling Tian did not know these people very well, he could not help but feel sad when he looked at them. A sense of powerlessness rose instantly in his heart. At the same time, Duanling Tian could not help but wonder inwardly, can I really escape alive with Sister Water's plan? If I fail forever, my outcome will be like theirs. We'll be doomed to stay here until we die. Perhaps my body will be possessed by the Crimson Demon and my soul will no longer be mine. Duanling Tian felt extremely suffocated by the heavy and depressing atmosphere. Initially, he had regained his hope, but now, he could not help but feel affected by the atmosphere. He began to think that his chances of escaping were not very high. You have 50 breaths left. When the Crimson Demon's voice rang in the air again, everyone, including Duanling Tian, jolted in shock. They quickly returned to their senses. Subsequently, Duanling Tian saw many hostile and resentful gazes directed his way. He frowned slightly, puzzled. He did not know these people, so he could not figure out why they were looking at him with such hostility. At this time, Wang Yuan, who was pulled to his senses by the Crimson Demon's voice, called out, "Brother Ling Tian." Then Wang Yuan explained why the others were hostile toward Duanling Tian. He had seen Duanling Tian's puzzled expression earlier. After Duanling Tian heard Wang Yuan's explanation, Duanling Tian was stunned and speechless. These people think that my arrival caused the Crimson Demon to open the secret realm in advance? Duanling Tian felt like he had been wrongly blamed. After all, he did not feel like he did anything wrong. He felt like the others were too unreasonable. According to Wang Yuan, before his arrival, the Crimson Demon had already increased the difficulty of the secret realm. The death rate had more than doubled compared to the previous ones. Before that, the death rate was relatively stable. Actually, they know this might not be because of you. It's just that they need a target to vent their emotions on. They can't afford to provoke the Crimson Demon. After all, Wang Yuan said through voice transmission. Duanling Tian knew that those people regarded him as a pushover and vented their frustrations on him after listening to Wang Yuan. Brother Ling Tian, let's go in. I'm afraid these people will look for trouble with you during these 50 breaths. Duanling Tian agreed with Wang Yuan and was just about to enter the secret realm when someone suddenly stopped them. Wang Yuan, you can go in. However, I won't allow him to enter without injuring him, the other party said to Wang Yuan before he turned to look at Duanling Tian with anger and hatred shining in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, Peng Pu Sha, you're crossing the line. Peng Pu Sha was fairly handsome. He looked a little sinister and gloomy. At this moment, his eyes shone with hatred as he stared at Duanling Tian. Crossing the line? Peng Pu Sha said with a sneer. Wang Yuan, it's very likely that the secret realm opened in advance because of him. Your previous injuries were worse than mine. Don't you resent him at all? If the secret realm opened according to the usual schedule, I could have completely healed my injuries. Even if I'm able to survive this time, I might not be able to survive the next time. Today, I won't allow him to enter without suffering injuries. A hint of determination glinted in Peng Pu Sha's eyes when he spoke. Peng Pu Sha, everything is the Crimson Demon's fault. If you're angry, direct your anger at him. Why are you venting your anger on a newcomer? Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. Wang Yuan, you're no match for me. Moreover, your injuries are more serious than mine. You have little hope of surviving this time. Do you want to get further injured because of him? Peng Pu Sha retorted as he looked at Wang Yuan mockingly. There was also a hint of expectations in his eyes, as though he was certain Wang Yuan would back down and stop standing up for Duanling Tian now that he had such words. Wang Yuan sneered. Peng Pu Sha, just as you said, I have little hope of surviving this time. I'll likely die. However, there's a higher chance for you to survive. It's true that I'm no match for you. However, if we fight now, even if you kill me, I'm confident I'll be able to injure you before I die. If you really want to fight, I won't back down." At this time, Wang Yuan, who already gave up hopes of surviving in the secret realm, was annoyed by Peng Pu-sha stirring up trouble. He usually had a good temper, but he could not help but lose his temper today. Meanwhile, Peng Pu-sha could not help frowning when he heard Wang Yuan's words. Indeed, Wang Yuan was almost certainly going to die this time in the secret realm. As such, even if Wang Yuan fought with him now, Wang Yuan had nothing to lose. On the other hand, he was naturally unwilling to go all out to fight Wang Yuan since it would affect his performance in the secret realm. He could not help but feel annoyed that Wang Yuan refused to back down. While Peng Pu-sha was still mulling over what to do, Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Wang Yuan, took 2 steps forward before he said to Peng Pu-sha indifferently, "You want to stop me?" Peng Pu-sha did not expect that Duanling Tian, who was protected by Wang Yuan, would step forward. His anger toward Duanling Tian had been stoked by Wang Yuan, and now it was directed at Duanling Tian again. He said angrily, "So what if I do? It seems like you're not simple. You're just a newcomer, but Wang Yuan is so willing to protect you. For Wang Yuan's sake, I'll let you go today." As soon as Peng Pu-sha's voice fell, someone chimed in, "Peng Pu-sha, if Wang Yuan dares to fight you, the 2 of us will join forces to kill him. You're not the only one who thinks this newcomer caused the secret realm to be opened in advance." Following that, 2 figures flew over. One was a handsome young man dressed in a black robe, and the other was a burly young man dressed in a light blue robe. The one who had spoken was the former. Wang Yuan's expression darkened immediately when he saw the 2 young men interfering. He said, "Ao Longyu, Tian Hu, previously you were only slightly injured in the secret realm. Your injuries should have healed by now. Why are you getting involved in this matter?" Wang Yuan's strength was on par with the duo, but it would be a problem for him to deal with them if they joined forces. The duo was captured together by the Crimson Demon, and they were best friends who came to the outer boundary together before they were sent here and imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. Among the 4 of them, Peng Pu-sha was the strongest. However, if those 2 joined forces, even Peng Pu-sha was no match for them. Nonetheless, the difference between their strength was not that big. "Ao Longyu," the black-clad young man scoffed, "Tian Hu's and my injuries have indeed healed. However, my cultivation was interrupted this time because the secret realm was opened in advance. I could have had a breakthrough, but the interruption caused my cultivation to stagnate again. You know what it's like to be interrupted at the critical moment. Unless I get another opportunity again, it'll be difficult for me to break through in a short time." O Longyu's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke, revealing his anger. On the other hand, Peng Pu-sha's eyes brightened upon hearing Ao Longyu's words. He said loudly, "Good. Ao Longyu, Tian Hu, both of you stop Wang Yuan, and I'll deal with this brat. Originally, I only planned to injure him. However, since he offended you, I'll kill him to avenge you." Peng Pu-sha could hardly contain his joy. After all, Wang Yuan threatened him earlier, and he was even forced to give up by the threat. However, now that he had helpers, there was no need for him to give up on his initial plan at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Peng Pu-sha's voice fell, Ao Longyu and Tian Hu flew over toward Wang Yuan. "Wang Yuan, don't even think of helping that brat. You should know that Tian Hu and I are not only strong enough to stop you, but we can also help him at the same time," Ao Longyu said threateningly. Wang Yuan's expression further darkened. Peng Pu-sha laughed when he saw Wang Yuan standing still with a dark expression on his face. Then, he turned to Duanling Tian with a grin and said, "Brat, you're going to die." Peng Pu-sha's bad mood had completely disappeared at this moment. At this time, Wang Yuan said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, I can't help you now. It's okay if Ao Longyu and Tian Hu join forces to deal with me. However, if I make a move now, they'll also join Peng Pu-sha to deal with you. At that time, it'll be impossible for you to escape. There are fewer than 30 breaths left now. When he attacks, try to run and stall for time. When the time is drawing near, he'll naturally enter the secret realm. He won't dare to be late. Otherwise, the Crimson Demon will kill him. However, you're different. Since you're new, the Crimson Demon won't kill you immediately. Such things have happened before in the past. Duanling Tian turned his head slightly to the side and nodded before he looked at Peng Pusha, who was flying toward him. The smile on his face, which was directed at Wang Yuan earlier, vanished immediately when he thought about how Peng Pusha treated him like a pushover and tried to vent his anger on him. Boom! Peng Pusha did not waste time in bringing out his divine artifact. Based on its aura, it had also absorbed more fragments of prime divine artifacts than Duanling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Apart from that, although there was no phenomenon in the Crimson Demon's little world, Duanling Tian could tell that Peng Pusha's law of fire was not any weaker than his law of space and law of time. Duanling Tian also felt a sense of familiarity when he sensed the aura of the long staff, which seemed capable of shattering the void. It's the weapon Dao. The staff Dao? Moreover, it's not in the rudimentary form either. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised by this discovery. However, after a moment he thought this was only natural. After all, those imprisoned by the Crimson Demon were all outstanding. Die! Ping Pu Sh roared as he brought his rod down. At the same time, flames surged out like a terrifying beast toward Duanling Tian. Blood qi lingered on the surface of Peng Pusha's body before it entered his body, boosting his already powerful attack even more. A suffocating pressure appeared immediately when Peng Pusha attacked. At this time, many of the prodigies had gathered around to watch the commotion. There were more than 20 breaths left before they had to enter the secret realm, so they decided to watch the show first. They wanted to watch an exciting fight. It seems like Peng Pusha really intends to kill that kid. He went all out as soon as he attacked. Clearly, he wants to kill the kid with one strike and quickly enter the secret realm. That kid is just an intermediate supreme god. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured by Peng Pusha's attack. Peng Pusha's second attack will certainly kill him. Boom! 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 When Peng Pusha attacked, green energy appeared around Ao Longyu before it suddenly turned into vines. Similarly, gray energy appeared around Tianhu before it merged with Ao Longyu's energy and spread to the surroundings. In the end, it turned into a barrier that covered Duanling Tian and Peng Pusha. Upon seeing this, Wang Yuan's expression changed again. He did not expect the duo to make a move, cutting off Duanling Tian's chance to run and dodge. He mobilized his energy, but Peng Pusha's attack had already covered the entire inside of the barrier. It looked as though Duanling Tian could not dodge the attack at all. Meanwhile, the others could not help but shake their heads. Ao Longyu and Tian, who completely cut off the newcomer's escape route. They're really ruthless. There's no point in continuing watching. Let's go. Even if the newcomer survives, he won't be able to withstand Peng Pusha's next attack. Among the group of prodigies imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, Peng Pusha was definitely not among the strongest. His strength was ranked somewhere in the upper middle. Previously, Peng Pusha fought a personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon. After 100 moves, he fell into a disadvantageous position, and after 300 moves, he was defeated. The personal demon guard could be considered a top advanced supreme god. In the myriad worlds, he was strong enough to support a powerful force on his own. Due to Peng Pusha's previous fight, many prodigies did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Peng Pusha. However, just before they entered the secret realm, a 7-colored sword ray suddenly appeared in the range of Peng Pusha's attack. Swoosh! The sword ray, which was brimming with vital energy and the intertwined energies of the 5 divine elements, shot out and easily destroyed Peng Pusha's attack. Under the horrified gazes of the others, the sword ray then shot toward Peng Pusha like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Impossible! Peng Pusha roared as he hastily retreated. Unfortunately, he had only retreated a certain distance away before he was stopped by the barrier that Ao Longyu and Tian who erected to prevent Duanling Tian from dodging his attack. Hurry up and withdraw the barrier! Peng Pusha shouted anxiously as he looked at Ao Longyu and Tian who, based on Duanling Tian's earlier attack, he knew without a doubt that he was no match for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was so strong that he easily destroyed his attack. In the past, when Peng Pusha fought the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, he had never felt such terrible pressure. One had to know that the personal demon guard was a top advanced supreme god. At this moment, he knew that Duan Ling Tian, who was just an intermediate supreme god, definitely possessed the strength of a stronger top advanced supreme god. There was also a difference in strength between top advanced supreme gods. If the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard was among the weakest top advanced supreme gods, then Duan Ling Tian's strength now was close to the strongest top advanced supreme gods. As such, how could Peng Pusha be a match for him? Meanwhile, Ao Long Yu and Tian, who were so startled by Duan Ling Tian's display of strength that they failed to react in time to Peng Pusha's words, although only a moment had passed before they returned to their senses. Just as they began to remove the barrier, the seven-colored sword ray brimming with a strong vital energy and the five divine elements energies were already drawing close to Peng Pusha. Although Peng Pusha was panicking, he did not lose his composure completely and quickly defended against the attack. After all, he was also an experienced and outstanding advanced supreme god. At this time, Peng Pusha had already expected to be injured. He quickly made up his mind. He would try his best to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian's attack before he tried to escape into the secret realm. It did not matter even if he was injured. After all, he might still have a chance to escape death in the secret realm. Based on his plan, it was clear that he had completely acknowledged that Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him despite only being an intermediate supreme god. At this time, Duan Ling Tian continued to advance toward Peng Pusha. At the same time, he looked at Ao Long Yu and Tian who indifferently, "After I kill him, it'll be your turn next." Ao Long Yu and Tian whose expressions changed as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Let's escape." Ao Long Yu and Tian who exchanged a look before they decisively fled toward the secret realm. Since Ao Long Yu and Tian who stopped in the midst of the process of withdrawing the barrier, it would take a certain amount of time for the barrier to dissipate on its own. Under such circumstances, Peng Pusha, who had already planned his escape, felt the barrier at his back and looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of despair. It's too late. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's fierce sword ray broke through Peng Pusha's last defense and killed Peng Pusha. When Peng Pusha died, Ao Long Yu and Tian who had just arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Their expressions changed into one of regret upon witnessing Peng Pusha's death. If they had known the newcomer was so strong, they would not have dared to provoke him. After all, they only dared to do so because they were confident about defeating the other party. Run. After witnessing Peng Pusha's death, the duo no longer dared to hesitate. They quickly turned around and entered the secret realm, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian only collected Peng Pusha's prominent divine artifact after he killed Peng Pusha. Peng Pusha's spatial ring had self-destructed upon his death, and its contents were swept into the turbulent space. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack to look for the contents. Not long after Peng Pusha died, Ao Long Yu and Tian whose barrier completely disappeared as well. The group of prodigies, who were about to enter the secret realm before they stopped to watch the fight again, looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Only a few breaths passed from the moment Peng Pusha attacked to the moment he died, and in just a few breaths, their impression of the newcomer changed completely. Even Wang Yuan, who stood up for Duan Ling Tian, was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked expression on his face. When he thought about how he had wanted to protect Duan Ling Tian earlier, his face flushed red from embarrassment, and a wry smile appeared on his face. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian did not need his protection at all. Even if Peng Pusha, Ao Long Yu and Tian who attacked Duan Ling Tian at the same time, they might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. When one's strength reached a certain level, and the difference in strength between one and one's opponents was substantial, it was almost impossible to win through numbers. In this regard, quality trumped quantity. They ran away pretty fast, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer, as he looked at the entrance of the secret realm. He was not one to look for trouble, but it did not mean he was afraid of trouble. If someone offended him, they would have to pay the price. I hope the both of you don't die in the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this time, Wang Yuan said, Brother Ling Tian, the time's almost up. There are only a dozen or so breaths left. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Wang Yuan amiably upon hearing these words before he flew toward the secret realm. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian was not worried about angering the Crimson Demon after killing Peng Pusha. This was because he knew the Crimson Demon would not intervene. When he had just arrived, he had learned from Wang Yiyuan that the Crimson Demon did not care if the prodigies fought among themselves. If one was killed, in the Crimson Demon's eyes, it only meant that one was incompetent and was not worthy of becoming his new body. As such, neither Duan Ling Tian nor Peng Pusha was worried when they fought each other. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had entered the secret realm, Wang Yiyuan also followed suit. A bitter smile could be seen on his face as he thought to himself, "Earlier, I reminded Brother Ling Tian to be careful. However, it seems like my reminder is redundant. With Brother Ling Tian's strength, unless the Crimson Demon makes a move, it's not difficult for him to survive the secret realm." Although the challenges in the secret realm were not all aimed to test one's strength, having great strength still gave one the advantage. In Wang Yiyuan's memory, there was only one top advanced supreme god who had died in the secret realm. After Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yiyuan entered the secret realm, the others returned to their senses as well and entered the secret realm. At the same time, they discussed fervently among themselves. "I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. How's he so powerful? Although his comprehension of the law of space is profound, it has yet to reach the perfect form. However, his sword Dao is very strong. Although his sword Dao is strong, it's impossible for it to boost his strength to such an extent. Didn't you sense the abnormality in his energy earlier when he attacked? He had help." "That's right. I sensed the energies of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements." The prodigies were very knowledgeable, and a few of them also possessed a divine element. Those who possessed the divine elements were warned by their respective divine elements as well and told that Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to provoke. "It's the 5 divine elements' energies. His divine elements aren't any weaker than I am. It's impossible for his chaos divine earth to devour me, but with the help of the other divine elements, I stand no chance at all. Remember, don't provoke him. If you do, I won't help you. I can't afford to provoke him. To be precise, I can't afford to provoke his 5 divine elements. If it's not necessary, don't provoke him." The fact that 5 divine elements chose him as their host shows how talented he is. If there's no accident, it's likely that the Crimson Demon will choose him in the end. What a pity that such an outstanding prodigy is going to be possessed. If the Crimson Demon possesses him, the Crimson Demon might be able to achieve much more than he was able to in his original body. I wonder if the prodigy will meet the Crimson Demon's other requirements. There's no need to feel dissatisfied. It's definitely not a good thing to be possessed by the Crimson Demon. However, it's also a fact that you're nowhere as talented as he is. At least, I won't coexist with another divine element in your body. It won't be easy to find a host with your talent, but it's not impossible. Not everyone is a peerless prodigy like him. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Wang Yiyuan before he entered the secret realm because he knew that even if they entered together, they would be transported to different places at the periphery of the secret realm as soon as they entered. From the periphery of the secret realm, all of them had to make their way to the heart of the secret realm. During the journey, they would have to face many challenges. If the secret realm in the Crimson Demon's little world was a circle, the prodigies would have to make their way from the edge of the circle from all directions to the center of the circle. Only those who managed to reach the heart of the secret realm within a certain period of time could leave the secret realm alive. It was difficult to meet another person at the periphery of the secret realm, but the chances of meeting another person would continue to increase as they drew close to the heart of the secret realm. I heard that we'll be able to obtain clues after entering the secret realm. We can obtain clues from animals, plants, and beasts. We just need to look for them. It's not the end beyond the circle. If we go in the wrong direction, we'll travel on a road that leads to nowhere, getting further and further away from the heart of the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Wang Yiyuan before entering the secret realm. This was a test of one's observational skills. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky above a tranquil forest. When he looked around, he saw the scenery in each direction was the same. The surroundings were quiet and there was nothing that caught his attention. Duan Ling Tian's expression was serious. He knew that this tested his observational skills and he needed to find the clues to get to the heart of the secret realm. He was not so foolish as to search for the clues on his own. He quickly opened his little world and asked for the 5 divine elements' help. The 5 divine elements were formed from the heaven and earth spirit energy. As such, they were very sensitive to their environment. In this regard, Duan Ling Tian, a human, was far inferior to them. That tree is different from the others, the clear heaven divine would said as he gestured to a tree in a distance on Duan Ling Tian's right before he detailed the tree's abnormalities. After listening to the clear heaven divine would, Duan Ling Tian took a closer look at the tree. At first glance, the tree looked no different from the other trees, but after a while he noticed that more than half of the branches on the tree were strangely pointing in one direction. Due to the number of verdant leaves on the branches, without the clear heaven divine wood, he would not have been able to discover this at all from a distance, and he would have to turn over the leaves to discover this anomaly. As the wood element, the clear heaven divine would naturally was able to sense the difference easily. I'll take a look at the other trees. Duan Ling Tian did not immediately approach the tree that the clear heaven divine would pointed out. Instead, he decided to look around first. After all, with just a small mistake now, he would be off to a bad start going in the wrong direction. Who knew if the tree was just a red herring? Duan Ling Tian looked around the large forest for an hour before he finally confirmed that only one tree was different from the others. He also asked for the opinions of the other divine elements, and the world-cleansing divine water also used the divine tree of life to confirm the matter. After doing all these things, he finally continued to advance. It's in this direction. Not long after, a sudden commotion appeared in the sky where Duan Ling Tian had just left. Following the commotion, a figure appeared in the sky. If Duan Ling Tian were still here, he would have recognized the figure immediately. It was none other than the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse who sent him to this hellhole. The Crimson Demon looked in the direction in which Duan Ling Tian left before he shook his head and muttered under his breath, "I should increase the difficulty of the secret realm again." His law of wood isn't his strongest suit, so I thought it would be difficult for him to find the clue. I forgot that he also has the 5 divine elements. The clear heaven divine wood is naturally more sensitive to trees compared to those who comprehend the law of wood. His strength is almost comparable to that of the strongest top advanced supreme gods. With this, even if this is his first time coming to the secret realm, it won't be hard for him to leave. I don't have much time left. I'll increase the difficulty of the secret realm this time. There are more than 30 people left. I only need half of them to survive. The next time I open a secret realm again, I'll directly select 3 candidates with the most suitable bodies. The Crimson Demon's eyes lit up with greed as he continued to mutter to himself, I hope that Duan Ling Tian has the most suitable body for me to possess. I'm very satisfied with his body. He's young, powerful, and attractive. This time, I'll try to snatch the liquid from the divine fountain from him. Let's see if it's possible for me to force him to bring it out. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the Crimson Demon's nefarious plan. He continued to advance after confirming he was going in the right direction. At the same time, he easily passed the checkpoints and challenges he encountered along the way with his extraordinary strength. These tests at the beginning might be difficult for ordinary intermediate supreme gods, but they were naturally not difficult at all for Duan Ling Tian. Although the difficulty of the tests increased the further he went, he was still strong enough to pass them easily without any issues. The challenges aren't difficult at all. At the same time, many people among the more than 30 prodigies, including Wang Yiyuan, were struggling in different places. Wang Yiyuan had not recovered from his previous injuries after all. This time, the difficulty of the secret realm increased again. It was only natural that he was struggling. I'll definitely die during the next test. Currently, Wang Yiyuan looked very different from how he looked when he first entered the secret realm. Not only was his robe in tatters, but it was also stained with blood from his wounds. His face was also stained with blood. He panted as he moved and he looked completely exhausted. Should I take a break first? No. If I take a break, the next test might come to me directly. In the past, Wang Yiyuan had encountered such a situation. As such, he was very vigilant now. After traveling for a while, Wang Yiyuan finally encountered the next test. A huge demon appeared during this test and further injured Wang Yiyuan. It's too strong. I might be able to kill him in my prime, but now, Wang Yuan looked at the demon charging toward him with an expression of despair and eyes brimming with unwillingness. Although he was unwilling to die, he did not have the courage nor the energy to resist anymore. In the end, he subconsciously closed his eyes when he felt the blade-like wind blowing against his face as the huge demon drew close. Just as Wang Yuan thought he was going to die, he heard a loud noise. He instinctively opened his eyes and discovered that a purple figure had appeared in front of him at some point. Although he could only see the other party's back, he recognized the other party immediately. Brother Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the critical moment. He had just passed a test earlier when he heard a huge commotion from this place. Since it was relatively near, he decided to come over to have a look. When he arrived, he saw the scene of Wang Yuan nearly getting killed. Apart from Ao Longyu and Tian who offended him, Duan Ling Tian would help everyone, let alone Wang Yuan whom he was most familiar with in the Crimson Demon's little world. After all, even if he did not know the others, they were all in the same boat. If he could help, he naturally did not mind lending the others a helping hand. Duan Ling Tian turned around and nodded with a smile at Wang Yuan. However, the smile on his face vanished immediately and his expression changed drastically. He hastily sent a 7-colored sword ray toward Wang Yuan's feet. Alas, he was still too slow. Boom! The ground under Wang Yuan's feet shook before a grayish-brown spike shot up from the ground and pierced Wang Yuan's body. Following that, a shrill cry rang from the depths of the ground and the noise grew softer and softer before it finally disappeared. It's hidden so deep. Duan Ling Tian did not expect there to be another powerful huge demon hidden underground in Wang Yuan's test. Moreover, the powerful demon was skilled in the law of earth. Before he had time to react, it had already attacked and injured Wang Yuan. Even from a distance away, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense Wang Yuan's vitality draining out of his body. Even Wang Yuan's soul was growing weaker and weaker. Be Brother Ling Tian. After the death of the huge demon that comprehended the law of earth, the spike it formed, which pierced Wang Yuan, had also disappeared. At this moment, Wang Yuan was lying on the ground. Wang Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a glimmer of hope in his eyes as Duan Ling Tian quickly stepped forward and brought out healing divine pills for Wang Yuan. However, Wang Yuan refused the healing divine pills and said, "It's useless. I know my body best. I have, at most, 15 minutes left." Wang Yuan launched into a coughing fit, spitting out blood. At the same time, he moved with great difficulty as he brought his spatial ring out and handed it to Duan Ling Tian as he struggled to say through his coughs, "Brother Ling Tian, I've already removed my ownership over this spatial ring. You likely won't be interested in its content. However, there's one thing in there. I'm not sure what it is, but it may be of some help to you. If it turns out to be useful to you, I hope you can do me a favor. I'm dying. I know I can't force you to help me, but I hope." Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses after Wang Yuan fell to the ground limply with his eyes open. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was complicated at this moment. Although he had lived for 1,000 years and had experienced countless deaths, he still could not but feel helpless. He could not help but wonder if he could really escape from the Crimson Demon. Before Wang Yuan passed away, he had asked Duan Ling Tian to help his family in his clan. "There's nothing I can do if I die here or end up being possessed by the Crimson Demon. Will I be able to help him?" Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. He felt that Wang Yuan had overestimated his ability. Perhaps it's just a way to attain peace before he passes. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he raised his hand. The law of life, combined with the divine tree of life's vital energy, swept out and healed the wounds on Wang Yuan's body before Duan Ling Tian stored Wang Yuan's body in Wang Yuan's spatial ring. "If I can't escape, I hope you'll rest in peace there. If I'm able to escape, I'll bring your body back to your family." After putting away Wang Yuan's spatial ring, which Duan Ling Tian now owned, Duan Ling Tian continued on his journey. Since he was still in the secret realm, he had no time to look at the identified item that Wang Yuan mentioned. He had no doubt that the item had to be special since Wang Yuan mentioned it before his death. Moreover, it was also very mysterious since even Wang Yuan could not tell what it was. In Duan Ling Tian's mind, He had no doubt that Wang Yiyuan had obtained the mysterious item in the outside world, before he was imprisoned in the Crimson Demon's little world. It was impossible for Wang Yiyuan to cherish the item if it was obtained in the Crimson Demon's little world, and it was also impossible for the Crimson Demon to leave a worthless thing in his little world. Duanling Tian continued to advance to the heart of the secret realm. Although the difficulty of the tests continued to increase, he still passed the tests relatively easily. If he were to find a test challenging, he felt that only a few prodigies would be able to survive the secret realm. As he continued to advance, he discovered that the tests encountered tested his intelligence and ability to react. Without sufficient intelligence and the ability to react, it would be difficult to pass these tests even if one was very strong. Duanling Tian was unaware that the Crimson Demon was monitoring his progress in the secret realm. Duanling Tian is definitely the most outstanding one among the prodigies. His performance is flawless. There are also a few prodigies who seem to be having an easy time in this secret realm. I'll raise the difficulty to the highest in the next secret realm. At that time, we'll see how many prodigies will be able to survive. In the end, if there are a few suitable candidates like Duanling Tian, I'll choose Duanling Tian. Although the Crimson Demon was mostly focused on Duanling Tian, he also monitored the other prodigies. He naturally had a high regard for Duanling Tian compared to the others. After all, Duanling Tian did not only possess a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain, but Duanling Tian, who was a little over 1,000 years old, was also the youngest among the group of prodigies. Most importantly, Duanling Tian, who was an intermediate supreme god now, was very close to becoming an advanced supreme god. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that Duanling Tian would become an advanced supreme god before reaching 2,000 years old. There's nothing interesting to watch anymore. I thought I'd be able to find a way to obtain the liquid from the divine fountain from him, but the tests were too easy for me to do so. Moreover, I also can't suddenly raise the difficulty of the tests again. Otherwise, it'll alarm him. Forget it, I better not push him too hard now. If he destroys his spatial ring before I possess him, I won't be able to get even a drop of liquid from the divine fountain. Previously, the Crimson Demon planned to snatch the liquid from the divine fountain from Duanling Tian first because he was not certain if he would possess Duanling Tian in the end. He knew Duanling Tian was very strong and highly talented, but he was not sure about Duanling Tian's other abilities. However, after monitoring for a while, he was rather satisfied with Duanling Tian's performance. At the same time, he was also rather certain that Duanling Tian would definitely be among the last ones standing. Although he was almost 100% certain that Duanling Tian had the most compatible body, he still wanted to put Duanling Tian through the final test. After all, he could only possess one body once in his lifetime. It was of great importance that he possessed the most compatible body since it would raise his chance of success. Duanling Tian, who was unaware that the Crimson Demon coveted his liquid from the divine fountain, continued his journey to the heart of the secret realm. During the journey, he encountered two prodigies whom he was not familiar with, but he did not pay attention to them. As for the duo, they gave Duanling Tian a wide berth after they witnessed how strong he was when he killed Ping Pusha. Duanling Tian is so strong. He's just an intermediate supreme god, but he's on par with top advanced supreme gods. Once he becomes an advanced supreme god, perhaps only two people among us are a match for him. The two prodigies were forced to join forces to pass the tests in the secret realm. However, due to the increasing difficulty of the tests, they were also losing the advantage they gained from joining forces. They were also able to work together due to the trust they built over the years. Many prodigies would not join forces unless they trusted each other. Even if Duanling Tian was extremely strong, they still would not join forces with him if given a chance. After witnessing his strength, they had become wary of him. At this time, one of the two prodigies suddenly asked, "Do you think we'll be able to beat him if we join forces? Are you crazy? We can't even beat Ao Long Yu and Tian who, let alone Duanling Tian. Didn't you see how terrified Ao Long Yu and Tian who were before entering the secret realm?" The other prodigy refuted as he shook his head. The prodigy who raised the question fell silent for a moment before he shook his head and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect that I'd be so frightened of an intermediate supreme god. He's truly a monster." When Duanling Tian finally arrived at the heart of the secret realm, he saw a huge transportation formation. The formation glowed brilliantly whenever a prodigy stepped into the formation, and the light would dissipate when the prodigy vanished out of sight. Just as Duan Tian arrived, he saw a black-clad aloof young man standing in the formation. They both exchanged a look before the black-clad young man disappeared. He arrived a little earlier, and it seems like he didn't suffer any injuries. He must be one of the strongest among the group of prodigies mentioned by Wang Yiyuan. A few years ago, Wang Yiyuan had mentioned a few prodigies who were top advanced supreme gods. Duan Tian knew he was not any weaker than the black-clad young man who had just left. After all, he did not use the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life when he was undergoing the tests. There was also a slight delay when he encountered Wang Yiyuan. Let's get out of here first. This secret realm is easy, but it might not be the case with the next secret realm. I wonder if Sister Water and the divine tree of life gained anything from this secret realm. Before arriving at the heart of the secret realm, Duan Tian found the final 2 tests relatively challenging. However, he did not ask for help from the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life because they were occupied. It was part of their plan to help Duan Tian escape from the Crimson Demon. I hope they gained something out of this experience since it'll increase my chances of escaping from the Crimson Demon. Apart from that, according to Sister Water, if I become an advanced supreme god, my chances of success will increase significantly. It'll increase my success rate from 50% to at least 70%. When Duan Tian's vision returned to him, he found that he had already left the secret realm and returned to the place where they were held captives by the Crimson Demon. The black-clad young man who had left ahead of him had also left, nowhere to be seen. After returning to his cave, Duan Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, did you and the divine tree of life gain anything from the secret realm the Crimson Demon opened?" Although Duan Tian had never communicated with the divine tree of life, he knew it had its own consciousness. It could not communicate with him now because it had yet to return to its peak condition. Only the 5 divine elements who had spent years with it could communicate with it at this moment. Needless to say, although he could not communicate with the divine tree of life, it would still help him when it sensed that he was in danger. "It's just as I expected. There's nothing special about the secret realm," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "The secret realm in the Crimson Demon's little world is created with the help of his divine tree of life. In other words, the energy that supports the secret realm came from the divine tree of life in his little world." After discussing the matter with the other divine elements, we concluded that the best time for you to escape this place is when the next secret realm opens. For this reason, you have to cultivate diligently before the secret realm opens again. The chances of you escaping are greater if you're an advanced supreme god when you enter the secret realm. Just as they previously speculated, Duan Tian learned from the world-cleansing divine water that the secret realm was supported by the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life. Duan Tian's divine tree of life previously took root in the little world of a supreme powerhouse. After all, as such, it was also familiar with the techniques and requirements for a supreme powerhouse to create a secret realm in his or her little world. Coupled with the world-cleansing divine water's knowledge, everyone was confident about helping Duan Tian to escape from the Crimson Demon's little world. Advanced Supreme God. Duan Tian's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. He took a deep breath to calm down before he brought out the spatial ring Wang Yiyuan gave him and brought out the mysterious object that Wang Yiyuan mentioned before his death. The object was spherical and it looked like an order token. There were intricate and ancient carvings on the surface of the object that Duan Tian was not familiar with. He could not tell if the carvings were just pictures or words. Apart from that, the material the object was forged from was so extraordinary that even the 7 orifices exquisite sword could not leave a scratch on it. In the beginning, Duan Tian thought that the spherical object was a profound divine metal since it roughly resembled the profound divine metal in its primitive form. However, the profound divine metal in his little world disagreed. "This is definitely not a profound divine metal," the profound divine metal said. "Then what is it?" Duan Tian asked curiously. "Little Tian, toss it into your little world. Make sure it lands at the root of the divine tree of life," the world-cleansing divine water suddenly said. Duan Tian's eyes lit up with anticipation as he tossed the spherical object into his little world as instructed. He could tell that world-cleansing divine water intended for the divine tree of life to have a look at the object. Why didn't I think of it earlier? After all, the divine tree of life used to be rooted in a supreme powerhouse's little world, so it has to be very knowledgeable. Wang Yiyuan and I might not recognize the object, but it may not be the case for the divine tree of life.
Duanling Tian watched expectantly as the divine tree of life glowed brilliantly.
As the divine tree of life's branches reached toward the spherical object, a faint vital energy from the spherical object lit up and tried to stop the branches from approaching it. However, it was no match for the divine tree of life's vital energy and was quickly snuffed out. It has vital energy?
What is it exactly? Duanling Tian was surprised to see the pure vital energy from the spherical order token. Although the energy was weak, it was identical to the divine tree of life's energy. It was also purer than Duanling Tian's vital energy when he used the law of life.
According to the world-cleansing divine water, he had to comprehend the law of life to the perfect form if he wanted to produce such a pure energy. The branches of the divine tree of life curled around the spherical order token before they released a gentle flow of vital energy into it. Initially, Duanling Tian was puzzled, but after a few moments, his eyes widened in shock when he saw the spherical order token greedily devouring the vital energy from the divine tree of life. However, the divine tree of life did not resist at all and allowed the spherical object to absorb its vital energy.
Duanling Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water, Sister Water, what's going on?
I'm not sure as well, the world-cleansing divine water replied. I asked the divine tree of life about it, but there's no response. It seems like it's inconvenient for it to reply. Let's wait for a while.
Although I'm not sure what's happening, I can feel that the divine tree of life is willingly letting it absorb its vital energy. I don't know what the object is, but I'm sure it's not ordinary. After a pause, she asked curiously, Little Tian, where did you obtain it?
Duanling Tian told the world-cleansing divine water about Wang Yiyuan and everything that happened. After listening to Duanling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water could not help but exclaim, You'll owe him a huge favor if this thing happens to be useful to you. Duanling Tian nodded as his eyes shone with determination. Even if this object is useless to me, I'll definitely carry out his final wish to the best of my ability because of his trust in me. You're a responsible man, Little Tian, the world-cleansing divine water remarked. Subsequently, Duanling Tian and the world-cleansing divine water waited for a response from the divine tree of life.
After 3 days and 3 nights, the divine tree of life finally stopped supplying vital energy to the spherical order token. Compared to the beginning, the divine tree of life's light had dimmed. Obviously, it had depleted quite an amount of vital energy. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian did not urge for a response from the divine tree of life. Even a person would be exhausted after supplying energy to another person for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's excited voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Little Tian, the object that Wang Yiyuan gave you is a treasure. Duanling Tian looked confused when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although he knew that the spherical order token was not ordinary after seeing the divine tree of life's reaction to it, he did not dare to have high hopes. Moreover, even if it helped with the comprehension of his law of life, it would be impossible for him to forsake the law of space and the law of time for the law of life. After all, in his opinion, the law of space was stronger than the law of life, and the law of time was stronger than the law of space. Sister Water, what is it? Duanling Tian maintained his composure even after the world-cleansing divine water claimed that the spherical order token was a treasure. It was definitely a treasure if it could help him to further comprehend the law of life. However, he was reluctant to shift his focus to the law of life. After all, not only did he have a very profound comprehension of the law of time and the law of space, but he also possessed the supreme powerhouse divinities for the law of space and the law of time respectively, which helped him greatly in comprehending the two laws. Let alone in the God-defying world, the supreme powerhouse divinity was a supreme treasure even in the outer boundary. If that thing can help me to comprehend the law of life, I wonder if its ability is better than the supreme powerhouse divinity? Duanling Tian did not think the spherical order token's ability would be superior to that of the supreme powerhouse divinity.
Nonetheless, he waited patiently for the world-cleansing divine water's response.
The world-cleansing divine water might not be completely aware of Duan Lingtian's current situation, but he was confident that she was aware of his thoughts regarding the law of life.
It's a key, the world-cleansing divine water finally replied. Duan Lingtian was briefly stunned by the reply. After a while, he thought it must be a key to a place that was filled with treasures that would be useful to him. Unlike what he had assumed, it had nothing to do with the law of life.
Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up with anticipation as he asked, "A key?
A key to where or what?" According to its spirit, the key holds the aura of a supreme powerhouse. Most importantly, that supreme powerhouse was someone the tree's former master idolized. In fact, that supreme powerhouse is much stronger than his former master. Wood's spirit also said that the key has a spirit that was created by said supreme powerhouse after he had comprehended the law of life to the paramount stage. According to Wood's spirit, after that supreme powerhouse's demise, the purpose of the key is to open up the independent realm that holds the possessions of that supreme powerhouse. Whoever is capable of awakening the spirit will gain access to all the treasures in the independent realm.
After a beat, the world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "Wood's spirit and its former master saw that supreme powerhouse once from a distance. This was before I lived in the divine tree of life. It said that the supreme powerhouse was extremely powerful.
Its former master even mentioned that the supreme powerhouse was a second-tier supreme powerhouse, only second to the three strongest mysterious supreme powerhouses from the three major worlds. In the past, there were fewer than 30 second-tier supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds.
Just so you know, there was only one second-tier supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world in the past acknowledged by the myriad worlds."
Wood Spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Ling Tian's little world. Duan Ling Tian had only learned of its name not too long ago.
Duan Lingtian was shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not expect the spherical order token to belong to a second-tier supreme powerhouse. Moreover, that person was idolized by his divine tree of life's former master. One had to know that its former master was also a supreme powerhouse. One could only imagine how strong that supreme powerhouse must have been.
According to the world-cleansing divine water, the spherical order token was a key left behind by a second-tier supreme powerhouse that would open up an independent realm created by said supreme powerhouse. The person who awakened the key spirit would have access to that supreme powerhouse's possession. After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Sister Water, does that supreme powerhouse have any direct descendants or disciples?" Wood Spirit said that the supreme powerhouse was a sexless cultivator who wandered the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. There were rumors that he was a native of the outer boundary. The outer boundary isn't part of the myriad worlds, and it's located outside of the myriad worlds. Such a place had produced many powerhouses throughout the years, and some of them even became supreme powerhouses.
According to its spirit, it's normal for that supreme powerhouse to place all his possessions in an independent realm before his demise for the fated person, the world-cleansing divine water replied. Wood Spirit said that you can claim ownership over the key. All you have to do is drip your blood on it to claim ownership. Although its spirit was awakened by it, it doesn't make a difference since you're its master now.
Duan Ling Tian cast aside his curiosity and quickly claimed ownership of the spherical key after he brought it out of his little world. He dripped his blood on it according to the world-cleansing divine water's instruction, and a beat later, he felt an inexplicable connection with another being. The divine tree of life in your little world awakened me. As such, you're the fated person mentioned by my master. Once you become stronger, I'll bring you to the independent realm my master left behind to inherit his possessions.
When the spherical key trembled, a childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. After it finished speaking, the key turned into a streak of light and entered his body, settling right next to his soul, startling him.
"Rest assured," the childish voice said again. "I won't hurt you. After all, you're the fated person mentioned by my master. I will rest near your soul and protect it at the critical moment. However, my ability is limited. Defending against soul attacks is my only skill. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you with anything else, even if I'm willing to help you."
Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the spirit's words. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind, and he could not help but ask, "You said that you'll take me to the independent realm your master left behind after I grow stronger. How much stronger do I need to be?" In Duanling Tian's opinion, it would be best if he could enter the independent realm after he became an advanced supreme god. Alas, he was destined to be disappointed by the spirit's reply. "You'll have to become a supreme powerhouse first." A supreme powerhouse? Duanling Tian felt dispirited upon hearing the words of the spherical key, and the excitement in his heart vanished in just an instant. The idea of becoming a supreme powerhouse seemed like a distant dream to him now, since he was not even an advanced supreme god yet. Moreover, even after becoming an advanced supreme god, it would not be easy to become a supreme powerhouse. He knew that he was able to become an intermediate supreme god and stabilized his cultivation base so quickly only because of the divine fountain. Such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again in his lifetime. The amount of liquid he had in his possession was only enough for him to become an advanced supreme god. It was not enough to stabilize his cultivation base, let alone help him become a supreme powerhouse. What a pity that I can only enter the independent realm that supreme powerhouse left behind after I become a supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. He had expected to be able to enter the independent realm after he became an advanced supreme god, but his expectations were quickly destroyed by the spherical key's words. "Initially, I thought I might be able to use the treasures or resources in the independent realm to speed up the process of becoming a supreme powerhouse after I become an advanced supreme god." Duanling Tian could not help but sigh again. After a while, he quickly calmed down and reminded himself that the spherical key was given to him by Wang Yiyuan before Wang Yiyuan's death. "If I manage to escape alive, I'll definitely fulfill your last wish on your behalf," Duanling Tian thought to himself solemnly as he recalled Wang Yiyuan's final words. Although Wang Yiyuan had passed away, he was determined to keep his word. "I should calm down and start cultivating. Hopefully, I'll be able to become an advanced supreme god before the secret realm opens again." Duanling Tian was aware that his only chance to escape from the Crimson Demon was when the next secret realm opened again. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if he did not break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods, he only had a 50% chance of escaping from the Crimson Demon. Nonetheless, although the success rate is higher if he became an advanced supreme god, there was still a chance that he might fail. No matter what, I should try my best to obtain a higher success rate. Duanling Tian inhaled deeply and calmed down before he brought out the liquid from the divine fountain and began to cultivate. Just like before, he lost track of time as he immersed himself in cultivating, hoping to break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods. At this time, a few people left the secret realm one after another after Duanling Tian returned to his cave. Unlike Duanling Tian, they were injured, some minor and some severe. A frail figure stumbled out of the secret realm at this moment. He retched before he spat out a mouthful of blood, causing his face to turn pale. As he wiped the blood off the corners of his lips, he looked around his surroundings vigilantly. When he confirmed that he was alone, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. "If I'd known better, I wouldn't have provoked Duanling Tian. I didn't expect him to be so powerful." If Duanling Tian were present, he would have recognized the man immediately. The man was none other than Ao Longyu, one of the two prodigies who sought trouble with Duanling Tian before they entered the secret realm. The Ao Longyu from before was arrogant and dignified, but he looked exhausted and weak now. Although he managed to survive the secret realm, it took a huge toll on him. With his injuries now, he might not survive the next secret realm. Moreover, he had provoked Duanling Tian previously, so there was a chance that Duanling Tian would seek revenge from him and kill him before the secret realm opened again. He was no match for Duanling Tian even when he was in peak condition, let alone now that he was severely injured. Just like what Tian Hu and I discussed earlier before entering the secret realm, we should seek protection from someone after we leave the secret realm. Duanling Tian is powerful, but there must be a few prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world who aren't afraid of him. Ao Longyu muttered to himself. Instead of returning to his cultivation ground, he left in a different direction. At the same time, Tian Hu was in a cave located in one of the distant mountain ranges. "Tian Hu, what do you mean by this?" A handsome white-clad young man sat at a stone table, sipping a cup of tea, as he looked at the spatial ring that Tian Hu presented him. Young Master Jun, this is more than half of my life savings. I came here to seek protection from you, Tian Hu said earnestly with a solemn expression on his face. Seek protection from me? The white-clad young man was stunned by Tian Hu's words. After a moment, he laughed bitterly and said, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person. Just like you, I'm also a prisoner of the Crimson Demon. You should look for the Crimson Demon instead. Tian Hu did not give up. He continued to say, Young Master Jun, I only need you to protect me until the secret realm opens again. Once we enter the secret realm, you don't need to protect me anymore. A hint of desperation could be seen in Tian Hu's voice when he spoke. He was naturally unwilling to die in Duanling Tian's hands before the secret realm opened again. He wanted to raise his strength before the secret realm opened again so he would have a higher chance of surviving. Moreover, if he became stronger, he might not have to fear fighting Duanling Tian with Ao Longyu. He knew that Ao Longyu was on the verge of a breakthrough, and it was possible that Ao Longyu might be able to do so before the secret realm opened again. All in all, he and Ao Longyu needed protection to buy time for themselves. In his opinion, he and Ao Longyu might not be a match for Duanling Tian now, but that might not be the case after a few years. The white-clad young man looked at Tian Hu knowingly as he asked, Are you afraid that the newcomer will attack you? Tian Hu took a deep breath and replied, Young Master Jun, I'll be honest with you. Ao Longyu and I are indeed afraid that he might make a move on us. That's why I'm seeking protection from you as a preventive measure. I believe he won't dare to cause trouble if you're around. Tian Hu was clearly confident about the white-clad young man's ability. The white-clad young man, Shangguan Jun, was a top advanced supreme god and one of the strongest prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world. After all, in Tian Hu's opinion, Duanling Tian was at most on par with Shangguan Jun. It would be difficult for Duanling Tian to beat Shangguan Jun. Shangguan looked at Tian Hu before he shifted his eyes to the spatial ring and said, It's not a problem for me to protect you. However, I'll have to see if your sincerity is worth my protection. Otherwise, you'll have to look for another person to protect you. After all, I'm not the only person in this little world who's capable of protecting you. Tian Hu bowed slightly and handed the spatial ring to Shangguan Jun as he said, Young Master Jun, please have a look. After accepting the spatial ring, Shangguan Jun claimed ownership of it before he took a look inside. His gaze was calm in the beginning, but his eyes suddenly lit up like the stars in the sky a moment later. His breathing was slightly heavy and he had to take a deep breath to calm down before he looked at Tian Hu and said, You're really generous. I have no reason to refuse you. We have a deal. If we were in the outer boundary, I wouldn't make an enemy out of him due to his high innate talent. However, there's no reason for me to fear him here since all of us are just waiting for our deaths in the Crimson Demon's little world. After a brief pause, Shangguan Jun continued to say, You'll stay and cultivate here until the secret realm opens again. If Duanling Tian shows up, I'll stop him. Thank you, young Master Jun, Tian Hu said, delighted. He finally felt at ease after Shangguan Jun agreed to his request. When Tian Hu successfully obtained Shangguan Jun's protection, Ao Longyu had just arrived outside of a cave. The cave was the cultivation ground of another prodigy comparable to Shangguan Jun. After greeting the prodigy, Ao Longyu expressed his intention and made an irresistible offer. Similar to Tian Hu, he also successfully obtained protection from a prodigy who was one of the strongest prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world. It did not take long for word of the duo's actions to spread. The surviving prodigies could empathize with the duo. After all, if they were in the duo's shoes, they would have done the same. It's impossible for Duanling Tian to attack Ao Longyu and Tian, who now that the duo has Sun Ji Yao and Shangguan Jun's protection. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that Ao Longyu and Tian who were so frightened that they had both paid a high price to hire the strongest prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world to protect them. At this moment, Duanling Tian was completely immersed in cultivating, losing track of time and everything else. With the help of the divine fountain, his cultivation improved very quickly and he was drawing closer and closer to the realm of advanced supreme gods.
Even the Crimson Demon, who would spy on Duanling Tian occasionally, could sense the change and improvement in Duanling Tian's cultivation base. This kid's cultivation speed is truly amazing. Initially, I planned to open the secret realm after a few years. However, based on the current situation, I'll delay it until he becomes an advanced supreme god. The next secret realm will be the final secret realm. Only one person will be chosen in the end. Previously, the secret realm opened ahead of time. This time, I'll postpone the opening. It'll also give the others more time to recuperate. The dozen or so prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world who survived the secret realm assumed that the next secret realm would open ahead of time as well. They speculated that it would open again in a few years. However, after a few years had passed, they discovered that the secret realm did not open. Then, another few years passed and they found that the secret realm also did not open. Perhaps, the secret realm will open according to the old schedule? Many people shared this idea. However, when the time came again, the secret realm still did not open, causing the prodigies to feel puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't the secret realm open yet? Perhaps there's a delay because it was opened ahead of time previously? Something doesn't feel right. Although the prodigies were confused, there was nothing they could do. After all, everything was under the Crimson Demon's control in this place. Among the prodigies, many of them were direct descendants of supreme powerhouses, and those supreme powerhouses had always been willing to help them. Alas, they had no way to seek help from those supreme powerhouses in the Crimson Demon's little world. A few of them even had life-saving jade tokens, which would help them contact a supreme powerhouse in the outside world but were useless in the Crimson Demon's little world. Unsurprisingly, all forms of communication were cut off in the Crimson Demon's little world, making it impossible for them to seek help. The Crimson Demon had planned everything meticulously, after all. Similarly, Ao Long Yu and Tian, who were also puzzled. What's going on? The secret realm hasn't opened yet. At this time, the duo had healed from most of their injuries. They thought they would have to enter the secret realm injured and did not expect to have the time to heal their injuries before entering the secret realm. In any case, this is good news for me. It seems like I'll be able to heal all my injuries before entering the secret realm again. Perhaps, I'll also be able to raise my strength further before entering the secret realm. Tian, who muttered to himself with bright eyes. Similarly, Ao Long Yu's eyes lit up as well as he muttered under his breath, I've grown stronger. I might not be a match for Duanling Tian alone, but if I join forces with Tian Hu, it'll be very difficult for him to kill us. If Tian Hu's strength has improved as well, we might even be on par with him if we join forces. Since the secret realm has yet to open, I'll continue healing my injuries. Once I'm completely healed, I'll be able to protect myself better. Duanling Tian was the only one who did not pay attention to the opening of the secret realm. He was still immersed in cultivating and left the 5 divine elements to guard him. If there was trouble, they would alert him immediately. He was not worried about missing the secret realm since the Crimson Demon's voice would jolt him awake even if the 5 divine elements did not remind him. While Duanling Tian cultivated, he absorbed the liquid from the divine fountain and converted part of it into his divine energy. As a result, his divine energy continued to grow stronger. When Duanling Tian finally opened his eyes, he had already successfully broken through. His eyes shone briefly with excitement before he quickly calmed down. How long have I been cultivating? It feels like I've absorbed most of the liquid from the divine fountain in my possession. I have less than half left. After checking his spatial ring, he found that he had 3/5 less of what he had before he began to cultivate. He only had 2/5 of liquid from the divine fountain left. His eyes widened slightly as he asked the world-cleansing divine water, Sister Water, how long have I been cultivating? You've been cultivating for 32 years. The world-cleansing divine water replied. 32 years. So long. Duanling Tian's expression changed slightly. Then, a thought appeared in his mind and he asked, why isn't the secret realm open yet? There's no announcement from the Crimson Demon, right? I couldn't have missed it otherwise even if I was cultivating. What's going on? Moreover, if I missed entering the secret realm, the Crimson Demon definitely wouldn't let me off so easily. It seems like the secret realm truly hasn't opened yet. Duanling Tian was still puzzling out this matter when the Crimson Demon's voice rang in the air. The secret realm will be open after 3 months.
Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned that the secret realm would open soon after his breakthrough. It was clear that the opening of the secret realm was deliberately delayed. He wondered if it was just a coincidence. After a moment, he asked, "Sister Water, do you think the Crimson Demon is aware of my breakthrough? We're in his little world, after all." The world-cleansing divine water replied, "Of course. As long as he keeps an eye on you, he'll naturally be aware of it. Why do you ask?" The world-cleansing divine water knew that Duan Ling Tian would not ask such a question for no good reason. Duan Ling Tian told the world-cleansing divine water about the strange coincidence. "Soon after you broke through, the Crimson Demon announced the opening of the secret realm in 3 months. The opening has also been delayed the longest this time." The world-cleansing divine water thought about it for a moment before she said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's not a coincidence. He must have waited for you to break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods. It's clear that he values you. Apart from that, it's likely that he'll choose the most suitable body to possess this time." The world-cleansing divine water's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculations. However, he really did not expect the Crimson Demon to choose a compatible body so soon. He asked skeptically, "Sister Water, why do you think that he'll choose the most compatible body this time? Even if the elimination rate is 50% like before, he'll still have a few prodigies left to choose from. Is he going to directly select someone out of the remaining survivors?" "I have my reasons for thinking this way," the world-cleansing divine water said. "Previously, you told me that the death rates have been getting higher and higher each time the secret realm opens. It's clear that the Crimson Demon is growing anxious and can't wait any longer. It seems like he has no plan of undergoing his upcoming once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it's likely that it's coming up soon. That's why he's eager to possess a new body and use his clan's technique to hide and escape from the heavenly tribulation." Duan Ling Tian felt the world-cleansing divine water's analysis made sense, and his expression turned solemn immediately. Upon seeing the expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, the world-cleansing divine water said, "Little Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Whether or not this is the final secret realm, the plan has always been to escape during this time, and it doesn't affect our plan at all." Duan Ling Tian's expression eased up after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "If he really waited for you to break through before opening the secret realm, then he has inadvertently helped you. Now that you're an advanced supreme god, we have a higher chance of successfully escaping." With this, a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. At the same time, the other prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world also heard the announcement, causing their hearts to tremble. It's finally here. They had waited a long time for the secret realm to be opened, and none of them expected to wait for 32 years. Some of those who were severely injured, like Aolong Yu and Tian, who also managed to recover from their injuries during this time. Not only did Aolong Yu and Tian who completely heal from their injuries, but they also managed to raise their strength. Similar to before, the duo decided to join forces again. With their bond and rapport, they were not any weaker than the respective prodigies they hired to protect them if they joined forces. Although Aolong Yu and Tian, who had grown stronger and were on par with the 2 prodigies they hired if they joined forces, none of them left the protection of the 2 prodigies. After all, the duo had spent a huge fortune hiring them to protect them until they entered the secret realm. Moreover, if they had a conflict with Duan Ling Tian now and were injured before entering the secret realm, their chances of survival would drop. At this time, Aolong Yu sent a message to Tian who, "The secret realm will open in 3 months. Before that, it's not necessary for us to meet. Those 2 prodigies won't leave their cultivation ground for us, and we'll lose their protection if we leave their cultivation grounds. Let's have them escort us to the entrance of the secret realm when the time comes." "I agree," Tian Hu replied. He shared the same thoughts as Aolong Yu. Aolong Yu continued to say, "Duan Ling Tian didn't show up at all over the past 32 years. And it's unlikely that he'll look for trouble over the coming 3 months. However, we still shouldn't let our guards down." Needless to say, Tian Hu agreed with Aolong Yu again. While the duo decided on meeting up after 3 months when the secret realm opened, they were unaware that a purple figure flew up from a mountain range and flew in the direction of their cultivation ground.
After asking around, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Ao Long Yu and Tian whose cultivation ground, which was also a cave. Is this really their cultivation ground? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw that the cave was empty.
Did they die in the secret realm? Or did the person who pointed me here lie to me?
Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned and looked at the young man who pointed him to Ao Long Yu and Tian whose cultivation. When the young man saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he smiled faintly and asked, "This is indeed their cultivation ground. Do you want to ask me where they've gone?"
After Duan Ling Tian killed Ping Pu Sha at the entrance of the secret realm previously, everyone was aware of his strength that was comparable to a top advanced supreme god despite only being an intermediate supreme god. However, the young man did not seem afraid of him.
"Do you know where they've gone?"
Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing the young man's words. His gaze changed as well when he looked at the young man. Previously, he only thought that the young man was kind for pointing him to Ao Long Yu and Tian whose cultivation ground.
However, seeing that the young man followed him here and even spoke to him so casually, he felt that the young man was definitely not as simple as he had thought. "I do," the young man replied with a nod. Both of them were severely injured during their time in the secret realm. They spent a fortune hiring a prodigy each to protect them. Those prodigies are the strongest among us.
If you go looking for them now, I'm afraid those two prodigies they hired won't just stand aside and do nothing.
Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He did not expect Ao Long Yu and Tian who to be so cautious. However, this did not affect his determination to kill them at all. After all, if he were weaker, he would have died because of them.
As the saying went, an eye for an eye, he would not let this matter go. When Duan Ling Tian found out that the prodigies protecting Ao Long Yu and Tian who were top advanced supreme gods and were among the strongest people here, his eyes lit up immediately. He had just recently become an advanced supreme god and he needed to fight to adapt to the changes in his divine energy. Although he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, his divine energy had grown much stronger than before.
For this reason, he was eager to find out exactly how strong he had become, and the best way to do that was to fight. "Can you please tell me where they are now?" Duan Ling Tian asked politely. The young man led Duan Ling Tian to a place before he pointed in two directions and said, "They are in the caves over there. The caves are the cultivation grounds of the two prodigies. Tian who is in the cave on the right, and Ao Long Yu is in the cave on the left." After the young man finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Duan Ling Tian thanked the young man and watched the young man leave. He inexplicably felt that the young man was very mysterious. He wondered inwardly, is he also among the strongest prodigies in this place? When the young man finally vanished out of sight, Duan Ling Tian heard the sounds of hushed conversations. "Who's that person with Duan Ling Tian?
I've never seen him before. He must be a recluse."
"I dare say that I've seen everyone here, including Duan Ling Tian who's a newcomer. However, I really don't remember seeing that person before."
Four men hovered in the distant sky, looking at Duan Ling Tian. They had emerged from their caves just at the moment Duan Ling Tian and the young man arrived.
Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard the four men's words. They've never seen that young man before? I wonder how that kid will fare against them now that he has become an advanced supreme god. The young man muttered to himself before he vanished into thin air. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized the young man's voice, which had changed from before. The voice belonged to none other than the Crimson Demon who imprisoned him here. The Crimson Demon had disguised himself. He did not know much about Duan Ling Tian, but he was certain that someone like Duan Ling Tian would not let Ao Long Yu and Tian who go after what they had done. He was even more certain when Duan Ling Tian saw him and asked him about Ao Long Yu and Tian whose whereabouts. As such, he decided to push the boat along and showed Duan Ling Tian the way to Ao Long Yu and Tian whose locations. That young man must be the Crimson Demon in disguise. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly after hearing that the four men had never seen the young man before. He was further convinced when he recalled how the young man had told him about Ao Long Yu and Tian whose whereabouts and situations. He speculated that the Crimson Demon wanted him to find Ao Long Yu and Tian, who so the Crimson Demon could see his strength after becoming an advanced supreme god.
The Crimson Demon really thinks highly of me. He waited for me to break through before he decided to open the secret realm, and now he disguised himself and waited for me outside my cave to lead me here. Duanling Tian thought to himself. With this, he was even more certain that the Crimson Demon hoped to possess his body. After a brief moment, Duanling Tian returned to his senses. His eyes glinted coldly as teleported to one of the two caves. It's payback time, Duanling Tian murmured to himself before he said, Ao Long Yu, are you going to come out, or do you want me to come in and drag you out? Duanling Tian had imbued his voice with divine energy, and as such, although it was not loud, it covered a vast area. Duanling Tian? At this time, Tian who was in the midst of cultivating, trembled. His expression was grim as he rose to his feet, preparing to go outside. In just a moment, a cold voice rang from another room in the cave. Tian who, Duanling Tian has become an advanced supreme god. Tian who froze in his tracks, shocked. Subsequently, a young man walked out of a room. He was the prodigy whom Tian who hired to protect himself. He was among the strongest prodigies here. Apart from that, not only did he leave the secret realm unscathed previously, but he also left ahead of Duanling Tian. Advanced supreme god. Not even in Tian whose wildest dreams did he imagine the intermediate supreme god, whom he and Ao Long Yu feared since 32 years ago, would become an advanced supreme god so soon. Without Shangguan Jun's reminder, Tian who had grown stronger and was confident about facing Duanling Tian with Ao Long Yu next to him, would have been fearless. However, after learning that Duanling Tian had become an advanced supreme god, he could not help but feel shaken. He trembled again when he recalled the trace of divine energy in Duanling Tian's voice. Indeed, Duanling Tian had become an advanced supreme god. Tian who looked at Shangguan Jun with a grim expression and said, Young Master Jun, after he deals with Ao Long Yu and Sun Zhiyao, he'll definitely come for me. And you? Shangguan Jun grunted. I wouldn't have agreed to your request if I'd known he would become an advanced supreme god so soon. Follow me. We'll go to Ao Long Yu and Sun Zhiyao. Although Shangguan Jun was confident about his ability, he did not dare to underestimate Duanling Tian at all. Even if Duanling Tian had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, Duanling Tian's divine energy had grown a level stronger. Even if he was one of the strongest prodigies here and a second-tier top advanced supreme god, he was not completely confident he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian. Even if Duanling Tian isn't a first-tier top advanced supreme god, he must only be slightly weaker. Not only am I no match for him, but he might even be able to beat me in a short time. Shangguan Jun thought to himself. He looked calm, but inwardly he felt rather worried. At this moment, Shangguan Jun regretted agreeing to protect Tian Hu. He did not expect Duanling Tian to have a breakthrough during this time. Shangguan Jun knew that he was no match for Duanling Tian, so he decisively brought Tian Hu with him to look for Sun Zhiyao, who was on par with him, and Ao Long Yu. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Shangguan Jun and Tian Hu arrived outside Sun Zhiyao's cave, Sun Zhiyao and Ao Long Yu were coincidentally walking out of the cave. The four of them naturally gathered and stood together without the need to speak. Swoosh! 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 At this time, people began to fly over from all directions. Apart from Duanling Tian and the 4 people who stood across from him, 11 people were present on the scene. Based on this, it seemed like only 16 prodigies were left in the Crimson Demon's little world. Duanling Tian glanced at Ao Long Yu and Tian, who before he looked at Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao and asked, Both of you are intent on protecting them? Duanling Tian vaguely recognized Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao. He had seen them when he fought Peng Pusha, but at that time, he was unaware that they were the strongest prodigies here. Shangguan Jun furrowed his brows slightly as he said sincerely, Duanling Tian, I can't let you lay a single finger on Tian, who until the secret realm opens 3 months later. Wait until you leave the secret realm before you make a move on him. After that, if he survives, I promise that I won't protect him anymore even if he offers me a huge fortune. Before Duanling Tian responded, Sun Zhiyao, a blue-clad young man, chimed in, the same goes for me as well. Upon hearing Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao's words, Ao Long Yu and Tian, whose faces twisted into unsightly expressions. When they sought protection from the duo, they were seriously injured, so they did not have high hopes of surviving the next secret realm. Things naturally changed when the secret realm only opened 32 years later. They healed their injuries completely, increasing their chances of survival. Alas, they did not expect that they would still need the duo's protections after coming out of the upcoming secret realm. Ao Long Yu and Tian, who exchanged a look and quickly discussed among themselves before they sent a message to Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao. Young Master Jun, brother Sun. Unsurprisingly, Ao Long Yu and Tian, who offered up everything they had in exchange for Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao's protection. They were willing to do anything as long as they could preserve their lives. Unfortunately, Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao ignored the duo. After all, they were not so foolish as to offend Duanling Tian, who had become an advanced supreme god and was likely stronger than them now. They naturally hoped to come to a compromise with Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, panic set in when Tian Hu and Ao Long Yu saw Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao ignoring them. They naturally did not want to face Duanling Tian if they survived the upcoming secret realm. After all, even if they survived, they would undoubtedly be injured. At that time, it would be impossible for them to defend themselves against Duanling Tian, who had become an advanced supreme god. Although they knew they could not avoid death in the Crimson Demon's hand, they wanted to live for as long as they could. Moreover, there was a chance that the Crimson Demon might let them go after choosing a person to possess. After all, as a supreme powerhouse, the Crimson Demon could easily erase their memories and release them without any consequences. All the prodigies hoped to survive and leave this place, and as such many of them held onto this hope. At this time, the other prodigies could see how wary Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao were now that Duanling Tian had become an advanced supreme god. Although the duo did not say it outright, based on Sun Zhiyao's response, it was clear that he stood on Shangguan Jun's side. It seems like Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao are going to join forces. Clearly, they're pressured by Duanling Tian, who has become an advanced supreme god. Unbelievable! A newcomer who's been here for a few decades became so powerful so quickly. I wonder how strong he has become. It's possible that he's the strongest person here. The other prodigies whispered among themselves as they looked at Duanling Tian, wondering how he would react. Most of them thought that Duanling Tian would compromise. Otherwise, he would need to face 4 opponents at once. Putting Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao aside, Ao Long Yu and Tian, who would definitely kill Duanling Tian if the opportunity arose. At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao and said nonchalantly, "I'm afraid none of you are able to stop me from killing them." The prodigies were all shocked by Duanling Tian's words. Shangguan Jun scoffed. "How presumptuous! Why don't you give it a try?" Sun Zhiyao said indignantly. Duanling Tian raised his hand. Following that, his doppelgangers from the Law of Space and Law of Time flew toward Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao. They did not engage in a fight with the 2 prodigies. Instead, they used the Law of Space and the Law of Time respectively to restrain the 2 prodigies. In terms of strength, the doppelgangers were naturally no match for Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao. In fact, Duanling Tian did not send his doppelgangers to defeat or kill the 2 prodigies. What he wanted to test was his doppelgangers' abilities to restrain the 2 prodigies. Subsequently, Duanling Tian said to Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao through voice transmission, "Gentlemen, we can still coexist peacefully as long as you don't destroy my doppelgangers. Otherwise, I won't hold back if I encounter both of you in the secret realm." Shangguan Jun and Sun Zhiyao's expressions darkened immediately. At this time, Duanling Tian's divine energy burst forth. At the same time, he cast the Law of Time and mobilized the energies of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Swoosh! Like a huge 7-colored sword ray, Duanling Tian, who was brimming with his divine energy, the divine tree of life's vital energy, and the 5 divine elements' mysterious energies, shot toward Ao Long Yu and Tian Hu. Boom! 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 Terrifying heat waves swept out into the surroundings, stirring up a violent wind in their wake. Boom! Boom! In just a moment, a mountain range collapsed into a giant pit, stirring up a heavy cloud of dust. "Hang in there.
Young Master Jun will rescue us after the doppelgangers are destroyed. Tian Hu cried out to Ao Longyu as he mobilized his divine energy and cast his strongest law. He brought out his prominent divine artifact before he shot toward the huge seven-colored sword ray. Upon seeing this, Ao Longyu had no choice but to follow suit and join forces with Tian Hu. Tian Hu and Ao Longyu did not think they would lose to Duanling Tian if they joined forces with Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun. For this reason, they did not despair even though Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun were held back by Duanling Tian's doppelganger. They thought that the duo would come to their rescue after destroying the doppelgangers. Swoosh! The terrifyingly huge seven-colored sword ray that eclipsed the sun caused chills to run up the other prodigy's spines as it shot out in the air. At the same time, they whispered among themselves, "Duanling Tian is too terrifying. With his strength, he's definitely the strongest among us." Ao Longyu and Tian Hu were truly foolish to have offended him. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him even though I dislike him. Otherwise, I'd be like them. There's no doubt that Sun Shiyao and Shangguan Jun won't protect them anymore once the secret realm opens. Similar to Ao Longyu and Tian Hu, the other prodigies assumed that Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun would join forces with Ao Longyu and Tian Hu to fight Duanling Tian after the doppelgangers were destroyed. Meanwhile, although Ao Longyu and Tian Hu attacked with all their might, they were still suppressed by Duanling Tian. Although their attacks were quite powerful, they only managed to slow down the sword ray. In the end, the huge sword ray easily destroyed their attacks. What are they doing? At this moment, Ao Longyu and Tian Hu began to panic when they saw that Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun were still restrained by the doppelgangers. They did not expect the doppelgangers to restrain the duo for so long. At the same time, they quickly exhausted their strength trying to defend themselves against Duanling Tian's fierce attack. "Are you waiting for Sun Shiyao and Shangguan Jun?" Duanling Tian asked Ao Longyu and Tian Hu through voice transmission before he said, "I just warned them not to destroy my doppelgangers. Otherwise, I won't hold back if I run into them in the secret realm. I'm afraid it'll only be in vain if you're waiting for them to come to your rescue." Although Duanling Tian had spoken tonelessly, his voice was like the thunder in Ao Longyu and Tian Hu's ears. They finally realized that Duanling Tian had threatened Sun Shiyu and Shangguan Jun. Most importantly, based on the duo's performance, it was clear that the threat was effective. In just a blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed by despair. After all, it was clear that the duo would not come to their rescue. Following that, Duanling Tian easily crushed Ao Longyu and Tian Hu's defenses before he killed them. In just a blink of an eye, two relatively strong advanced supreme gods ceased to exist, leaving only their weapons and spatial rings behind. Silence reigned in the entire place as the prodigies watched the two advanced supreme gods die. At the same time, Duanling Tian withdrew his two doppelgangers. Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao looked at Duanling Tian at the same time. A hint of reluctance flashed in their eyes as they returned to their respective cultivation grounds. They felt like they had suffered humiliation today for failing to protect Ao Longyu and Tian Hu. They also felt embarrassed because they knew it was obvious that they had held back when they were facing the doppelgangers. Duanling Tian did not linger and returned to his cultivation ground as well. He had achieved his goal of killing Ao Longyu and Tian Hu. He had no reason to stay any longer. He wanted to continue to cultivate so he could grow stronger and escape from the Crimson Demon. After Duanling Tian left, the other prodigies sighed. "Ao Longyu and Tian Hu are really unfortunate. I didn't expect Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao to abandon them. How unreliable. This just proves that they're not trustworthy. We should be cautious of them and think twice even if we have to join forces with them in the secret realm." The cyclic world. The Sun clan in the Upper Tridomain's Luo domain was acknowledged as the strongest force among the three major prime supreme rank forces. Whenever the clan's supreme powerhouse returned, the members of the clan would receive him with a grand celebration. This was not surprising since they worshipped him like an omnipotent deity. However, this time, the celebratory atmosphere was absent during the supreme powerhouse's return. On the contrary, an ominous atmosphere loomed over the clan's estate. At this time, Sun Yiqian, one of the clan's most brilliant prodigies, and a middle-aged man were kneeling in the main hall. The middle-aged man was Sun Long Sun Yiqian War,
an expression of disbelief on his face while Sun Long wore an expression of regret and helplessness. Tell us how both of you met him in detail. Sun Pingyun, the Sun Clan's one and only supreme powerhouse and pillar of strength, sat in the main hall. He seldom returned to the Sun Clan, and this time he returned because of Duanling Tian. He discovered that it was likely that Duanling Tian, the terrifying prodigy from the god-defying world who escaped, was the same person as the intermediate supreme god who came to the Sun Clan a few decades ago. As news of this matter spread, the supreme powerhouses from the cyclic world began to show up at the Sun Clan and demand liquid from the divine fountain from Sun Pingyun. In their opinion, since Duanling Tian was able to escape to the outer boundary from the Sun Clan's estate, Duanling Tian must have given something to the Sun Clan. However, the truth was Sun Pingyun knew nothing about this matter. Not only did he not gain anything from Duanling Tian, but he also did not know that Duanling Tian was the intermediate supreme god who used the Sun Clan's transportation formation to go to the outer boundary. When he first caught wind of this matter, he had returned to the clan immediately to investigate the matter. He wanted to find out who had given Duanling Tian permission to use the Sun Clan's transportation formation to the outer boundary. It did not take long for him to find out that Sun Yiqian was the key person and that Sun Long was present when the former met Duanling Tian. Sun Yiqian was in disbelief. He did not expect that Duanling Tian, the god-defying world's heaven-defying prodigy, was brotherly Feng who had rescued him. He knew that the monstrous prodigy from the god-defying world's lower realms was stronger than most advanced supreme gods despite being only about 1,000 years old. Moreover, due to his strength and luck, Duanling Tian also possessed a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain that even supreme powerhouses coveted. Meanwhile, Sun Long recounted their encounter with Duanling Tian to Sun Pingyun, the supreme powerhouse of the Sun Clan. Based on your words, it seems like he really did save Yuqian's life, Sun Pingyun said as he shifted his gaze to Sun Yiqian, the Sun Clan's most outstanding prodigy. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, however, the coincidence is too uncanny. He rescued Yuqian, but is it a coincidence that our clan also possesses the transportation formation to the outer boundary? Who knows if everything was set up by him? As a supreme powerhouse, Sun Pingyun had lived the longest among the members of the Sun Clan. Based on his experience, he did not think that Sun Yiqian and Sun Long's encounter with Duanling Tian was a mere coincidence. Sun Yiqian had never doubted his encounter with Li Feng, the man who saved him. However, after listening to Sun Pingyun, he did not think that it was impossible for it to be a setup. Not only did Duanling Tian hide his identity, but he also came to the cyclic world and coincidentally rescued Sun Yiqian, the Sun Clan's most outstanding prodigy, which gave him access to the Sun Clan's transportation formation that led to the outer boundary. Moreover, it was not hard to guess that Duanling Tian did not dare to go to the outer boundary from the god-defying world due to the liquid from the divine fountain in his possession that even supreme powerhouses coveted. Sun Yiqian took a deep breath and said solemnly with his forehead still pressed against the ground, "Old ancestor, this is all my fault. Second uncle doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm willing to bear the consequences and be punished." Upon hearing this, Sun Long's expression changed immediately. Yiqian. Sun Long might lose his qualification to become the next clan leader of the Sun Clan if the supreme powerhouse of the Sun Clan held Sun Yiqian responsible. Sun Pingyu grunted and said coldly, "How loyal! Very well. I'll fulfill your wish if that's what you want. From this day onward, Sun Yiqian, your status as a direct descendant of the Sun Clan is revoked. Your status will only be reinstated after you become an advanced supreme god." The expressions of Sun Long and the other high-ranking officials of the Sun Clan who supported Sun Long and Sun Yiqian changed immediately. Sun Long leaped to his feet and hastily said, "Old ancestor, it's all my fault. Yiqian is still young and inexperienced. It's only normal for him to make mistakes. As an elder, I failed to guide him." Sun Long was like an ant on a hot pan at this moment. If Sun Yiqian was temporarily cast out of the Sun Clan, he would not be able to compete for the position of the clan leader of the Sun Clan until he became an advanced supreme god. With that, one of the other candidates would become the next clan leader for the next 10,000 years at least. The clan leader of the Sun Clan would usually serve for 10,000 years before a new clan leader was elected. If there were no other more suitable candidates, the clan leader would continue to serve the clan.
Old ancestor. After Sun Long spoke up, quite a few high-ranking officials chimed in, but they were all silenced by Sun Pingyun's frosty gaze.
This matter is settled, Sun Pingyun said expressionlessly. Although he looked indifferent, he felt rather gloomy at this moment. After all, he still had to face the other supreme powerhouses who suspected he gained some benefits from Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian was unaware that his identity had been exposed in the cyclic world, and that the supreme powerhouses had found out that he came to the outer boundary through the Sun Clan's transportation formation. Moreover, word of this matter had also spread to the god-defying world.
In the pavilion on a floating island in the endless void,
a middle-aged man said respectfully to the young man in the pavilion, "My lord, Duan Lingtian is already in the outer boundary." The young man nodded slightly in response.
The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "My lord, he's just an intermediate supreme god. Isn't it too cruel to let him go to the outer boundary? Nobody in the god-defying world would dare to lay a hand on him if you speak out."
"Are you afraid that he'll die prematurely?" the young man asked. "Yes," the middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. In the middle-aged man's opinion, Duan Lingtian was very lucky so far. However, the outer boundary was much more dangerous compared to the god-defying world. A monstrous prodigy like Duan Lingtian was not unprecedented in the god-defying world, but most of them died shortly after going to the outer boundary.
"It's his fate if he dies," the young man said. "He'll be able to survive in the outer boundary as long as he lays low. If he dies there, it only proves that he's foolish to have drawn unnecessary attention." Despite his words, the young man looked highly upon Duan Lingtian, who was a rare prodigy in the history of the god-defying world. However, he knew that Duan Lingtian would only become an ordinary supreme powerhouse if Duan Lingtian was not tempered by his experience in the outer boundary.
After Master's demise, there has never been a supreme powerhouse who ranks among the top 30 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. The god-defying world's current peace is all thanks to Master's reputation.
However, if the other supreme powerhouses find out that Master has passed, the god-defying world will likely face a crisis, the young man thought to himself with a sigh.
After a moment, the young man said, "If there's nothing else, you can take your leave." The middle-aged left after the young man spoke. The young man continued to stare ahead and sighed heavily. "Things are too difficult. The two senior uncles have high hopes for me, but I'm afraid they've overestimated my ability. I might be on par with them now, but I'm still far from becoming a world supreme powerhouse. In the history of the myriad worlds, in its prime, there were only 40 world supreme powerhouses at most. Now, there are fewer than 30 of them. Master used to be one of them. There are at least 800 to 1,000 supreme powerhouses like me and my senior uncles in the myriad worlds. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension skills are shocking. However, it's impossible for him to become a world supreme powerhouse if I keep him under my wings."
Every world supreme powerhouse went through many trials and tribulations in the outer boundary before they rose to the peak. As such, there's no doubt that the outer boundary is the best training ground for him.
In the Crimson Demon's little world, Duan Lingtian was naturally clueless about the high hopes that the supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world had for him. At this moment, he was completely engrossed in cultivating, determined to grow as strong as he could before the secret realm opened. It would increase his chance of escaping from the Crimson Demon's little world, after all. 3 months later,
just as Crimson Demon had announced before, the secret realm opened.
Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew out of his cave toward the entrance of the secret realm. When he arrived, a few prodigies were already gathered there and were chatting among themselves.
When the prodigies saw Duan Lingtian, they greeted him enthusiastically.
"Brother Lingtian, are you ready to enter the secret realm? Brother Lingtian, please take care of me if we meet in the secret realm.
Brother Lingtian."
These few prodigies were on par with Ao Long Yu and Tian Hu. Previously, they had no interactions with Duan Lingtian at all. However, at this moment, all of them were trying to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. Their attitude changed completely after they witnessed his strength 3 months ago.
Faced with the enthusiastic people in front of him, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile and a nod. He had no enmity with these people. Since they took the initiative to greet him, he would not ignore them. At the same time, he also felt a little sad and emotional for them. If he successfully escaped, it would be fine. Otherwise, his outcome would be no different from theirs. Subsequently, Duanling Tian did not waste time and flew into the secret realm. I'll have to depend on the divine tree of life, Sister Water, and the others. Although Duanling Tian also had a part to play in the escape plan, the main stars were the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. The divine tree of life had the most important role since their plan was to target the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world. Duanling Tian and the 5 divine elements would assist the divine tree of life in his body in his plan to escape from the Crimson Demon's little world under the nose of the Crimson Demon. When Duanling Tian was still an intermediate supreme god, the world-cleansing divine water told him that he only had a 50% chance of succeeding. Now that he became an advanced supreme god, his chances of success had increased greatly. However, he was not particularly joyful. After all, no matter how high the chances were, even if it were a 99% chance of success, there was still a chance of failure unless there was a 100% guarantee that he would succeed. I'm in. After entering the secret realm, Duanling Tian found himself in the sky above the sea. The sea was boundless with no end in sight. Just like before, he had to determine the correct direction to the heart of the secret realm. The rules were the same every time the prodigies entered the secret realm. They would be sent to the periphery of a huge circle before they had to find their way to the center of the circle. Once they arrived at their destination, they would be able to leave the secret realm. Unlike the rules that remained the same, the environment in the secret realm would change every time. The prodigies would also be sent to a different place. For example, Duanling Tian was sent to a forest previously, but now he was above the sea. Duanling Tian hovered in the sky as he surveyed his surroundings to find the right direction to the heart of the secret realm. The sea was calm and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Sister Water, what do I need to do to cooperate with you and Senior with Spirit? Duanling Tian consulted the world-cleansing divine water. For now, you only need to find the direction to the heart of the secret realm and make your way there. While you go through the challenges, Wood Spirit will look for the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world. After Wood Spirit locates the tree, we'll channel our energy to Wood Spirit to help it temporarily control the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life. Under normal circumstances, divine trees of life in the little worlds of supreme powerhouses are usually in a deep state of slumber. As such, Wood Spirit will have a chance to take control of it briefly. Needless to say, the stronger Wood Spirit is, the easier and faster it'll be for it to control the other party. Previously, the world-cleansing divine water did not reveal the details of the plan to Duanling Tian. As such, he only found out now that Wood Spirit planned to temporarily control the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world. If the plan succeeded, he would be able to leave the Crimson Demon's little world and possibly also escape the clutches of the Crimson Demon. Things would not have been so easy if the Crimson Demon's little world was placed in his body. Fortunately, the Crimson Demon's little world was now placed in the Crimson Demon Ridge. As such, if Wood Spirit managed to control his divine tree of life briefly, Duanling Tian would be able to escape his notice and leave. Sister Water, please let me know if you need my help, Duanling Tian said, sounding anxious. It was only natural since his freedom and survival hinged on the success of this plan. He would either die or be possessed if he stayed here. Even without the threat of death, the Crimson Demon's little world was not optimal for cultivation. He had discovered this when he cultivated diligently over the past few decades. Duanling Tian could not help but feel anxious again when he thought about what would happen if their plan failed. If the Crimson Demon was alerted and he was discovered before he could escape, he would either be killed immediately or placed on close watch until the Crimson Demon decided on who to possess. Duanling took a deep breath to calm down before he focused on the job at hand. I have to find the way to the heart of the secret realm. Previously, Duanling Tian found a clue in a tree that stood out from the rest in a forest. However, this time, after looking around for a while, he still could not find anything. The sea was calm and seemed to be devoid of life. I'll try looking in the sea. Perhaps the clue that'll point me in the right direction is there. Duanling Tian continued to search for clues. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. But Duan Ling Tian still did not find anything. It was not until about 2 hours had passed when Duan Ling Tian finally found something with his divine consciousness in the sea. If he had not been concentrating, he would not have detected the slight fluctuations, which was an abnormality. This way, after confirming it, Duan Ling Tian flew in the direction the clue pointed him to. After flying for 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally encountered the first test. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous sounds rang in the air as the calm surface of the sea was disturbed. In just a moment, huge figures shot out of the sea. They were all terrifyingly powerful demons. These demons were in all kinds of shapes. Some resembled birds, some were like wild beasts, and some were like snakes. The only thing they had in common was their bloodthirsty red eyes and that they were all black and covered with sharp scales. Swoosh! 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 About 20 demons stared at Duan Ling Tian after coming out of the sea. Without another word, they rushed toward him in a frenzy as though he was their archenemy. Duan Ling Tian had just brought his 7 orifices exquisite sword out and was prepared to strike when the world-cleansing divine water suddenly said, "There's no need for you to attack. Let with spirit deal with them." Duan Ling Tian stopped moving as soon as the world-cleansing divine water. Then, in the next moment he saw a shocking scene. Duan Ling Tian looked around, and soon enough, he saw another him appear. He was certain it was not his doppelganger due to their lack of connection. The other him fought fiercely with the huge demons that came out of the sea almost as soon as they appeared. Duan Ling Tian felt like he was watching a show on television when he watched the fight that was getting further and further away. Wood Spirit has begun to invade the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life. With our help, it's using the Crimson Demon's tree of life to confuse the Crimson Demon. Wood Spirit is doing this because it's worried that the Crimson Demon is monitoring you, which will hinder our plan, the world-cleansing divine water promptly explained. With this, Duan Ling Tian found out that this was also part of Wood Spirit's plan, and everything in front of him was conjured by Wood Spirit. Those big demons. Duan Ling Tian was still slightly puzzled when he thought about the huge demon's strength. If everything was an illusion, where did they go? The tests and challenges in the secret realm are all controlled by the Crimson Demon. To be precise, they're controlled by the Crimson Demon using his divine tree of life. Under normal circumstances, even if the divine tree of life is in a deep slumber, the Crimson Demon would still be able to use it to control everything in the secret realm. Needless to say, the divine tree of life is even more adept at controlling things here compared to its owner, the Crimson Demon. Wood Spirit briefly controlled the tree and used it to send the demons back into the sea. If the Crimson Demon is watching, he'd see the illusion Wood Spirit conjured through his divine tree of life. Then, the word-cleansing divine water's voice turned serious as she continued to say, "Now, let's hurry up and get down to business. Follow my instructions and channel your energy into Wood Spirit so he'll have better control of the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life and help you escape from the Crimson Demon's little world. Hopefully, it'll be able to help you escape pursuit, as well before the Crimson Demon realizes what happened." Duan Ling Tian's heart began to pound when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Once the Crimson Demon was alerted, the Crimson Demon would definitely hunt him down. It was of great importance that he was able to escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit after leaving the Crimson Demon's little world as well. Alright, let's start. Duan Ling Tian put away his distracting thoughts and followed the world-cleansing divine water's instructions and channeled his energy to his divine tree of life in his little world. He could feel his divine tree of life releasing energy into the secret realm, but the energy disappeared quickly. It was as though the secret realm was a bottomless pit that could not be filled with the divine tree of life's energy. The world-cleansing divine water and Duan Ling Tian were only speculating that the Crimson Demon was keeping an eye on him. They were unaware that as soon he entered the secret realm, the Crimson Demon had been watching him. It only took a few glances at the others once in a while. He who was in the Crimson Demon Ridge could see everything in the secret realm through the divine tree of life in his little world. After watching Duan Ling Tian for a long time, the Crimson Demon felt that something was amiss. Logically, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, it shouldn't take him so long to pass the first test. What is he doing? The Crimson Demon watched as Duanling Tian fought on even ground with the group of huge demons. They were so evenly matched that it was difficult to tell who would emerge victorious. However, he quickly noticed that Duanling Tian was not going all out. Is he trying to use the demons to discover something? Perhaps he's not sure that he's going in the right direction? Or perhaps he's trying to confirm if there are any other clues to gain from fighting these demons. The Crimson Demon nodded to himself when he thought about it, feeling at ease. He felt that his speculations made sense. After a moment, the Crimson Demon shifted his attention to the other prodigies. At this moment, not counting Duanling Tian, about a dozen prodigies, including Sun Jiyao and Shangguanjun, had also entered the secret realm. Similar to Duanling Tian, they found themselves hovering in the sky above the sea as soon as they entered. Most of them had yet to find the clue, and only a few people managed to find something and began to make their way to their destination. Among the few who found something, 2 of them went in the wrong direction. The duo was among those who had greeted Duanling Tian earlier at the entrance of the secret realm. One of them barely passed the first test after going the wrong way. He was seriously injured after killing a huge number of demons. As such, during the second test, he was further injured before he was killed. "This isn't fair!" The prodigy roared mournfully before he died, becoming the food in the belly of the demons. After he died, the other prodigy followed suit. The Crimson Demon watched everything indifferently. "This is how it should be. This time I'll be able to choose the most suitable body for me. I hope Duanling Tian won't let me down." Until now, the Crimson Demon still favored Duanling Tian the most. For this reason, he paid special attention to Duanling Tian. If it were not for the requirements imposed by the ancestors of his clan, he would have directly chosen Duanling Tian to possess. After some time had passed, the sense that something was amiss grew stronger in the Crimson Demon. The other few surviving prodigies were already halfway to the heart of the secret realm and had passed half of the tests. But strangely, Duanling Tian was still fighting on even ground with the big demons from the first test. "What's going on? This isn't possible. What the hell is trying to do?" The Crimson Demon grew suspicious, and unlike before, he began to scrutinize Duanling Tian's every movement. In just a short moment, he discovered the problem. "It's an illusion?" The Crimson Demon's expression changed drastically as he bellowed, "You fool!" The Crimson Demon's voice was so thunderous that everyone in the Crimson Demon Ridge, including his personal demon guards, centurions, and decurions, heard his voice. Their expressions changed immediately as they shuddered in fear. They could not help but wonder who the Crimson Demon was scolding. At the same time, they felt sorry for the person, knowing that the person was going to meet his demise soon. It was their first time seeing the Crimson Demon so angry after they became his puppet. Swoosh! A figure flew up in the Crimson Demon Ridge and shot out like a streak of light. Based on the tear in the void, it was clear how fast the figure was moving. Not long after, a voice burning with fury rang in the Crimson Demon's little world. "Who dares to take control of my divine tree of life while it slumbers? Damn it! Don't even think of escaping." Duanling Tian was now desperately moving forward at lightning speed. He did not hold back at all. Earlier, the divine tree of life in his little world finally found a chance to control the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life to create an opening out of the Crimson Demon's little world. It managed to persist for a while after that before its energy in the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life dissipated. Duanling Tian knew that it was likely that the Crimson Demon had already been alerted. However, he had no time to worry at this moment and could only focus on escaping as fast as he could. He flew out of the spatial tear and returned to the outer boundary. The Crimson Demon's little world was located outside of his body in the outer boundary. After returning to the outer boundary, Duanling Tian did not dare to stay where he was and quickly fled. Whether or not I can escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit depends on this critical moment. The only thought left in Duanling Tian's head now was to escape. For days he continued to flee. When his divine energy was almost depleted, he would use divine pills to replenish it. He did not stop at all the entire time. Several days had passed, and the Crimson Demon had yet to catch up to him. It was likely impossible for the Crimson Demon to find him now, but he still did not dare to let his guard down, fearing that the slightest mistake would land him in the clutches of the Crimson Demon again. If he failed to escape this time and was caught, it was impossible for him to escape again. At that time, only two outcomes awaited him. He would be killed or possessed by the Crimson Demon. During the few days Duan Ling Tian spent fleeing, the Crimson Demon did not stay idle. He did not even stay to reprimand the Divine Tree of Life in his little world. He only told the Divine Tree of Life that Duan Ling Tian had escaped before he gave chase. Alas, the Crimson Demon did not find any trace of Duan Ling Tian at all. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's traces had been erased. Although the Crimson Demon was a supreme powerhouse and had an incredibly strong divine consciousness, he did not dare to recklessly extend his divine consciousness out in the outer boundary, fearing that he would provoke another supreme powerhouse. At that time, things would be bad for him. He was already injured from his last once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation and had yet to recover. He knew it would be almost impossible for him to survive his next heavenly tribulation. This was the reason he was so anxious to find a compatible body to possess. If he fought another supreme powerhouse at this time, it would only further injure him and affect his plan to possess a body. In the end, the Crimson Demon finally gave up on chasing Duan Ling Tian after a few days. He knew that, at this point, even if he continued, it was unlikely for him to find Duan Ling Tian. "You're really lucky." Duan Ling Tian had clearly been planning this for a long time. The Crimson Demon truly did not expect him to have such means. "I'm really curious about how he escaped." The Crimson Demon was so focused on chasing Duan Ling Tian that he did not even communicate with his Divine Tree of Life. As such, he was privy to details of Duan Ling Tian's escape. After giving up on chasing Duan Ling Tian, the Crimson Demon returned to the place near the Crimson Demon Ridge where his little world was located. He quickly went into his little world and looked for his Divine Tree of Life. "Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter?" the Crimson Demon asked, clearly angry. "I was sleeping and recuperating. When I came to my senses and found them, it was already too late." An elderly voice replied before launching into a coughing fit. In a place in the Crimson Demon's little world where the prodigies the Crimson Demon imprisoned could not access, stood an upright and majestic towering tree. If Duan Ling Tian had seen the towering tree, he would have felt that his Divine Tree of Life looked insignificant in comparison. "I acted as soon as I woke up, but it was too late. I don't dare to use too much power in fear of affecting your possession plan." The owner of the elderly voice belonged to the Crimson Demon's Divine Tree of Life. The vital energy of the Divine Tree of Life was a little weak at this moment, as though it was greatly exhausted. There were even cracks on its trunk. If one looked closely, one would be able to see many scars on it. As the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's little world, it would naturally lend a hand when the Crimson Demon needed help dealing with enemies. However, the scars on its trunk did not come from the Crimson Demon's enemies. Instead, it was from the Crimson Demon's previous once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, if it did not act in time and used its body to shield the Crimson Demon from the power of the heavenly tribulation, the Crimson Demon would have died. After hearing the Divine Tree of Life's words and sensing its sluggish energy, the Crimson Demon's expression changed slightly. Then, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Perhaps he's the legendary monster. I should be more careful. Based on the history of the myriad worlds, the more monstrously talented he is, the harder he is to kill and the harder it'll be to possess him. I was careless as well. I can't blame you for this. You still need to recover and control my secret realm. You've had it tough." The elderly voice said, "Choose the one that suits you most among the remaining people. Your success depends on this step. My remaining energy and the burning of my body should be able to help you complete the body possession. I was born in your little world, and you're like a parent to me. I'm willing to give up everything for you." As the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's little world, it naturally had to contribute to the process of the Crimson Demon's body possession. Moreover, it played a very important part. Not only did it have to exhaust its energy, but it also had to burn its body to support the Crimson Demon when the Crimson Demon possessed a new body. After that, although it would not disappear, it would fall into a long and deep sleep due to the depletion of its energy. It would only have a chance to awaken again after the Crimson Demon successfully possessed a new body and became a supreme powerhouse again. Needless to say, if the Crimson Demon failed to possess his chosen body, it would die along with the Crimson Demon. Not every divine tree of life was able to survive the death of its master. Only divine trees of life that had absorbed the realm energy for a long time had a chance of surviving the deaths of their masters and being revived if they were lucky. An example of this was Wood Spirit, the divine tree of life in Duanling Tian's little world. In the past, Wood Spirit's master was also the master of one of the 18 realms of gods in the god-defying world. Not only that, but he was also among the leading supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. As the divine tree of life of such a person, Wood Spirit had access to the god-defying world's realm energy to guard the god-defying world. As such, during its many years guarding the god-defying world, it was able to absorb a large amount of realm energy from the god-defying world. Apart from absorbing the realm energy, another reason the Wood Spirit was able to survive after the death of its master until Duanling Tian found it was due to the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, providing it with nutrition. However, if Duanling Tian did not find it in time, Wood Spirit would eventually perish as well. The nutrients provided by the world-cleansing divine would not be able to keep up with its speed of consumption after all. Its speed of consumption had always been greater than the nutrients the world-cleansing divine spirit provided. It only managed to recover and grow stronger thanks to the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body. Meanwhile, after the Crimson Demon heard the divine tree of life's words, he nodded. "All right, I'm going to increase the difficulty of the secret realm again. Only one of them will survive it. Duanling Tian better not run into me in the future. Even if I can't possess him anymore, I'll still kill him. How dare he go against me? Damn it!" Duanling Tian was unaware that the Crimson Demon planned to kill him if they met again after the Crimson Demon successfully possessed a new body. However, even if he had known, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also look forward to meeting the Crimson Demon again. He wanted to pay the Crimson Demon back for imprisoning him and almost killing him. I should be safe now, right? After fleeing for a month, Duanling Tian finally stopped running for his life. Previously, it might have seemed as though he was escaping in random directions. However, in truth, he had taken great care to avoid places that were possibly territories of supreme powerhouses. He was deeply afraid of wandering into the territory of a supreme powerhouse after his experience in the Crimson Demon Ridge. It would be fine if the supreme powerhouse was easygoing. Otherwise, he would enter the lion's den again. I saw some dilapidated cities along the way. There were many humans and demons wandering in and out. Some of those demons kept their original appearance and some of them took the form of humans. There are even some plant-like huge demons. Duanling Tian had seen many places while he was fleeing. He knew that there were also trading places in the outer boundary. Coincidentally, there's a city up ahead. I'll go and have a look and find out where this place is. Duanling Tian looked at the dilapidated city not far ahead for a moment before he flew over. He could see many figures coming in and out of the city as he flew. After entering the dilapidated city, no one paid any attention to Duanling Tian. After all, there were many young humans like him coming in and out of the city every day. It was difficult to tell a person's age if one did not probe with one's divine consciousness. Many of those who had lived for tens of thousands of years liked to maintain a youthful appearance after all. For this reason, no one judged a person's age or strength based on their appearance. Perhaps there were some young people who were truly easy targets, but there were many who were much older and more powerful than they seemed. If one provoked the wrong person, one would have to pay a hefty price. This place. When Duanling Tian walked in, he saw many people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Some people stood at the side and placed things in front of them, waiting for someone to ask for their prices. These people hoped to trade away treasures that were not useful to them for something useful. Unsurprisingly, those who dared to bring their treasures out here were all confident about their strength. They were also not foolish and would not bring out treasures that might attract people more powerful than themselves. After all, they would die in vain if they were killed because of a few treasures. There was no lack of robbers, and there was also no lack of robbers who would kill once they obtained what they wanted. While walking around,
Duanling Tian saw a few things that were useful to him. However, after inquiring about them, he realized he did not have what was needed to exchange for those things. Needless to say, he could easily exchange for these things with the liquid from the divine fountain, which was highly valuable, but he knew he could not bring the liquid from the divine fountain out. After all, it was something that even supreme powerhouses coveted. He would definitely be in deep trouble if he brought the liquid from the divine fountain out even with his current strength. He was not afraid of anyone under the realm of supreme powerhouses, but what if a supreme powerhouse made a move? Thinking about supreme powerhouses inadvertently made Duanling Tian think of the Crimson Demon, causing him to shudder and feel powerless. Supreme powerhouses are too strong. It's impossible for those below the realm of supreme powerhouses to compete with them. Duanling Tian also suddenly thought about his reason for leaving the god-defying world for the outer boundary, which led to Yun Qingyan, who had merged with a supreme powerhouse. If the other party appeared in front of him at this moment, there was nothing he could do to the other party at all. Although Duanling Tian could not use the liquid from the divine fountain to trade, fortunately, he could still use his divine pills. In the end, he managed to exchange for a few things that would help him stabilize his cultivation base. Now that he had become an advanced supreme god, the next thing he needed to do was stabilize his cultivation base.
Duanling Tian continued to wander the city after exchanging for a few items. He noticed that none of the buildings there were intact and inhabited. The people in the city were just passers-by who came to trade.
According to the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, not all cities are dilapidated in the outer boundary. Many of the intact cities with a large number of inhabitants are controlled by powerful forces. It seems like this city I'm in should be in a remote part of the outer boundary. As Duanling Tian wandered the city, he saw many other things that he wanted and tried to exchange for them. As time passed, he discovered that many people were staring at him. Some of them did not even bother to hide the greedy expressions on their faces or their intention to rob him. Duanling Tian did not care about those people at all. After all, not counting the supreme powerhouses, there were only a few advanced supreme gods whom he was afraid of. As such, he was not afraid of those advanced supreme gods who were staring at him covetously. It's best if none of you fight with me. If you go looking for trouble, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. After exchanging for a few more things, Duanling Tian finally left the dilapidated city. After he stepped out of the city, he discovered about a dozen people tailing him in groups. He flew a distance away before he finally turned to look at the people indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of people was surprised that Duanling Tian, who knew he was being targeted, did not flee after he discovered them. They wondered if he was going to obediently bring his things out, giving up resistance.
Duanling Tian's cold gaze swept past the dozen or so people as he said slowly in a menacing voice, "If anyone continues to follow me, I'll kill them."
Upon hearing these words, most of the people who tailed Duanling Tian laughed. He's just entered the realm of advanced supreme gods, but he's so arrogant. He probably doesn't know that we're aware of his cultivation. Duanling Tian did not pay attention to the ridicule. Instead, he turned around and continued on his way. Those people did not heed his advice and continued to follow him. With this, Duanling Tian paused briefly before he suddenly teleported into the midst of those people. When he reappeared, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was already in his hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out.
Even without the help from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, Duanling Tian's attack, which he had combined with his law of space and his fierce sword Dao,
stirred up a violent spatial storm and instantly killed 3 of the people standing closest to him before they even had time to react. Needless to say, the others were shocked by Duanling Tian's attack. At this moment, they finally realized that Duanling Tian's earlier words were not a bluff. He clearly had the ability to back up his threats.
They were just ordinary advanced supreme gods. Even if they had stabilized their cultivation base, their strength was limited. They were no match for the stronger advanced supreme gods, let alone Duanling Tian, who was a top advanced supreme god. Run. We're no match for him.
Heavens!
How's it possible for an advanced supreme god who has yet to stabilize his cultivation base to be so strong?
These people were not stupid. They all prepared to flee in different directions.
At this moment, two figures shot out of Duanling Tian's body. They were his doppelgangers from the law of space and the law of time. The three of them split up in 3 directions and killed everyone in 10 breaths. After killing the dozen or so people who followed him, Duanling Tian looked at the distance for a moment before he finally turned to leave. Not long after Duanling Tian left, more than a dozen people came out of a forest in the distance. All of them wore fearful expressions on their faces at this moment. Fortunately, we weren't reckless and didn't get too close. Otherwise, we would have perished along with those people. He's terrifyingly strong, and he's yet to stabilize his cultivation base. He must have an extraordinary background. No wonder he has so many divine pills. Duanling Tian was naturally aware of these people's presence. However, since they didn't follow him too closely, he did not care about them. After his display of strength earlier, no one followed him anymore. I'll go to Dancing Sun City now to ask about Wang Yiyuan's clan. I'll try to repay the favor by fulfilling his final wish. Wang Yiyuan was the prodigy whom Duanling Tian met in the Crimson Demon's little world. Although Wang Yiyuan was strong, he had unfortunately died in the Crimson Demon's little world. Before he died, he had given Duanling Tian his spatial ring that contained a spherical object, which turned out to be a key to an independent realm left behind by a powerful supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian learned that Dancing Sun City was the closest intact city earlier when he was exchanging for things in the dilapidated city. He also learned that Dancing Sun City was peaceful and prosperous and was controlled by 5 major forces. Each of the 5 forces was commanded by a supreme powerhouse. Forces from all realms in the myriad worlds gathered in the outer boundary. In the beginning, no one knew if the outer boundary was inhabited. What was known was that many people from myriad worlds settled in the outer boundary and started families after leaving their respective homelands. For this reason, many natives of the outer boundary were descendants of those from the myriad worlds. However, due to their long history, some of them only knew their ancestors came from the myriad worlds and did not know the details. Even supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds did not dare to be careless in the outer boundary like they might be in their respective worlds. After all, there might be supreme powerhouses who were natives of the outer boundary who were more powerful. Long before Duanling Tian went to the outer boundary, when he was still in the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, he had heard from the ancestor of the Xia clan that the outer boundary was a complicated place. As such, he had mentally prepared for himself. According to the ancestor of the Xia clan, even the most powerful beings in the 3 strongest worlds did not act rampantly in the outer boundary. When the ancestor of the Xia clan was in the outer boundary, he had heard rumors about the hidden powerhouses in the outer boundary. It was said that 2 powerhouses from the outer boundary fought against and successfully fended off 2 of the strongest powerhouses in the myriad worlds. There were also rumors that there was only one hidden powerhouse from the outer boundary who fought against 2 of the strongest powerhouses in the myriad world. In any case, everyone knew that the natives of the outer boundary were not to be underestimated. Dancing Sun City, which was Duanling Tian's current destination, was controlled by 5 major forces native to the outer boundary. The rules there were created and enforced by the 5 major forces. They could be considered the masters of Dancing Sun City. After many days, is Dancing Sun City? Duanling Tian, who had been traveling at high speed for quite a while, saw a huge city surrounded by tall city walls in a long mountain range. The city was a mountain city, and half of it was in the mountains. The area of the city in the mountains was closed to most people. No one was allowed to approach it without good reason. This was because this place was where those from the 5 major forces stayed, and it was known as the inner city of Dancing Sun City. In the inner city, there were trading places and training fields for sparring. They were all shared by the 5 major forces. The trading places were the internal trading market for the 5 major forces. On the contrary, everyone was free to enter the outer city. It did not matter where one came from, one would not be denied entry into the outer city. Needless to say, those in the outer city would have to abide by the rules of Dancing Sun City. Otherwise, one would be dealt with by the law enforcement team in the city. The law enforcement team in Dancing Sun City consisted of members from the 5 major forces. The team leader and the members were powerful and could easily deal with 99% of those under the realm of supreme powerhouses. If they encountered someone they were unable to deal with, a letter would be sent to the inner city, and a supreme powerhouse would come to their aid. For this reason, there was little crime in the city. After entering the city, Duanling Tian felt that the city was rather orderly and peaceful. The people in the city were polite. Some of them would take the initiative to give way when traveling on a narrow road. After walking around for a while, Duanling Tian still did not see anyone from the law enforcement team. I heard that law enforcement teams in places like Dancing Sun City don't usually patrol in the open. They stay hidden until something happens. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Dancing Sun City, including the inner city, was a rather big city. It was not inferior to the cities Duanling Tian had seen in the god-defying world. When Duanling Tian flew into the sky and looked down, he discovered that the inner city was shrouded in smoke, blocking his sight. He could only see a faint outline of the city walls in the inner city. It was not hard for him to guess that the 5 major forces must have used formations to keep the inner city hidden from view. After all, even in the god-defying world, powerful forces in the city would employ such methods as well. Unlike some cities where flying was prohibited, there was no rule like that in Dancing Sun City. As long as one did not harbor malicious intentions, one would not be stopped from flying. Needless to say, if one flew into the sky of the inner city and caused trouble, the law enforcement team would definitely take action. Apart from gathering more information about the outer boundary, I'll ask around about the whereabouts of Wang Yiyuan's clan. If I'm able to find out his clan's whereabouts, I'll head over there and complete the task he entrusted me with. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to fulfill his final wish. This was Duanling Tian's reason for coming to Dancing Sun City. He had learned a little about the outer boundary before he left the god-defying world. There were still many things in the outer boundary for him to learn. Initially, Duanling Tian did not intend to stay long in Dancing Sun City. However, plans often did not go according to one's wishes. After staying in the city for a few days to learn about the outer boundary and the whereabouts of Wang Yiyuan's clan, Duanling Tian was prepared to leave the next day. Unfortunately, something happened the night before he planned to leave, alarming him. Duanling Tian, who was staying in a nice inn owned by one of the 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City, was sitting cross-legged in his room when he suddenly heard a thunderous sound followed by a huge commotion in the distance. Duanling Tian did not waste time and left his room to have a look. As soon as he walked out, he heard the conversations in his surroundings. I heard that a supreme demon, a supreme powerhouse, led demons to attack Dancing Sun City. This is bad. Dancing Sun City is surrounded. Why are you so anxious? So what if a supreme demon came? Dancing Sun City is protected by 5 supreme powerhouses. Even if the supreme demon doesn't die, he or she will be grievously injured. The one who came seems to be that person from Qiming Mountain. What? Are you sure that person is from Qiming Mountain? Heavens! How did Dancing Sun City provoke that person? Duanling Tian sighed after listening to the conversations in his surroundings. His expression was a little dark when he lamented his luck. Soon after he arrived in the outer boundary, he encountered one trouble after another. When he first arrived, he had to fight demons in the sea immediately. Following that, he accidentally wandered into the Crimson Demon Ridge after leaving the sea. As a result, he was imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. After he narrowly escaped the Crimson Demon, he came to the relatively peaceful Dancing Sun City. But who knew he would encounter a supreme demon attacking Dancing Sun City? Duanling Tian knew that supreme demon referred to a supreme powerhouse who was a demon. It's just a supreme demon, right? There are 5 supreme powerhouses in Dancing Sun City. Why are they afraid of one supreme demon? It's clear that they don't think the 5 supreme powerhouses are able to fend off that supreme demon. Duanling Tian wondered inwardly with a puzzled expression on his face. Duanling Tian was naturally aware that even supreme powerhouses possessed varied levels of strength. Based on the conversations in the surroundings, it seemed like the supreme demon from Qiming Mountain was much stronger than the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City. Even if the 5 supreme powerhouses join forces, they aren't a match for that supreme demon? How powerful is that person exactly to be unafraid of 5 supreme powerhouses?
Duan Tian wondered inwardly as his expression turned grim.
Duan Tian was still mulling over this discovery when the thunderous roars of demons accompanied by the sounds of buildings collapsing pulled him back to his senses. He could tell that the sound was drawing closer and closer.
The people around Duan Tian flew into the air one after another and fled in different directions. Run! The huge demons from Qiming Mountain are here. Run!
Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air before a huge ape-like demon appeared above the inn. He had a huge body seemed to cover the sky. When one of his feet landed, he directly stepped on two people to death. Then, a terrifying energy swept out toward the duo, causing them to explode into blood mists.
Humans are too weak.
After killing the two people, the giant ape stepped on the courtyard at the side of the inn before he punched twice. The terrifying force from the punches killed those who fled one after another.
Fortunately, those who were stronger managed to escape.
Meanwhile, isn't this just an ordinary demon from Qiming Mountain? Duan Tian looked at the giant ape in front of him with a calm expression, but inwardly his heart was in turmoil. Although the giant ape was not as strong as the huge sea demon he encountered when he first came to the outer boundary, he was not much weaker than the huge sea demon. Most importantly, the giant ape was just one of many huge demons in the troops that the supreme demon led to Qiming Mountain.
Ha!
In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were all prey. He rather enjoyed the thrill of chasing after its fleeing prey. He was puzzled when he saw a human standing in the inn motionlessly.
Is he scared witless? The giant ape thought. In any case, this pretty boy is really an eyesore. The human standing in the inn was none other than Duan Tian. He did not bother to flee at all since the giant ape in front of him, which was an advanced supreme god, was no match for him. I can kill this pretty boy with just a punch. The giant ape thought as he threw out a punch toward Duan Tian. At the same time, lightning flashed around him, indicating that he comprehended the law of thunder. It did not take long before a phenomenon that shone for 1,000 miles shone weakly in the sky.
In the outer boundary, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000 miles was equivalent to the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles on the realm battlefield of the god-defying world, even among advanced supreme gods. This level of comprehension was considered not bad. Duan Tian did not try to avoid the giant ape's punch. Instead, he waved his hand, mobilizing the law of space. The law of space easily deflected the force of the giant ape's attack. During the entire process, he remained calm. This human is very strong.
At this time, the giant ape's eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart trembled. He no longer dared to be careless. Blood chi began to rise from his body as he cast his bloodline power. The blood chi merged with the energy from the law of thunder, turning the lightning bolts blood red. Following that, he charged toward Duan Tian with a solemn expression on his face. Although the giant ape attacked without holding back this time, Duan Tian easily sent him flying with a wave of his hand. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the giant ape landed at the corner of the inn, easily crushing the walls.
Duan Tian teleported closer to the giant ape with a sword in his hand that had been imbued with his divine energy. He pointed the sword at the giant ape's glabella as he said indifferently, "You're no match for me."
Duan Tian had no intention of killing the giant ape. In fact, he had taken care not to injure the giant ape too seriously. After all, if he killed the giant ape, who knew if it would attract a group of huge demons over? Although he might be stronger than them, the demons had numbers on their side. Most importantly, at that time, the commotion might catch the attention of the supreme demon from Qiming Mountain. He would definitely die if he was targeted by a supreme powerhouse. The giant ape struggled to rise to its feet. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him in confusion as he asked, "Human, why didn't you kill me?" At the same time, the giant ape found Duan Tian more pleasing to the eye than before. Duan Tian ignored the giant ape's question. He flew into the distance in just a blink of an eye and extended his divine consciousness. He could sense a few huge demons heading in the inn's direction as though they could sense the giant ape's predicament. As Duan Tian fled, he thought, it seems like the giant ape is well liked by its companions. In such a short time, a few of them are already rushing over to aid him. After leaving the inn, Duan Tian wandered stealthily among the humans and demons fighting in the city. Occasionally, some huge demons would attack him, but he easily avoided them.
With his strength now, as long as he did not encounter the supreme demon of Qiming Mountain, he would be able to protect himself from the other demons of Qiming Mountain. That human is incredibly powerful. At this time, Duanling Tian was unaware that he had been targeted by a few of the stronger demons. 3 demons hovered in the sky. One resembled a beast, the other resembled a bird, and the third one had scales. All of them were staring at Duanling Tian at this moment. The demon that spoke first was the one that resembled a beast. His body was like a small mountain, and he looked like a cross between a tiger and a leopard, but his head was that of a deer, and he possessed 3 antlers. If those who were familiar with Qiming Mountain were here at this time, they would have turned pale in fright when they saw the 3 huge demons. These 3 demons were only second to the supreme demon of Qiming Mountain and were among the strongest advanced supreme gods. Taiyu, your adoptive son, was almost killed by him earlier. It's a wonder to me that you're still able to remain calm, the bird-like demon said with a chuckle. He looked gleeful as he added fuel to fire. The scaled demon laughed before he said, Taiyu knows that the human didn't have any intention of killing him. Otherwise, Taiyu wouldn't sit still. Then it added, that human is indeed powerful. If we don't use the prime divine artifacts bestowed by our Lord, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him. Such a strong human. Is he from one of the 5 major forces? I don't think so. If he's from one of the 5 major forces, he would have gone to the inner city. Why did he run in the opposite direction? At this time, Duanling Tian was moving in the opposite direction of the inner city. He did not want to stay a moment longer in Dancing Sun City. He knew that even if he did not offend Qiming Mountain and even spared the giant ape's life, there was no guarantee the supreme demon would let him leave if he encountered the supreme demon. He was naturally not afraid of the other demons. While Duanling Tian drew closer and closer to the city wall, avoiding many demons along the way. Supreme Demon Qiming, are you really going to provoke the 5 of us? A thunderous and furious voice rang from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice echoed loudly in all corners of Dancing Sun City. After the voice rang from the inner city of Dancing Sun City, before Duanling Tian regained his senses, he heard a loud scoff before another voice said, Zhong Yuanju, do you have brain regression? How can you ask such a stupid question? Today, I, Qiming, am not only going to provoke all of you, but also destroy the 5 major forces. Following that, Duanling Tian, who had just arrived near the city wall, saw terrifying beams of light shooting down from the sky. They were like pillars that imprisoned the entire Dancing Sun City. Duanling Tian looked at the beams of light that easily destroyed the city walls, and his heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he heard the world-cleansing divine water's solemn warning from his little world. Little Tian, this supreme powerhouse has sealed off the entire city. This means his power covers the entire city now. Don't act rashly. If you attack the light beams, there'll be consequences. You haven't comprehended your laws to the perfect form, so you'll die from the backlash. Also, your sword Dao is strong, so it'll only attract a greater backlash. Duanling Tian did not close his little world and left a small opening so the world-cleansing divine water could monitor the situation in the outside world. This was to prevent him from wandering into dangerous places. If he had let the world-cleansing divine water monitor the situation as soon as he arrived in the outer boundary, he would not have wandered so deep into Crimson Demon Ridge. When the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements helped Duanling Tian escape from the Crimson Demon's little world, they had exhausted almost all of their energies. However, because Duanling Tian needed the world-cleansing divine water, the other 4 divine elements bore more of the burden during the escape. As such, the other 4 divine elements had now fallen into a deep sleep while the world-cleansing divine water stayed awake because her energy consumption was not very high. Then what should I do now? Duanling Tian asked. His heart raced in his chest, and he could not help but feel nervous. This was a battle between supreme powerhouses. He would die if they destroyed the city. You can't force your way out of the city, the world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. It's best if you stay in the midst of the demons from Qiming Mountain. When the supreme demon fights the 5 supreme powerhouses, it's likely that he'll take the demon's safety into consideration. Similarly, the 5 supreme powerhouses will also consider their descendants' safety when they fight, but I have a feeling that Qiming Mountain will win this battle. If you choose to stay with the humans, I'm afraid you'll die when the 5 major forces are defeated.
Duanling Tian frowned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words.
Another choice. I have to make another choice again.
Since Duanling Tian came to the outer boundary, he had been making choices regarding his life and death. In fact, he was not weak now even in the outer boundary.
It was difficult to find anyone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who was on par with him unless the other party was an advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law to the paramount stage.
Sister Water, you said that I should be with the demons from Qiming Mountain, but I'm human after all. How am I going to follow them without arousing any conflict? Duanling Tian asked. There's no need to be afraid of conflict, the world-cleansing divine water said indifferently. Just follow the group of huge demons. If they attack you, you can just defend yourself. With your current strength, do you think they have the ability to kill you?
In my opinion, you should follow the giant ape you defeated earlier. You spared his life after all. With his tribe's character, he won't repay kindness with revenge.
Based on the world-cleansing divine water, it was obvious that she recognized the giant ape's tribe. Sister Water, why do you think the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City will lose?
It seems like you have a low opinion of the 5 supreme powerhouses, Duanling Tian asked with a slight frown. He felt that it was too risky and reckless to entrust his life to the demons. The world-cleansing divine water replied, it's not like that. However, since the supreme demon from Qiming Mountain dared to provoke them, it shows that he's confident, and I'm sure he has also considered the 5 supreme powerhouses' hidden trump cards as well. As such, what I proposed to you was what I thought was the safest choice. If you stay close to the humans, do you think the supreme demon will spare you, a human, once he destroyed the 5 major forces?
On the contrary, if the humans win, you just need to kill a few huge demons. Not only will they be impressed, but they might invite you to join their respective forces. After all, even among the 5 major forces, they only have a few advanced supreme gods on par with you. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian after he listened to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation. Once again, he was reminded that the world-cleansing divine water had his best interest in mind and that the choice she gave him was also the safest choice. Swoosh! Duanling Tian moved at lightning speed around Dancing Sun City. The city was now in ruins. The originally bustling streets and buildings were all destroyed. Felt like the end was nigh. Blood stained the ground everywhere, flowing like rivers. Many people who were still fleeing were eventually killed by the huge demons, and there were also quite a few who were battling the huge demons. There were members of the 5 major forces staying in the outer city of Dancing Sun City as well. However, they had all returned to the inner city when the battle started. These people included the law enforcement team of Dancing Sun City. It was easy for them to maintain order and peace in Dancing Sun City because most of the people they dealt with were weaker than them, and they also had the 5 major forces backing them. However, their opponents now were demons led by the powerful supreme demon from Qiming Mountain. They were simply no match for the demons. Moreover, they had also been summoned by their respective forces to return to the inner city to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for the others in the outer city, the 5 major forces had already given up on them. Found you! It did not take long for Duanling Tian to find the giant ape he defeated at the inn earlier. At this moment, the giant was not alone. He was with another 2 demons. One was a bird-like demon with golden feathers, while the other one resembled a bat with green and blood-red lines on his body, making him look sinister. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported near the giant ape and the 2 huge demons. At this time, the 3 demons were destroying a tall building and killing those who tried to flee. Many begged for mercy, but the trio turned a deaf ear to their pleas. Corpses piled up into mountains while mournful cries rang in the air. Suddenly, it's you! The giant ape finally noticed Duanling Tian. His eyes widened and his body trembled slightly as he stumbled a few steps back, looking frightened. The other 2 huge demons heard the giant ape and they gave up on chasing the people who tried to flee. Their eyes shifted to Duanling Tian in unison. The giant ape looked at Duanling Tian fearfully and asked, "What do you want?" The giant ape had no ill feelings toward the human in front of him.
After all, the other party had the strength to kill him but had spared his life. Although demons and humans were on different sides, he did not forget the other party's grace. His tribe was upright in nature and disdained employing tricks. At this time, when he saw the other party, his first thought was that the other party regretted his decision and came back to kill him. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the vigilant giant ape. He replied, "Nothing. Since the battle between the supreme powerhouses is about to begin, I'm looking for someone to watch the fight and chat with. I just arrived in Dancing Sun City not too long ago, so I don't know anyone." "That's all." The giant ape frowned, clearly skeptical. His adoptive father had told him repeatedly that humans were cunning. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, one of the two demons next to the giant ape, who were glaring at Duan Ling Tian, asked, "Tameng Sha, do you know this human?" The giant ape looked at Duan Ling Tian and replied to his companions in a deep voice, "He's the human who defeated me earlier." As soon as the giant ape's words fell, the two winged demons' gazes turned slightly fearful. After all, their strength was on par with that of Tameng Sha, the giant ape. "So it's him." After a moment, the bat-like demon looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, "Human, you spared Tameng Sha's life earlier, so we owe you a favor. We'll repay you for your grace of sparing his life. However, I'm sure you came to him not because you want to watch the battle, right? You're hoping to use him to stay safe, am I right? I'm quite sure you're not from one of the 5 major forces. If I'm not mistaken, whether our Lord Supreme Demon or the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City win, you've determined that the safest place for you to be is with Tameng Sha. That's why you came to Tameng Sha." Duan Ling Tian tried to maintain his composure. He was slightly taken aback by the accuracy of the other party's analysis. He did not expect the somewhat scary-looking bat-like demon to be so smart and perceptive. Unlike the smart bat-like demon, Tameng Sha and the other winged demon looked at the bat-like demon with a mix of confusion and curiosity. "What do you mean?" The bat-like demon calmly explained, "This human came to Tameng Sha because he hopes to take advantage of his grace of sparing Tameng Sha's life. He wants to survive the disaster that's about to befall Dancing Sun City by using Tameng Sha. He doesn't know if our Lord or the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City will win the battle. But he has determined that if he stays with us demons, no matter who wins, he'll be able to survive." Realization finally dawned on Tameng Sha and the bird-like demon. "Humans are really cunning," Tameng Sha said as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again. This time, his gaze carried a hint of disapproval. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at the bat-like demon and said, "I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions so quickly. After all, I thought demons were all simple-minded. I didn't expect to meet such a smart demon like you." Duan Ling Tian did not deny or hide his intentions. It was useless to lie. It was better to be frank. He just wanted to survive after all, and he bore no ill intentions. Tameng Sha said to Duan Ling Tian in a deep voice, "Human, I can cooperate with you in this matter. However, after this, we're even, and I, Tameng Sha, no longer owe you." Unlike the bat-like demon, Tameng Sha was very simple. Even his speech was direct without any unnecessary words. "Of course," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. He had been waiting for these words. After reaching a consensus, Duan Ling Tian followed the 3 demons. At the same time, the 3 demons also no longer hunted and killed the humans in Dancing Sun City. Instead, the 4 of them found a place and looked at the sky. At this time, a 3-meter-tall sturdy and masculine figure dressed in a gray robe stood in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His jaw was chiseled as though it had been carved by a knife. He looked very determined at this moment as he stared at the inner city of Dancing Sun City. Behind the gray-clad sturdy figure stood 3 huge demons. A beast-like demon, a bird-like demon, and a scaled demon. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, those 3 demons, are they the 3 demons second only to the supreme demon of Qiming Mountain? Duan Ling Tian naturally knew nothing about Qiming Mountain. He had never heard of Qiming Mountain until today. Everything he knew about it was gleaned from the conversations he had overheard from his surroundings earlier. He had heard that there were 3 demons under the command of the supreme demon of Qiming Mountain. The trio was among the strongest advanced supreme gods and had comprehended their respective laws to the perfect form. This meant that they were able to manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles in the outer boundary. If they were on the god-defying world's realm battlefield, they would manifest the phenomenon that shone for 100 million miles that would cover almost half of the realm battlefield. At this moment, a voice said indifferently, "Qi-Ming, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to come back and provoke me. Today, the 5 of us will join forces and mete out justice on behalf of heaven. We'll kill you today in Dancing Sun City." Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw 5 illusory figures appear before they began to solidify into person in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 figures suddenly vanished into thin air, and a thunderous commotion rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by their speed. Boom! Subsequently, a terrifying wave of energy swept down from the sky, crushing the buildings in the outer city of Dancing Sun City. On the contrary, the buildings in the inner city remained intact thanks to the guarding formations of the 5 major forces. Even then, when the wave of energy swept out, one could see the formations flashing brightly before they dimmed. Clearly, the formations were badly damaged. Qi-Ming's voice echoed in Dancing Sun City as he said coldly, "You spared my life back then? Back then, I didn't offend or provoke the 5 of you or any of your descendants. However, all of you, for your own selfish desires, killed my son so you could take his heart and blood to refine a divine pill that could help your descendants be reborn. You should know very well whether you spared my life back then or you were unable to kill me back then. Today, not only will I kill all of you, but I'll also kill your so-called prodigious descendants who were reborn using my son's life. After that, I'll destroy all your forces so they'll cease to exist in the outer boundary." Qi-Ming's voice turned frostier and frostier as he spoke. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's heart shook slightly upon hearing the reason Qi-Ming attacked Dancing Sun City. As it turned out, Qi-Ming came to avenge his son. In order to cultivate prodigious disciples, the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City joined forces to kill Qi-Ming's son and took his heart and blood. Not all humans are good, and not all demons are bad. Feng Qingyang's words echoed in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. His master had said this to him in the past. In fact, even before he met his master, when he was in the mundane realm, he had already felt this way. What? The old ancestor looked for trouble with supreme demon Qi-Ming first? They killed his son for his heart and blood to cultivate their descendants into prodigies? It makes sense now why supreme demon Qi-Ming attacked our Dancing Sun City. After waiting for so many years, supreme demon Qi-Ming must be confident about avenging his son now. The members of the 5 major forces were shocked by this revelation. They were unaware that their respective supreme powerhouses had done such a thing in the past. They were naturally furious since they now had to bear the consequences even though they were innocent. Alas, as ordinary members, there was nothing they could do. It seemed like an impossible feat to eradicate all 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City, but they were worried about Qi-Ming's confidence. "Qi-Ming, your strength might have improved, but it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us. This is your last chance to retreat. We'll forget what happened today if you leave now." Another supreme powerhouse from Dancing Sun City said. He was loud and arrogant when he spoke. The clouds dispersed due to the shockwave, revealing a tall and burly figure standing across from the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. The 5 supreme powerhouses were an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. As the dust settled in the city, Duan Ling Tian and the 3 demons looked at the ruined city. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and only a few survivors could be seen slowly crawling out of the rubble. Duan Ling Tian was the only human who remained completely unscathed because of his proximity to the 3 demons. The 3 demons might not be the most powerful among the troops of demons from Qi-Ming Mountain, but they had powerful backgrounds. The giant ape, Ta Meng Sha, was the adoptive son of one of the 3 strongest demons under Qi-Ming's command. Even demons stronger than Ta Meng Sha did not dare to offend him. As such, the other demons did not dare to attack Duan Ling Tian at all. This is the destructive power of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian surveyed the ruins of the city with a hint of fear in his eyes. Blood flowed like rivers in the outer city of Dancing Sun City and the city walls,
except for those within the cage formed by the beams of light, had long collapsed. The destruction would be worse if Supreme Demon Qi Ming didn't cast a protective barrier to protect this part of Dancing Sun City. Moreover, the 5 supreme powerhouses had most certainly held back earlier when they made a move. After all, their descendants and members of their forces are in the city. They definitely won't act recklessly, worried that the shockwaves would affect the others. Many thoughts raced through Duanling Tian's mind at this moment. This was his first time watching a battle between supreme powerhouses. After all, it dawned on him again how terrifying supreme powerhouses were. As hard as Duanling Tian tried, he could hardly catch the movements of the 6 supreme powerhouses. Their movements were too fast for him. Duanling Tian looked at Qi Ming suddenly. He could sense that Qi Ming's energy was unstable compared to the other 5 supreme powerhouses. It seems like Qi Ming was at a disadvantageous position during their previous exchange. As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he heard a cold snort. Ha! The 5 of them think that our lord came alone? How silly, the bat-like demon said. Duanling Tian's eyes widened upon hearing these words. Did Supreme Demon Qi Ming bring help? What a kind offer. However, I think you're just afraid that if I continue, you'll all be injured. I have to admit, all of you have gotten slightly stronger compared to the past. Qi Ming said. The 5 supreme powerhouses' expressions darkened immediately when they heard his words. After exchanging blows, they discovered that Qi Ming's improvements surpassed theirs. It seemed like at least 3 of them would have to join forces to be on par with Qi Ming. If the 5 of them joined forces, they would likely be able to take him down, but it would be a tough battle. They would definitely be injured in the process, and there was also a possibility that 1 or 2 of them might die in the battle. They were naturally reluctant to suffer injuries, fearing that it would affect the chances of them surviving their next heavenly tribulation that came once every 10,000 years. At this time, Qi Ming suddenly cupped his fists together and said, "Brother Han Wang, please help me kill these 5 people." Following that, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air as a terrifyingly cold wave of energy swept out from high above the sky. Snowflakes began to fall on Dancing Sun City as though winter had suddenly arrived. Unlike winter, Duanling Tian felt the freezing cold pierce through his bones. At the same time, the 3 demons next to Duanling Tian had already mobilized their divine energies to protect themselves from the cold. A supreme powerhouse who comprehends the law of ice? Duanling Tian mobilized his divine energy as he looked at the blue-clad young man who had appeared after the supreme demon. Qi Ming spoke. The blue-clad young man was about 1.8 meters tall. He was handsome and possessed a pair of straight brows. His most eye-catching feature was his long azure hair that fluttered in the wind. Despite being shorter than Qi Ming, who was 3 meters tall, his aura was much more overbearing. Han Wang. The expressions of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City changed immediately. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes as they looked at the blue-clad young man standing across from them. Based on the 5 supreme powerhouses' reactions, Duanling Tian knew that the blue-clad young man must be extraordinary. Moreover, the blue-clad young man had to be stronger than Qi Ming. Otherwise, Qi Ming would have been so respectful or sought his help. At this time, an old woman, one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City, forced a smile on her face and said, "Lord Han Wang, there's no reason for you to help Qi Ming, right? The 5 of us and our respective forces have no enmity with you, after all." The old woman did not expect Qi Ming to seek help from Han Wang, a sexless cultivator who was much stronger than her. Not too long ago, she had heard that Han Wang was living in seclusion near Dancing Sun City. At that time, she even thought about visiting him. Who knew that their first meeting would be under such circumstances? Following that, an old man cupped his fists together and bowed slightly at Han Wang before he said, "Han Wang, if you're willing to stay out of this matter, the 5 of us promise to compensate you generously. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the compensation." The old man and the other 4 supreme powerhouses had discussed among themselves not long after Han Wang made his appearance. All of them agreed to offer Han Wang something as long as Han Wang did not intervene in this matter. After all, if the rumors were true, at least half of them would die if they fought Qi Ming and Han Wang. Not only that, but if Han Wang helped Qi Ming, all the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City would be destroyed as well.
A warm smile bloomed on the face of the blue-clad young man who brought winter to Dancing Sun City as he asked, "Really?" The 5 supreme powerhouses were stunned by Han Wang's smile. "Of course," the old man replied with a nod. Subsequently, Han Wang withdrew his energy, turning the dark expressions on the 5 supreme powerhouses' faces into smiles. "Lord Han Wang, you're free to go through our treasure vault or even our spatial rings and take what you like." "That's right, Lord Han Wang. This is a show of our sincerity." Han Wang laughed heartily before he said, "Qi Ming, I'm sorry, but their offer is irresistible." Han Wang flashed and reappeared near the 5 supreme powerhouses. The 5 supreme powerhouses naturally did not let their guards down even though Han Wang had seemingly accepted their offer. In fact, they found it a little hard to believe that things went so smoothly. Qi Ming's expression darkened immediately upon seeing this. "Han Wang, did you forget that you've accepted my things?" Then he turned to look at the 5 supreme powerhouses and said, "Do you really think he's on your side now? Since he can break his promise to me, he can do the same to you too." Seeing that Qi Ming was upset, the troops of demons were furious. They began to howl and roar. Even the 3 demons next to Duanling Tian were furious. If looks could kill, Han Wang would have died many times over by now. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was baffled by the sudden twist of events. The glorious image of a supreme powerhouse in his heart had also crumbled at this moment. He realized that supreme powerhouses were no different from ordinary people. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he could not help feeling that something was amiss. Qi Ming would not have taken such a huge risk if Han Wang was so unreliable. According to Tameng Sha, Han Wang was a reclusive supreme powerhouse who was stronger than Qi Ming. It was for this reason that Qi Ming sought Han Wang's help and gained the confidence to deal with the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. On the other hand, after seeing how furious Qi Ming was, the 5 supreme powerhouses felt slightly more at ease. Nonetheless, they were still wary of Han Wang. At this time, Han Wang said, "Let me have a look at your respective treasure vaults now. I'll leave after I take what I want." 2 of the 5 supreme powerhouses hesitated briefly, while the others brought out their respective prominent divine artifacts. These prominent divine artifacts were not only their weapons, but they also possessed a storage space, which was used as their treasure vaults. Then they handed their prominent divine artifacts along with their spatial rings to Han Wang. "Lord Han Wang, please have a look." After a brief moment, the remaining 2 supreme powerhouses followed suit and handed Han Wang their prominent divine artifacts and spatial rings as well. Upon seeing this scene, the members of the 5 forces of Dancing Sun City felt aggrieved and unwilling. Alas, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had no doubts that Han Wang was extremely strong based on how the 5 supreme powerhouses treated him. "Our clan is going to suffer a huge loss. What a heavy price to pay." Han Wang extended his divine consciousness into the prominent divine artifacts and spatial rings, looking through the treasures inside. "This is useless to me." "Oh, the winter dust grass. Not bad, I'll take all of it. And this?" Duanling Tian sighed inwardly as he watched Han Wang go through the 5 supreme powerhouses' possessions. He thought to himself with a hint of envy, "I wonder when I'll be strong enough to make 5 supreme powerhouses let me go through their possessions and take whatever I want." That Han Wang must be having the time of his life now. If the 5 supreme powerhouses could read Duanling Tian's mind at this moment, they would have killed him immediately. "All right, I'm done," Han Wang said with a bright smile on his face. On the contrary, the expressions of the 5 supreme powerhouses were rather unsightly at this moment. They did not expect Han Wang to be so shameless, taking almost all the valuable things in their treasure vaults and spatial rings. Fortunately, their and their clan's treasures were not all stored in one place. Otherwise, Han Wang would have taken everything. Finally, a young man, one of the 5 supreme powerhouses, asked politely, "Lord Han Wang, since you've gotten what you want, are you going to leave now?" The young man's voice shook slightly when he spoke. He felt like he was on the verge of a breakdown at this moment. Upon hearing the young man's words, the members of the 5 major forces looked at Han Wang in unison. Although the price was hefty, it was worth it as long as Han Wang did not intervene in this matter. Alas, the outcome was not what they had expected, and it left them stunned and furious.
Han Wang asked nonchalantly, "Why should I leave?" Silence descended in Dancing Sun City as Han Wang's voice echoed through the city.